Chapter 217. This is bad. Thales sighed in his heart. I didn't even have time to pull the police out. Little Rascal sat on the ground in a daze as she watched the blade pressed against Thales' neck. Everyone in the field had unpleasant expressions on their faces. From the moment Tolja broke through the ceiling to the moment he defeated 5 people and took down Thales, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Miranda stopped the hot-headed Cohen, who was about to charge forward with clenched teeth. The police came back to his senses. He wiped the blood from his nose and looked at the mess around him. Then, he looked at the enemy who had suddenly appeared. In a daze, he recalled his teacher Zadie's words. One day, when you realize that you can end a battle in an extremely short amount of time, you'll probably be close to Supreme Class. Damn it. So this newcomer... Cohen clenched his fists. Looking at the prince who was being held hostage, he felt extremely gloomy. Raphael looked at the Red Witch at the door, then at the Fire Knight and Thales on the other side. His expression was gloomy. He actually came from above. Wuxia looked at the broken ceiling in shock, then at the rubble around him. Cohen gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. Just a little bit more. What do we do now? Miranda assessed the current situation and sighed. A round of applause came from the direction of the thick door. Fire Knight, you really live up to your reputation. The Red Witch reappeared in front of the thick door. She was smiling from ear to ear and was friendly. What a beautiful move. Tolja pouted and turned his gaze to Thales. He looked at the blade in front of Thales' throat. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with the current situation. Thales chuckled at him and desperately tried to think of a way to escape, even though the chances seemed very slim at the moment. The Supreme Class Tolja, the mysterious Red Witch, and the soldiers in the gatehouse. It's nothing. They're not at their best. Tolja shook his head. They're injured, and they're distracted by your words. They can't even fight properly. Raphael and Miranda looked at each other. Their breathing quickened. An acrobat who only knows how to use psionic abilities. The Fire Knight glanced at the indignant Ralph, then at Wuxia, who was leaning on his sword. And an impulsive and desperate fellow. Tolja then glanced at the other 3. These few are also not that good. You, kid, are close to the Lamita realm? Heh! Tolja said to Raphael in disdain. Don't joke around. With those powers that don't belong to you? Raphael's expression didn't change, but Miranda's eyes flickered. Tolja then turned his gaze and stared deeply at Miranda. Little girl, those moves of yours are fine for a one-on-one fight. As for fighting with your life on the line, Tolja turned to Cohen. The police officer also stared at him fiercely, but Tolja suddenly smiled. You're not bad, tall guy. The Fire Knight nodded slowly. There was approval in his eyes. Among these people, only you know how to kill efficiently. Cohen was stunned. Who knows, you might be the one with the highest achievements among them, Tolja said calmly. Cohen looked at Thales, who was being held hostage by him, and felt a wave of frustration in his heart. Thales anxiously looked at each of his own people, but he could only see exhaustion and powerlessness on their battered bodies. Karshan stepped forward. The Red Witch is good at lying. Am I right? Karshan raised her eyebrows. There was a profound look in her eyes. However, lies don't need to be weaved with words. The Red Witch looked at Raphael, whose expression was unreadable. She smiled faintly. You're not the only one who's stalling for time, my friend from the Secret Intelligence Department. Tolja glanced at the 5 people around him and frowned. But, is it really necessary with just these few people? The Fire Knight shook his head with a disdainful look on his face. The soldiers can completely deal with all of them. Karshan smiled. There was no hint of impatience. First of all, the Red Witch said amiably, we want them alive. It's easy for accidents to happen in a chaotic battle. Secondly, forget about the others. Karshan turned to Raphael. There was a subtle look in her eyes. But this person, after all, he's close to the Lamita realm. It's very likely that you won't be able to hold back and kill him. Facing Raphael's hostile gaze, the Red Witch said flatly, He's also from the Secret Intelligence Department. He may have other means, such as the alchemy ball or committing suicide before being captured. After all, it wasn't easy to force him to show himself. Raphael did not say anything. So, Karshan smiled again. Can you hand over the staff of constellation now, my dear Raphael? Raphael seemed to be a little tired. He staggered. Cohen wanted to support him, but Raphael had already put his hand on Ralph's shoulder before he could. Raphael leaned against Ralph's shoulder and panted a few times. Then, he steadied himself and stared at her. There was a subtle change in his expression. The staff of constellation is not with me, the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department said slowly. You don't have the staff of constellation? The Red Witch grinned. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes rippled slightly. Without that equipment, how could Morat let you be in charge of the blood calamity? We don't have to rely on the legendary anti-mystic equipment to mobilize the calamity, Raphael said coldly. Madame Karshan did not speak. She only stared at Raphael quietly. Your prince is right in front of you, the Red Witch said softly. You know that your choice will affect his safety, right? Everyone turned to look at Thales. Thales was stunned. What? My safety? But at this moment Thales frowned. With his back facing the Red Witch, Ralph moved his shoulder and broke free from Raphael's grip. The phantom wind follower quietly made a hidden gesture at him. Stall! Thales' heart skipped a beat. Stall? Thales frowned. Raphael, what is he waiting for? Raphael raised his head. I don't have that thing. Raphael's pupils narrowed. He still did not relent. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. Oh, I see. The Red Witch's tone was calm and natural, as if she did not care. But in the next moment, her words made everyone frown. All right, Lord Tolja. The old woman in the red robe said softly, Please, cut off one of the prince's fingers for me. Thales inhaled sharply and widened his eyes. What? Raphael closed his eyes. Hey! Cohen could not hold it in anymore. He said in dissatisfaction, He's just a child. Kalshan curled her lips and raised her arms to her abdomen, revealing her wrinkled hands. He's a Jade Star, a descendant of the imperial family. That's enough. Tolja also frowned. His gaze lingered on Thales' hands. Then he turned to look at the Red Witch, seemingly dissatisfied. Really? A little boy? A finger? Kalshan looked at the Fire Knight and suddenly burst into laughter. Of course I'm joking. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. The staff of constellation that can suppress most mystics. Kalshan shook her head helplessly. Then, a smile appeared in her eyes. How can it only be worth a finger? How about an eyeball? Thales shuddered again. He was almost cut by the blade. Hey, wait a minute. Thales quickly raised his hands, but Tolja immediately turned the blade. The surface of the blade pressed against his skin, and he felt a chill. Staff of constellation, right? This time, he succeeded in attracting everyone's attention. Kalshan turned her gaze to Thales. I heard that you are known for your precocious intelligence, your highness. The Red Witch flashed her kind smile again. But at that moment, Thales only wanted to stay as far away from that smile as possible. Kalshan said kindly, Perhaps you can convince him to cooperate with us for the sake of your body's integrity? Thales gulped. He turned his gaze to Tolja, who was staring at him coldly, and smiled awkwardly. The second prince looked at Raphael, but the latter only looked at his feet. Cohen nudged Raphael, but he still did not respond. Thales took a deep breath and looked at the Red Witch, putting on an expression that said, I'm very cooperative, stalling for time, right? The staff of constellation. The second prince looked at the blade in front of him, drenched in sweat. Actually, Raphael doesn't have it with him. Kalshan stared at him without moving. Her eyelids narrowed slightly. Thales felt goosebumps under her gaze, but his face was almost numb from laughing. Is that so? Finally, the Red Witch sighed. Then you're going to lose one of your eyes. Thales was shocked. Kalshan looked at Tolja and nodded gently. Really? Miranda said unhappily. Cohen clenched his fists and gathered the power of eradication. Kalshan smiled with her eyes narrowed and shook her head at them. Hey, Madam Kalshan. However, Tolja, who controlled Thal's life and death, sighed and looked at Kalshan. He's just a child. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the Fire Knight gratefully. Is that so? Kalshan raised her eyebrows and then smiled. Then forget it. Thales did not dare to move. He watched the interaction between the Red Witch and the Fire Knight. But I heard that Lord Tolja's knife technique is exquisite and subtle, and that you can cut a fly? The old woman smiled faintly. Tolja narrowed his eyes. The Red Witch said gently, Then why don't you show us? How about I cut off his right eyelash with my knife? Thal's heart clenched again. Right eyelash? Tolja snorted and looked at Thales. The knife in his hand slowly moved. It's not impossible. The golden blade grazed past Thales' eyelashes and finally stopped on his forehead. The blade gently touched his right eye, as if measuring its distance. Tolja snorted softly and his saber trembled slightly. Boy, don't blink, or you'll regret it. Feeling the coldness of the blade slowly grazing his face, Thal's heart skipped a beat. Damn it. Wait, I know. He could not take it anymore. Before Tolja's blade cut down, he shouted, I know where the Staff of Constellation is. This time, not only Kalshan and Tolja, but even the people of Constellation looked at him. Tolja stopped the blade in front of his neck again. The people from the Secret Intelligence Department don't know, but you do? The Red Witch asked faintly. Her tone was filled with deep suspicion. Thales exhaled and blinked his right eye hard. After all, it belongs to the Jadestar royal family. Thales, who had recovered, smiled awkwardly. Besides, the Secret Intelligence Department did bring it for the blood calamity. Kalshan narrowed her eyes. Oh? Thales rolled his eyes and tried hard to think about the current situation. He had to come up with an excuse that she could believe so that he could stall her. Last night, the blood calamity was sealed. Thales said with a resigned smile as he panted slightly. But I am certain that this is neither the Soul Slayer's pike nor the Star Killer's blade. The Red Witch frowned. That's right. When the Soul Slayer pike, Severing Soul's blade, and their masters were found, the blood calamity had already been sealed for a long time. So, how do you know? Kalshan asked slowly. Raphael's gaze changed. His expression was subtle. Because I know. Thales licked his lips and his brain worked frantically. There's someone else who got the Staff of Constellation. He was the one who sealed that calamity. Kalshan's expression finally froze. Cohen and Miranda also looked at each other, bewildered. Who? She asked softly. The one who sealed the calamity? Thales took a deep breath and slowly uttered the answer he had thought of. A man, all alone. He's a strange swordsman. He gritted his teeth and said, He's holding a strange black long sword. Chapter 218. The first to react was Tolja. The Fire Knight's hand tightened slightly. Thales felt the coldness on the side of his neck deepen. The back of the golden saber was directly pressed against his skin. The second prince did not dare to move, fearing that Tolja would turn his hand around and turn his neck red. A strange, black longsword? Tolja narrowed his eyes. A man with almost no special characteristics? Thales could only nod. Interesting. The corners of Tolja's lips curled up slightly. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. An acquaintance. Raphael frowned and looked at Thales with a very complicated gaze. Black sword. Kalshan gently clasped her hands together. Are you talking about Blackstreet Brotherhood's black sword? Cohen was momentarily stunned when he heard the news. Brotherhood? Why would Constellation's Blackstreet Brotherhood? I don't know. Thales opened his mouth carefully with widened eyes, afraid that his throat would come into contact with Tolja's blade when he moved. Probably. Kalshan stared at him quietly. The Secret Intelligence Department gave the Staff of Constellation to Black Sword? The Red Witch said softly. Raphael did not say a word. He only stared at Thales in silence, even ignoring Cohen's action of cupping him from behind. Thales forced an awkward and ugly smile to show his tacit agreement. Please, who the hell knows about the staff of Constellation? And that Raphael has no intention of speaking at all. Thales thought fearfully, Mr. Black Sword, I'll have to use you as a shield. You shouldn't mind. It's not like you'll lose a piece of flesh anyway. However, a few seconds later, the old woman suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Kalshan smiled and shook her head. Her eyes were filled with helplessness and amusement, as if she was watching a child fight. Morat must be very troubled by you, liar. Thales' eyes widened slightly. Huh? The Red Witch sighed. How do you think I knew about the Secret Intelligence Department's plan in advance? Kalshan raised her wrinkled eyes. There was a deep chill in her gaze. Did I know that they wanted to use the calamities to launch a conspiracy? Thales was slightly startled. When you were still on your way to Dragon Cloud City, Prince Thales? An old friend from the Blackstreet Brotherhood used a messenger crow to ask us for help. Kalshan swept her gaze across the people in the field. Her gaze lingered on Raphael for a moment. He is being forced to the north by the Blood Bottle Gang and has no choice but to rely on your diplomat group. Thales took a few seconds to understand the meaning of this sentence. Then he shuddered a little. In an instant, a chord was opened in his brain. His brain of a string. At that moment, he did not even care about the blade on his neck anymore. Are you talking about Ramon? Thales asked. Him? Raphael's expression was still calm and he did not say a word. On the other hand, Wuxia and Ralph looked at each other in astonishment. I see. Ramon didn't ask me to use a messenger crow to contact Blackstreet Brotherhood. Thales came to a realization and mumbled absent-mindedly. He wanted to contact all of you. The Red Witch sighed softly. There was a profound look in her eyes. Ramon is very quick-witted. He guessed that his predicament was the work of the Secret Intelligence Department, Kalshan said calmly. So he contacted the secret room directly. And I know Morat too well. He must be planning something. Raphael sighed when he heard this. The person from the Secret Intelligence Department looked at Thales with a strange expression. Why was a doctor of unknown origin allowed to use the diplomat group or Black Sand Region's messenger crow? And you didn't notice where he sent the message? Thales was slightly stunned. He immediately recalled the history of his contact with Ramon. He could not help but feel awkward. He could not possibly say that Ramon told him about the relevant knowledge of magic and they exchanged it, could he? But this was not what he needed to worry about the most at the moment. The people from the Brotherhood knew about the Secret Intelligence Department's conspiracy. The Red Witch walked past a few figures and shook her head slowly at him. But you said that the Secret Intelligence Department colluded with the Brotherhood and even gave the staff of Constellation to the Brotherhood's leader? Thales could only smile bitterly. I'm not as good as Morat, Kalshan said flatly. But I can still tell when it's a lie. Thales felt his scalp prickle as he met her gaze. This is bad. Kalshan snorted with a smile and looked at Raphael again. Don't beat around the bush, little friend. The Red Witch's gaze became serious. You may not have it with you, but I know you have a way to get it immediately. Raphael frowned slightly. Cohen and Miranda could not help but look at the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department. The Secret Intelligence Department of Constellation has mastered a mysterious transmission ability since a long time ago. The corners of Kalshan's mouth curled up slightly. The Red Witch's eyes were filled with great interest. From small voice messages to large weapons and even living people, you can ignore distance and transport them to your destination in an instant. Thales was stunned. Transmission ability. Voice. Ignore distance. Cohen's expression changed. Miranda also frowned. Wuxia, on the other hand, looked suspicious. That black hole on Raphael's arm earlier that looked like the mouth of some creature. Raphael did not speak. He still looked at the Red Witch with a calm expression. It was as if he was not even here. Give me the staff of Constellation. The leader of the secret room's expression was still gentle and amiable. but her words were getting more and more serious. If you don't want to see your prince meet with any misfortune. Thales's face immediately turned pale. Tolja snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. At this moment, a soft voice that no one had heard for a long time rang weakly from the corner of the prison cell. It was filled with grievance and dejection. From a long time ago, a long time ago. Is that all you know? Everyone was slightly stunned. They then looked towards the corner where the voice came from. Thales could not turn his head because the back of the knife was pressed against his neck. But he was also shocked because he recognized the owner of the voice. The neglected little girl, Little Rascal, was leaning against the wall. Her face was pale as she trembled and looked at Kalshan. "Aren't you from the secret room?" Little Rascal bit her lower lip tightly. Her eyes were filled with pain and fear. "The secret room is the shadow cast by the dragon's wings," Little Rascal murmured. "But why?" Little Rascal's expression changed, as if she had recalled the most unbearable memory. "Why didn't you report to His Majesty?" Little Rascal's eyes were filled with tears and her entire body was trembling. "You just waited for the calamity. Waited for the calamity. Watched them in Dragon Cloud City. Watched everyone." Thales furrowed his brows. He remembered the people who ran for their lives, the people who suffocated in the air, the people who were separated from their flesh and blood, and the completely destroyed Shield District. Kalshan seemed a little surprised. She stared at the dirty little girl in the corner with a complicated expression. A few seconds later, she sighed deeply. "I'm very sorry." To everyone's surprise, the Red Witch bowed slightly in Little Rascal's direction. "Lady Alex Walton." Cohen's eyes widened abruptly. He stared at Little Rascal in disbelief. Miranda raised her eyebrows. Hearing this name, Little Rascal seemed to be startled. She looked at Thales with a panicked expression. But Thales still had the back of the knife pressed against his neck. He could not see her expression at all. "Even if we know that Marat is behind this," the Red Witch's voice rang. "The secret room is still at a loss," Kalshan said sincerely and sadly. "The Secret Intelligence Department has concealed the news and their whereabouts too well." The Red Witch straightened her body and shook her head. "It's too late. The Blood Mystic arrived in Dragon Cloud City a long time ago. We didn't know the Secret Intelligence Department's plan, and we had no way to defend ourselves." Kalshan's voice was low and her gaze was bleak. "We could only watch the diplomat group get closer and closer." Little Rascal snapped out of her shock and fear. She clenched her fists and raised her trembling head. "Then you should report this to His Majesty." The girl gritted her teeth hard. Tears could not stop flowing from her eyes. "That's the king of all extensions. So many people died in Dragon Cloud City. He can definitely prevent these things from happening." The Red Witch raised her head abruptly. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she looked at Little Rascal solemnly. "Our king?" Madame Kalshan murmured softly and uttered the king's name. "Nuvan Rikaru Kadian Walton?" The person in charge of the secret room smiled faintly. "Believe me, for the past 30 years, I've respected him immensely." She nodded. Her eyes were filled with respect and nostalgia. "At least, during most of his reign, he was a good king. I'm already prepared to report this to him." Kalshan's expression changed and she uttered the next sentence. "If he didn't hide it from me and planned to sell Dragon Cloud City to Constellation and betray Exdet in order to continue his family." Everyone's expression changed. "What?" the shocked Cohen could not help but ask. Little Rascal's face was pale. She stared blankly at Kalshan. "Yes, my dear lady." The Red Witch sighed softly. "I intercepted King Nuvan's messenger Crow to the Supreme King of Constellation. He wants to rely on the power of the Nine-Pointed Star to save the Cloud Dragon Spear that is in danger. He wants to use the marriage between you and the young prince to intimidate the new king." Kalshan's gaze became extremely fierce. For this reason, he did not hesitate to let Constellation obtain a bargaining chip to meddle in Exdet's affairs. In the future, he even let an heir with Jadestar's blood take over the first territory of Exdet. Apart from Raphael and Thales, almost everyone widened their eyes. Even Tolja could not help but turn his head to look. Everyone's gazes simultaneously shifted to Little Rascal, then to Kalshan, and finally to the second prince who was being held hostage. At that moment, Thales only felt complicated. The scene of King Nuvan passing the ring to Little Rascal appeared before his eyes. My God! Cohen's mouth formed an O shape. He stared straight at Thales. Is this the truth behind King Nuvan wanting to form an alliance with us, Your Highness? To let the descendants of the Jadestar royal family and the Walton family inherit the Archduke of Dragoncloud City? As the King of Extet, the Red Witch shook her head slowly. He shouldn't have done that. There was only one thing I could do for Extet. Raphael raised his head. A strange light flashed in his red eyes. So you went to find Lampard, he said softly. Kalshan did not speak. She only looked at the enemies before her with a calm expression. Thales stared at the Red Witch in a daze. His mind was in a mess. This is the biggest joke, the second prince muttered subconsciously. So, your betrayal was not an accident. Because of this, you want King Nuvan's life. Thales closed his eyes and sighed deeply. He felt physically and mentally exhausted. The Secret Intelligence Department and the Secret Room both want his life. You're practically working together. Under these circumstances, even if King Nuvan has the army of Dragoncloud City as his backing and the White Blade Guards as a barrier, Thales silently uttered the next sentence in his heart. How can he not die? At that moment, he really felt very annoyed. Kalshan snorted softly. Her expression was subtle. It has been hundreds of years, but the Secret Intelligence Department has always been silent. They quietly weave a night of shocking thunder in the deep clouds. The Red Witch's eyes were filled with a strange color, like a chess player who had just won. In contrast, the passive Secret Room can only lay eggs in the Secret Intelligence Department's nest. Borrow the thunder and lightning of the Secret Intelligence Department to break all obstacles in Extet. You want to see the Extension vassals fight like beasts, bleeding non-stop? Kalshan smiled slightly. Then we'll let the fight end in the first round. Raphael could not help but clench his fists as he listened. The Red Witch tucked her hands into her sleeves again. You want both sides to fight to the death with equal strength. Then we'll push the situation completely towards one side. Cohen and Miranda exchanged a look. They saw the surprise in each other's eyes. You want Extet to descend into a chaotic situation of endless disputes over the throne and endless suspicions over power after Nuvan? The leader of the Secret Room shook her head slightly. Then we'll give you Chapman Lampard. Raphael pursed his lips, closed his eyes and sighed. So, Nuvan lost his sight and ears, and was powerless to fight back against the Calamity and Lampard. He stared at the ground in a daze. Our backup plans all failed. I lost, Raphael said dejectedly. Kalshan snorted softly, and her expression became amiable again. I know what you're thinking, little friend. The Red Witch nodded slightly and looked at Little Rascal, who was on the verge of tears. Since things can't be done, then capture a Walton descendant and bring him back to Constellation as a bargaining chip, right? What a pity! Kalshan seemed to shake her head regretfully. The next moment, her expression became solemn. Murat, why is he in such a hurry? The Red Witch raised her head, and her eyes shone brightly. He even let a young boy like you do such a thing? Why is he in such a hurry to groom you like how he groomed his heir? The silent Raphael still did not speak. Miranda thought of something and was shocked. Kalshan, who did not get an answer, flashed a confident smile. She then spoke softly, her voice filled with exhaustion and dejection. He doesn't have much time left, does he? As soon as she said this, all the Constellations were slightly stunned. Raphael furrowed his brows even more. Tell me, how much longer can he hold on? The Red Witch said faintly. There was a hint of worry in her tone. 5 years or 10 years? Raphael pursed his lips. Thales stared at Kalshan in a daze. Murat's figure appeared in his mind. The old man who could force Gilbert and Gines to retreat with just a word. The old man who could see through lies with his eyes. He actually... In the next second, Kalshan took a deep breath. as though she wanted to suck away all her emotions. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Let's get back to the main topic. The Red Witch clapped her hands. As she clapped, many people walked in through the thick door. There were soldiers of Black Sand region dressed in patrol uniforms, as well as ordinary people dressed in different uniforms. There were men and women, and they looked like commoners. But they all looked at the people in the prison cell with unfriendly expressions. The soldiers of Black Sand region held their weapons and walked into the prison cell, arriving before the Constellations. The commoners walked quietly behind Kalshan, not saying a word. Thales sighed. Tolja chuckled. Seeing the scene around her, Miranda's expression changed. Cohen lowered his head in pain. What do we do now? The police officer gritted his teeth and said softly, troubled. Stay calm, Raphael replied in a low voice. The Red Witch smiled faintly. If you still refuse to hand over the staff of Constellation, you know? The prince is not the only one I can use to threaten you. There are also your companions. Raphael stared coldly at Kalshan. The Red Witch bowed slightly and nodded at him, revealing her usual kind smile. Thales looked at the numerous soldiers in the field, watching them stand in formation and block the exit. His heart turned cold. It's over. Now. He felt the chill on his neck and glanced at the indifferent Tolja. What should I do? But at this moment, boom, a deafening roar rang out. Kalshan raised her head abruptly. Gravel and dust came crashing down from above her head again, stirring up a cloud of dust in the prison cell. The soldiers of Black Sand region unsheathed their weapons subconsciously. Before anyone could react, a few figures suddenly descended from the sky, just like Tolja before this. The Fire Knight realized that something was wrong. He quickly reacted. Thales felt his arm tighten. Tolja grabbed his right hand tightly and controlled it in front of him. The dust was so strong that Thales could not open his eyes. He could only rely on his hearing to discern the situation in the field. As the figures flashed, countless sounds of fighting could be heard in the dust. The clashing of metal and the angry shouts of the soldiers rose and fell. Swoosh. Bang. Clang. Quick. Defend. Be careful. Retreat. Protect. In a short 10 seconds, accompanied by the sound of a few bodies falling to the ground, the chaotic sounds disappeared and the field gradually quieted down. The dust finally dispersed. Thales was still held tightly by Tolja, the blade never leaving his neck. The Fire Knight furrowed his brows and coldly observed the situation in the prison cell. The prince saw everything in front of him clearly. He was shocked. There was a big hole in the ceiling where the Red Witch had been standing just now. The soldiers of Black Sand region, including the people from the secret room, all retreated to the position of the thick door. They looked at the uninvited guests in front of them with nervous and surprised expressions. The invaders who had descended from the sky. They were more than 10 valiant warriors. Their gazes were fierce and their movements were agile. They were dressed in light gray armor and had machetes covering their faces. Some of them were even equipped with excellent arm shields and crossbows. At this moment, the invaders were in formation. They stood in front of the soldiers of Black Sand region, separating them from the Constellations and Tolja in the prison cell. Beside these warriors who had suddenly appeared, many enemies had already fallen. Behind the defense line, the Red Witch stood in front of Raphael and the others with an unpleasant expression. She was far away from the protection of her own people. Kalshan's situation was very bad. There was a white longsword with a strange curve in front of her neck, and her right arm was tightly clamped. The hostage-taker behind her said coldly to the soldiers of Black Sand region, "Everyone back off, for the sake of this lady's carotid artery." Cohen stared at the invaders in a daze. He exchanged glances with Miranda and Wuxia, unable to hide the shock and bewilderment in his heart. Everyone was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. "Who are these people?" the police officer asked in a low voice. Miranda shook her head and looked at Raphael, who was still silent. Looking at the warriors who had suddenly appeared, Thales' pupils shrank. "Wait a minute. This attire... He carefully looked at the warrior's equipment, and then his mouth fell open in shock. Thales recognized these people. The silent confrontation lasted for a few seconds. Then the Red Witch, who was being held hostage, sighed. So, the rumors are true. She retracted her gaze from the blade in front of her neck and said to the hostage-taker behind her, "As expected, you built an emergency secret passage in the gatehouse?" The Red Witch narrowed her eyes. She glanced at the invaders around her, and then at her subordinates, who had been forced to retreat outside the thick door, and said in a low voice, "You can even hide from the secret room. I have really underestimated you." A low laugh came from behind her. "Snowblade and Dragon Wings. Since the day Extet was founded, we have been mutually reinforcing and restraining each other." The hostage-taker revealed a pale face and leaned over to whisper into Kalshan's ear, "Being wary of the secret room's every move. This is what we should do." Raphael saw the newcomer's face, and he frowned. Under Miranda's and Cohen's surprised gazes, Raphael walked forward with an unfriendly expression and arrived beside Kalshan and the invaders. "You're late," the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department said coldly to the newcomer. "You almost got us killed." The newcomer raised his eyebrows, and his pale face moved slightly. "It takes some time to gather our scattered brothers." The newcomer's gaze went past Raphael. He looked at Tolja, who was holding Thales hostage, and fearlessly cast a provocative glance at the Fire Knight. "Hey, Tolja, it's all thanks to the noise you made. Otherwise, we would have had to search for you for a long time." Tolja frowned and let out a low, unfriendly growl from his throat. Thales stared blankly at the pale-faced man and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The newcomer raised his eyebrows, and his gaze lingered on little rascal in the corner. "Also, you better be polite." The pale-faced man shook the blade in front of Kalshan's neck. "After all, I'm saving your life." The Baron Bone Kid from the Secret Intelligence Department. Chapter 219. "Don't move, madam," Nicholas said coldly to Kalshan, who was in front of him. "I'm nervous and afraid that you'll take out some special alchemy ball. So, I'm ready to rip your throat open at any time." He tapped the back of his blade with his index finger. The Red Witch lowered her shoulders and fell silent. Thales stared at Nicholas, who suddenly appeared, in surprise. He then looked at the other White Blade guards. "Nicholas!" He stared at the Star Killer, who was holding the Red Witch hostage, in confusion. "Why are you—" But Thales did not manage to continue. Tolja's grip on his shoulder suddenly tightened, and Thales hissed in pain. When Wuxia saw the prince's condition, he was so angry that he tightened his grip on his sword. Tolja dragged the back of his blade around Thales' neck, forcing him to raise his head as high as he could. Thales observed the situation in pain. Tolja and he stood in the inner layer of the prison cell, and little rascal was still behind them. The Constellations stood in front of them, looking nervously at the prince who was being held hostage. Nicholas, on the other hand, stood behind the Constellations, restraining the Red Witch. Behind Nicholas were the White Blade guards. They stood firmly by the thick door and stared at the soldiers outside with vigilance. "Beautiful move, Star Killer," the Fire Knight of Black Sand region said calmly to Nicholas. "But don't forget, I have an even more important bargaining chip." The Star Killer tilted his head and glanced at Tolja with a disdainful expression. "Then do it. Kill this prince." Nicholas snorted softly. "I've disliked him for a long time anyway." Thales widened his eyes. What? Tolja furrowed his brows. Nicholas swung the Severing Soul's blade on Kalshan's neck a little. It reflected the light from the everlasting lamp. He smiled faintly. "After you're done, perhaps they can give you a different nickname, such as—" The Star Killer's gaze swept past Thales, and he grinned at the Fire Knight. "The second Star Killer?" Tolja glared at Nicholas fiercely, his eyes almost burning. "That's our prince." Cohen observed the stalemate. He exchanged a worried look with Wuxia and whispered, "Are we just going to watch? What else?" Miranda looked at Raphael, who was beside Nicholas, then at Tolja and Thales, who were behind them. She then swept her gaze over the White Blade guards and their enemies, and sighed softly. This is no longer our battle. At this moment, the Red Witch who was being held hostage spoke. White Blade Guards, Extet's Dragon's Imperial Guards, she said softly. You're standing on the wrong side. Kalshan did not seem to have the slightest awareness of having a blade pressed against her carotid artery. She smiled naturally and smoothly. Your opponents are the people behind you, the Empire. Nicholas raised his eyebrows slightly. The Red Witch sighed softly as if she was extremely regretful. It was their secret intelligence department who planned all of this, such as the calamity and the king's death. The expressions of the Constellations, including Thales, also changed. All right, Kalshan was right, Thales thought anxiously. The second prince glanced worriedly at the White Blade Guards, but their expressions were hidden behind their masks. Only a pair of cold eyes could be seen. Raphael, who was standing next to Nicholas, sighed softly. Oh, this problem. It's very complicated to explain. But now, he walked to the front of the two of them and looked at Nicholas seriously. He looked at the blade in his hand that was pressing against Kalshan. Shouldn't we think of a way to escape first? Nicholas suddenly turned his head to look at the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department. His gaze was cold. Raphael endured the piercing glare and put on a fake relaxed smile. You know, the heir of the Walton family is also here. Perhaps this is not a good time to chat, especially with the Red Witch who has countless lies. Nicholas looked at the innermost part of the prison cell. Little Rascal was momentarily stunned before she realized that he was talking about her. She could not help but turn pale. If you really want to help, boy from the Secret Intelligence Department, then don't block my way. Nicholas' eyes shone with a cold glare and his tone was stern. Raphael sighed softly. Otherwise, the Star Killer continued in a harsh tone. Do you want to be trapped here? Perhaps they will bury your ashes under the gatehouse. Raphael was silent for a second. He looked at Tolja and Thales behind him, then at Nicholas and the Red Witch in front of him. He raised his eyebrows slightly. I understand. At this moment, Thales raised his eyebrows. He saw Ralph make a secret sign language gesture at him. Step back. Thales was slightly stunned. For the sake of the late king, Lord Nicholas, the Red Witch said slowly, don't do anything stupid. Nicholas looked around the room. His gaze lingered on Raphael and the Red Witch for a second each. We don't need you to tell us what to do, Madame Kalshan. The Star Killer snorted coldly. There was a fierce glint in his eyes. The shame of the White Blade Guards can only be washed away with blood. The sound of palms rubbing against handles came from the White Blade Guard's hands at the same time. Kalshan's gaze became fierce and she shouted, Then what do you want to do now? There was a rare hint of coldness in the Red Witch's words. After the king's unfortunate death, Extet experienced a rare disaster. All of you should stand on the kingdom's side, on the Northlanders' side, instead of colluding with our enemies and shamelessly seeking personal gain. Kalshan's words echoed in the prison cell. Under Tolja's knife, Thales exhaled in fear. Nicholas suddenly laughed. His laughter was cold and sarcastic. Extet's disaster? Our enemies? The Star Killer gritted his teeth. The chill in his eyes was threatening. Don't pretend to be righteous, hypocritical old woman. From the moment your people started spreading fake news about the so-called disaster sword and started diverting His Majesty's attention for Lampard's actions, you betrayed him. The Red Witch narrowed her eyes. You and your informants worked together with His Majesty's enemies. You pretended to be deaf to Black Sand Region's actions until His Majesty died in a shameful assassination, until they stood here. Nicholas said coldly beside Kalshan's ear. Who do you think these brothers of the White Blade Guards managed to escape from? Asterisk thud. Asterisk the White Blade Guards changed their footsteps in unison and turned sideways to face their enemies. The sudden movement made the soldiers of Black Sand Region even more nervous. Kalshan sighed. The Red Witch stared at the blade in front of her neck and said flatly, About this, if you are willing to, I swear in the name of the secret room that I can explain. Nicholas let out an indecipherable nasal sound. Why don't you explain to His Majesty? The Star Killer narrowed his eyes. Oh, I forgot. He was already killed by you and Lampard. The moment he said that, the atmosphere in the prison cell became even more tense. Don't be so narrow-minded, Lord Nicholas. The Red Witch put on a mournful expression. She glanced at Tolja and Thales. The White Blade Guards have never been a person's private weapon. You should be loyal to all of Extet, to Northland. Nicholas interrupted her. I am not the narrow-minded one. The Star Killer's tone was cold. If you and your secret room can't even be loyal to one person, then don't hypocritically claim that you are loyal to Extet. Madame Calchon furrowed her brows slightly. You... At this moment, something strange happened. Nicholas pressed his left hand on Calchon's back and pushed her out. Tolja's pupils immediately contracted. How Raphael, who stood in the middle, suddenly pushed Miranda, Cohen, Waya, and the others away, perfectly avoiding the Red Witch's path. The shocked Red Witch was pushed towards Tolja and Thales, who were at the innermost part of the cell. Thales looked at Madame Calchon, who was staggering towards them. He looked at the Constellations who moved aside to make way for her. He suddenly understood. He remembered the conversation between Raphael and Nicholas just now. It was a planned exchange between the two of them. If you really want to help, don't block my way. Tolja watched in shock as the Constellations parted and the Red Witch's figure drew closer. He hesitated for a moment. Then, Nicholas appeared behind Calchon with a cold expression. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the Star Killer's weapon stirred up a gust of wind. He did not hold back and slashed down towards the Red Witch's head. It was as if he was going to take her life right there and then. Tolja did not hesitate anymore. He still held onto Thales tightly as he charged towards Nicholas and the Red Witch. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the Fire Knight's left hand held Thales in place, while his right hand blocked the fatal slash that the Star Killer had aimed at the Red Witch. At this moment, the frowning Red Witch managed to gain her footing by his side. But in the next moment, Nicholas' eyes suddenly shone with an unprecedented brilliance. Ah! The Star Killer roared furiously. Great power surged out of his hands. The Fire Knight's golden saber immediately let out a sharp sound of metal scraping against each other. Tolja's expression changed as he fended off the enemy with one hand. In that second, he decisively let go of Thales. He gripped the hilt of the saber with both hands and blocked the great power that Nicholas had unleashed. Thales, who had broken free from the Fire Knight's control, did not care about anything else. He followed the signal given to him by Ralph, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and rolled backwards. He bumped into Little Rascal, who was supporting him from behind. The two of them crashed into the wall together. The disheveled Thales no longer cared about the situation in the field. He was thinking about the conversation between Raphael and Nicholas just now. They did not just say that one sentence. Do you want to be trapped here? Trapped here? The moment this thought appeared in his mind, Thales felt a tremor under his body. What's wrong? Little Rascal asked in surprise as she hugged him. He did not know how to answer. He did not have the chance to either. Asterisk bang. Asterisk there was another loud sound of earth and rocks exploding. The ground under Thales and Little Rascal suddenly sank and cracked open. Again, the thought emerged in Thales' mind. In the next second, both of them sank into the cracked ground. He did not know whether it was Ralph's psionic ability or the effect of the explosion, but the air in the room began to howl again. Dust rose, blinding everyone's vision. Thales hugged Little Rascal tightly and shut his eyes. Asterisk bang. Asterisk he felt a pain in his buttocks. Then he and Little Rascal fell into a pile of soft sand. Everything around them was dark. Thales propped himself up with difficulty. Beside him, Little Rascal's coughing could be heard continuously. Above them, the sound of a fierce struggle came from the cell they had been in earlier. They were not the only ones who fell. Your Highness! A figure pulled him up. Waya's anxious voice traveled into his ears. Are you all right? Before Thales could answer, a dozen more figures fell from the sky and crashed into the sand. Amidst the flying dust, Thales covered his mouth and nose tightly. Enduring the pain in his buttocks, he pulled Little Rascal up. He felt gloomy. Why do these people like to play this game so much? Act according to plan. Let's go. Nicholas' voice came from the darkness. There will be backup at the end of the secret tunnel. Our men will bring up the rear. Before Thales could complain, he and Little Rascal were picked up by the waist by a tall and muscular figure, one in each hand. Little Rascal cried out in surprise. Damn it! Cohen's exasperated voice rang above Thales' head. It's too dark. I can't see the road clearly. In the midst of the chaos, the sound of bodies falling and the intense sounds of weapons clashing could be heard from above. Soon, the sounds were getting closer. Star Killer. Another loud crash was heard. The Fire Knight Tolja's furious roar came from behind them. Stop them. The intense sound of metal clashing could be heard. Throw a few torches down. It was the Red Witch's voice. Even after such a huge accident, she still commanded calmly. Before that, anyone who tries to move is an enemy. Thales felt a chill in his heart. The pursuers are here. Follow that mute masked man. In the darkness and chaos, Nicholas roared as he fought against the enemies in the dark. He can sense the direction of the wind at the exit. That mute? The police officer took 2 steps forward and said impatiently, I can't even see where he is. In the darkness, Thales felt that Cohen's arm was about to choke him until he fainted. His sin of Hell's River was activated without warning. Waves surged into Thales' eyes, and his surroundings were suddenly filled with strange colors. Shut up, big guy. Thales gritted his teeth and angrily knocked on Cohen's arm. Listen to me. The police officer, who was holding him, immediately froze. Thales forced himself to calm down. He found Ralph in the chaotic field of vision, the figure that was emitting a faint green light. He then said to Cohen, Take 5 steps forward. No, 2 steps for you. Then turn left. Hurry up. Thales did not feel any movement. He anxiously urged, Don't just stand there. Cohen seemed to have come back to his senses. He followed Thales' instructions and took a step forward. Wow. The police officer carefully took a step forward. When he felt the solid ground beneath his feet, he asked in surprise, You can see? Thales was slightly stunned. Go straight ahead. As long as you eat more animal livers and fruits. Thales lied without batting an eyelid in the field of vision of the sin of Hell's River. You can also find light in the darkness. In the darkness, Cohen nodded skeptically. Amidst his bewilderment, Cohen followed the path that Thales pointed out and ran after Ralph. The sounds of fighting behind them became more intense. In Thales' field of vision, a dozen of them followed Ralph and ran into a narrow tunnel in the dark. Nicholas! Tolja's furious roar came again. Don't even think about it. The next moment, a bright light suddenly shone from behind them, illuminating their surroundings. Thales narrowed his eyes and saw his surroundings clearly. The tunnel they were in was very narrow and full of dust. Even the ground was uneven and stony. Ralph took the lead, moving like the wind. Thales and Little Rascal were held in Cohen's arms, while Miranda and Wuxia followed closely beside him. Everyone was running nervously. The white blade guards protected them closely behind them. Only the Star Killer and Raphael were nowhere to be seen. The light behind them grew brighter and brighter. Thales could not help but grab Cohen's arm and turn around. Then he was stunned. There was nothing behind them. There was only a blazing fire. It was as if an invisible, huge fire snake had rushed into the small tunnel and was about to devour them. The surrounding temperature immediately rose. This is the rising sun saber. The Star Killer's furious roar came from behind them. Damn it, Secret Intelligence Department. If you don't want to be roasted, get out of the way. Amidst the fire, 2 figures appeared in Thales' eyes, which had been modified by the sin of Hell's River. One of the figures emitted a light that was like countless needles, scattering in all directions. He pushed the other gray figure away. Then, the hedgehog-like figure, probably Nicholas, suddenly swung his saber at the back of the tunnel. The next moment, the fire snake seemed to have crashed into an invisible barrier and was blocked in front of the 2. It was like a vertical wall of fire. This reminded Thales of the air mystic's air wall. But he could see clearly in his field of vision that the thing that blocked the flames was another strange, invisible barrier that glowed yellow. It was connected to Nicholas' severing soul's blade, which was also glowing yellow. "You can't run." The Fire Knight's furious roar came from behind the flames. "Do you still have alchemy balls? The ones that can explode?" In front of the fire, the gray figure turned around and asked Nicholas, who was beside him, "You can't hold them off for long. They will catch up to us sooner or later." Thales could tell that it was Raphael. Just now was the last of the guard's stock. "If we use them, we'll have one less." In the field of vision of the sin of Hell's River, Nicholas, who looked like a glowing hedgehog, raised the severing soul's blade and blocked the growing flames. "Is there really no more?" Raphael's voice came. "Do you think that's a snowball made by hand?" Nicholas turned his head and said angrily to the people from the Secret Intelligence Department, "Do you think you can take one out so easily?" Raphael did not speak. He turned around abruptly and swung his left hand in the direction of the flames. A ball-shaped object was flung out by him. "Damn it!" When he saw the ball, Nicholas shouted in exasperation, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Then he and Raphael both turned around and dashed out. The moment the Star Killer turned around, the raging flames seemed to have lost the obstruction of the barrier and surged towards them fiercely. In the next second, asterisk bang, asterisk following the violent explosion, Thales felt his field of vision suddenly shake. Another cloud of dust flew into the air. Everyone could not help but cough. Their legs became unsteady. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the rumbling explosion was accompanied by the sound of countless rocks and soil pouring down. Everyone could not help but stop in their tracks and turn their heads to look behind them. The flames gradually became smaller until they completely disappeared. What disappeared along with them were the two figures. Thales narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise. He knew that the tunnel behind him had collapsed. The surroundings returned to darkness and silence. Only the sound of everyone's panting rose and fell. "My God!" This was Waya's panicked voice. They don't stop. No matter what happens behind you, don't stop." This was an unfamiliar voice. It was probably one of the White Blade Guards. His words were filled with long-suppressed anger. "Go!" Miranda's decisive voice rang in the darkness. "I'll go find them." Cohen was stunned. But, in the next second, the sound of Miranda's light footsteps was already far away. "Don't just stand there," a White Blade Guard said coldly. "We're not out of danger yet." Cohen exhaled unwillingly. Thales could feel him turning his head to look at the darkness behind them. Thales sighed. "If you're worried, then go and take a look." Thales felt Cohen's arm tighten. "Let me take His Highness." Waya panted. "He can't be trapped here." Cohen shuddered slightly. A few seconds later, F***CK. The police officer cursed. In the next second, Cohen stomped his foot fiercely. Then he turned around and strode away. The group of people followed Ralph and hurried on their way without making a sound. They kept running, in the seemingly endless tunnel, amidst the seemingly endless danger, in the bottomless darkness, running toward the only way out. Thales stared at the darkness behind him in a daze. The sin of Hell's River kept gathering in his eyes. A few minutes passed. Finally, Thales' eyes moved. In the deep darkness behind him, a glowing porcupine-like figure appeared. Then, a grayish figure appeared, and a figure that was emitting white light. "Because there's only one, of course we have to be careful." Raphael's voice came faintly from the darkness. "I don't have the habit of bringing the alchemy ball around." Nicholas, Raphael, and Miranda caught up with them. "Oh my God! Oh!" Cohen heard Raphael's voice. He turned his head and did not even care that he tripped. "I thought you were really buried inside." Beside Raphael, the Star Killer mumbled something in a low voice. His voice clearly traveled into Thales' ears amidst the messy footsteps. He seemed to be saying, "Miser!" Thales breathed a sigh of relief. They escaped. "All right." Nicholas' voice came. It was a lot calmer than before. "There should be no more danger." After all, we're in the secret passage. The group probably knew that they had escaped danger. Their footsteps slowed down and they started walking. Thales and Little Rascal were put down. Thales leaned against the wall and subconsciously patted his chest. His mind was blank. He felt that he had passed another obstacle. Speaking of which, Cohen's puzzled voice came from the darkness. "Why don't you light a fire?" The police officer said impatiently. "Do you have to run like a blind man?" "The ventilation here isn't very good," Nicholas said flatly. "If you want to suffocate to death, of course you can." Cohen immediately fell silent. "Right?" In the darkness, Waya leaned against the wall and panted slightly. "Isn't this gatehouse the line of defense to protect Heroic Spirit Palace? How can there be a secret passage to sneak in?" The tunnel was silent for a moment. During the Third Peninsular War, Nicholas' voice came leisurely. The Night Wing King occupied the other districts. Only Axe District, this place, and Heroic Spirit Palace were left. When Heroic Spirit Palace was isolated and helpless, sealed off from all sides, and cut off from supplies, this was the last chance of survival the Northlanders dug out. "Phew," Cohen exhaled. His tone was filled with the joy of escaping from a great disaster. "Thank you, Night Wing King. You're so great." Everyone fell silent. Even if he could not see, Cohen could feel the Northlanders' murderous gazes in that instant. The sound of Miranda's elbow came from the darkness, and Cohen's pained cry. I was just..." A few seconds later, the police officer's awkward voice rose. "Just kidding?" After the war, this secret passage became top secret. Even the secret room had to be kept a secret. Nicholas snorted in disdain. Only the commanders of the White Blade Guards of every generation knew about it. In the darkness, the Constellation's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Even the White Blade Guards stopped in their tracks. Thales was stunned. "Wait." The prince raised his head and looked at the needle-like figure in his field of vision. His tone was full of surprise and bewilderment. "Are you talking about the commanders of the White Blade Guards of every generation?" Nicholas said nonchalantly. "Yes, what's wrong?" Cohen sucked in a cold breath. Miranda, on the other hand, sighed. "The commanders of every generation." Thales exhaled in pain. "Was the commander before you also considered the previous generation?" Nicholas' breathing instantly froze. Raphael sensed that something was wrong. His questioning voice rose behind him. "Is there a problem?" Thales turned his head. With the vision given to him by the sin of Hell's River, he looked at the front of the tunnel. It was pitch black in front of them. It was their only way out. "Yes." In the darkness, Thales said weakly, "And..." Chapter 220. In the dark, Thales followed the fleeing crowd and walked anxiously. The White Blade Guards had already divided into 3 teams. One team went forward to scout for danger, and another team stayed behind to guard against possible pursuers. The last group of guards stood guard around them. Nicholas walked at the front of the team and sighed deeply in the dark. "When did this happen?" he asked hoarsely. No one answered him. Then, Miranda's voice came from the side. "If I had to guess," the swordswoman said flatly, "it was from the beginning." Nicholas was silent for a second. "He might have just been tricked," the current commander of the White Blade Guards said dejectedly. Black Sand region fabricated information about the disaster swords and passed it to Caslin." Thales exhaled. He felt the mental exhaustion begin to attack him again. "No matter what lies ahead, please, hurry up and end it." "Enough," the impatient Cohen replied to the Star Killer. He walked at the back of the team and his voice was a little loud. "Your hypocritical former boss personally appeared to deal with us?" the police officer said mockingly. "He hid among the soldiers of Black Sand region and knocked me down with 2 punches. Then you should feel honored." Nicholas raised his head abruptly. Suppressing his anger, he said coldly in the dark, "Not everyone is qualified to take 2 punches from Caslin." Cohen furrowed his brows and was about to retort, but Raphael interrupted him. Raphael narrowed his eyes. to be able to persuade the groundshaker to help. Now we know how they quietly and effortlessly deceived us into opening the gatehouse. Nicholas lowered his head and did not speak. No one saw that at that moment. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Thales thought of something. Wait, if Caslin knew about this secret passage from the beginning, the prince muttered in the team, then how did you still have the chance to sneak in? Nicholas raised his head. But the person who answered was Cohen. Maybe he wanted to wait for all the White Blade guards to arrive, the police officer said through gritted teeth. Then finish us off again. The others did not speak. The atmosphere became very oppressive. Look, they were guarding us. First, they waited for the Secret Intelligence Department, then the White Blade guards. Before Cohen finished speaking, he said indignantly, besieging the enemy and attacking the reinforcements. Is there a more vivid tactical example than this? Nicholas punched the wall fiercely. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Even in the darkness, everyone looked at him. The Star Killer raised his head and exhaled. Nicholas' gaze turned cold again. Go to hell, Caslin, the Star Killer said coldly. Raphael snorted softly, his meaning unclear. At this moment, perhaps, outside of the debate. Thales' voice cut in abruptly. There was a hint of fatigue in his voice. What should we do? The second prince said quietly, if this is the only exit of the secret passage. Nicholas clenched his fists lightly. The Star Killer suddenly laughed. We don't have a choice, he said softly. Don't we? Therefore, the group of people could only continue to walk on the secret passage in a strange atmosphere, waiting for the unknown dangers on the road ahead, walking towards the equally mysterious exit. Thales sighed softly, but at this moment, he could only abandon all distracting thoughts and focus on moving forward with the team. Another child's figure moved to his side. A soft and gentle voice traveled into his ears. Thales, I can't escape, can I? Little Rascal's expression could not be seen in the darkness, but Thales could hear the sadness and despair in her voice. Thales sighed. He was already annoyed. Right now, he was not in the mood to comfort the little girl. Don't worry, Thales said absent-mindedly. Even if there's an ambush ahead, we'll definitely find a way to escape. But Little Rascal's voice suddenly grew louder. No. She seemed to be a little agitated. Thales was slightly stunned. I'm not talking about that. She panted in the darkness, her voice terrified. I mean, they all found me. I can't escape. I can't leave. Little Rascal's reaction even made Nicholas and the others, who were talking on the other side, involuntarily look at her. It was only then that Thales realized what Little Rascal was talking about. She means... Thales moved closer to Little Rascal. The second prince held his breath. He felt Little Rascal's body rise and fall slightly beside him. They called me Miss Walton. Little Rascal whispered quietly, trying her best to keep her body steady. But Thales could still feel the fear in her heart. Thales' mood darkened. They won't let me go. Little Rascal had already unknowingly sounded like she was about to cry. So that's how it is. They had agreed in the butcher's shop. This little maid had planned to sneak away after escaping danger. But now... Thales raised his head and glanced in the direction of Nicholas and the others. The White Blade guards found her, the Red which recognized her, and Lampard knew that she was here. King Nuvan had not only left her a ring, an identity, but also a curse. A curse that once she joined the game, she could not leave it. The prince's heart was filled with sadness. Not only that, Thales immediately thought of the present after King Nuvan's death. Dragon Cloud City was in chaos. The Walton family's future was in jeopardy. The Cloud Dragon Spear might not be able to rule this city anymore. Extet, the kingdom of the great dragon with 600 years of history, was about to fall into an unknown whirlpool. Its future was uncertain, and its fate was uncertain. Also, Lampard was leading his army and vassals to pin the crime of assassinating the king on Thales' head, even though he was not completely innocent as the Prince of Constellation. He was continuing to carry out his conspiracy in the dark that no one knew about. What does that ambitious and ruthless person want to do? Where will he bring Dragoncloud City, Extet, and the two powerful countries in the Western Peninsula? And these? Thales turned his head. In the darkness, he could vaguely make out the little maid's silhouette. Were these things really something that this little girl, who had experienced life and death in a single night and was sobbing softly in the darkness, could bear? Thales sighed softly. He felt Little Rascal's hand in the darkness. It was a pair of small, dusty hands, trembling and cold. Little Rascal's hand shrank slightly. "Are you afraid?" Thales asked softly, using his softest tone. Little Rascal's sobs stopped for a moment. "Yes." She nodded in the darkness where no one could see. "I'm sorry, but I'm really—" "It's right to be afraid," Thales said flatly. Little Rascal's breathing suddenly froze. "I'm as afraid as you are." Thales' voice rang beside her ear. Little Rascal was stunned. "So we have to remember it." The prince recalled that night in Red Street Market. He could not help but clench his fist slightly. Remember this fear of being at the mercy of others, of being unable to make your own choices. "I hate this feeling," Thales muttered. "This disgust even surpasses the fear I feel." Little Rascal did not speak. She listened to Thales quietly. "So try to hate it. Hate this situation where you have no choice but to become a Walton." Thales held her hand gently. "Then, you will no longer feel afraid of becoming a Walton." Little Rascal said softly, "Disgust." Thales pressed his hand against hers. "Yes. It is precisely because of this disgust, to avoid this fear, to be able to choose freely one day, that we will become stronger," he said in an unquestionable tone. "No matter who you want to become, there is no need to be afraid. When you can face the future without fear." The prince took a deep breath. For some reason, at that moment, Lady Jine's figure actually appeared before his eyes. It was the day she wore high-heeled boots and strode valiantly into the Hall of Stars alone and arrogantly behind the king. It was the unique demeanor she had when she turned a blind eye to the countless gazes around her. Thales' pupils constricted slightly. At that time, you will definitely not be controlled by anything, and will definitely be able to make your own choice. Little Rascal sniffed and fell silent. Thales, on the other hand, was lost in his own thoughts and did not speak. Soon, the first batch of White Blade Guards returned to meet up with them. When they heard their footsteps, Cohen and the others nervously unsheathed their swords. However, the other party brought a few strange pieces of news. "What? You didn't find anything?" Nicholas furrowed his brows. "No." One of the leading guards shook his head in the dark and answered his superior's question. "Whether it's an ambush, a trap, or someone in the open, we didn't find anything. We're already at the exit." The Star Killer furrowed his brows slightly. "Is this normal?" Raphael's voice came from behind. Nicholas shook his head. "It shouldn't be like this," the commander of the White Blade Guards muttered. "Caslin should know about this secret passage." Cohen's voice also came from behind. "Could it be that he still doesn't know about this place?" "It's possible," Miranda said softly. "Or he was delayed by something. Maybe they're lying in ambush outside the exit." Wyatt raised his eyebrows. His voice was filled with worry. "Waiting to catch us all in one go." Thales exhaled through his nose and interrupted them with a sound. "All right." The second prince felt a headache coming on. "It's useless no matter what we say," Thales said dejectedly. "No matter what's waiting in front of us, we only have one answer, don't we?" They could only move forward. There was no way out, just like how he did on the battlefield in front of the fortress. They could only move forward. Everyone in the darkness fell silent again. With an indescribable sense of nervousness, they continued on their way. For a few minutes, only the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard in the darkness of the secret passage. The pitch-black darkness, the dull and monotonous rhythm, and the fear in their hearts caused the atmosphere to become more and more solemn. Because of this, Thales could only count the number of steps in his heart to relieve his increasingly depressed state of mind. Finally, when Thales did not know whether it was the 728th or the 827th step, the walls on both sides of the road in front of them began to reflect a faint light. Everyone's spirits were lifted, but their nerves, which had just relaxed and eased, also tensed up. That's the exit. Nicholas placed his hand on the hilt of his knife and whispered to the people behind him, "Be careful." The group immediately fell silent. Cohen exhaled, shrugged his shoulders and slowed down his pace. Miranda and Raphael remained silent, as if they had a tacit understanding. Thales did not even dare to breathe loudly, afraid that he would startle some unknown entity. But as their field of vision became brighter, they moved forward faster and faster. As they gradually approached the exit, the light in front of them grew brighter. Then, the exit appeared clearly in front of them. At the end of the dark tunnel, there was a hole that emitted a piercing white light. Nicholas sighed. Everyone's nerves also relaxed. It was not because of safety, but because they had been in a dark and oppressive environment for a long time. Even their minds had become abnormal. So, the moment they saw the exit, they felt as if the thing they had been anxiously waiting for had finally come to an end. Even though this is not a good outcome. A silhouette stood at the exit quietly. Thales' heart sank. "Is it the person who will receive us?" he asked softly. "Of course not." Nicholas shook his head. He no longer lowered his voice. "He's not stupid enough to stand at the hole." The Star Killer's expression became very calm. He seemed a little relieved. Cohen sighed. The white blade guards quietly spread out and protected Little Rascal's surroundings. Miranda pressed her hand on the hilt of her sword and opened her mouth slightly. "Are you ready to fight?" Raphael narrowed his eyes. "Did you see who that was?" I couldn't see his face clearly. The corners of Miranda's lips curled up slightly. "But that figure is too familiar." Cohen frowned. "Familiar? You mean Croche?" Nicholas ignored the argument behind him. He gestured to the people behind him and strode forward alone. He walked towards that figure. The figure turned his head slightly. Light shone on his face. When everyone saw the person's face clearly, they were suddenly shocked. That was not the ground shaker, not Caslin. "We meet again." Nicholas walked 10 steps away from the person and sighed softly. "Madame Calchon." In front of him, the red witch smiled slightly and nodded amiably as usual. Thales stared in disbelief at the red witch who appeared before him again. He turned his head to look behind him, then turned back to look at Calchon. "How could she be so fast?" "As expected, Caslin told you about this secret passage," Nicholas said coldly. The red witch smiled faintly. "I only found out about it just now. Don't blame him." The old woman observed Nicholas' position and then raised her eyebrows slightly. "It's close enough, Lord Nicholas." The Star Killer stopped in his tracks. His hand was still pressed on the severing soul's blade. "Where is he?" Nicholas had to squint because of the backlight. He could not see the situation outside the cave clearly. Calchon looked at him and sighed. "He won't show up." Nicholas tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. "Humph." Nicholas looked elsewhere. His voice was full of disdain. "Coward." Behind him, Thales frowned. "They're standing too far away. They can't hear anything." He tried to activate the Sin of Hell's River, but he had used up too much of his power of eradication while searching for the way in the secret passage. He called out a few times, but the Sin of Hell's River did not respond. Miranda had a strange look on her face. Why is it only the Red Witch? Maybe it's an old trick. Cohen shielded Thales' side tightly and looked around suspiciously. That big guy with the blade might be hiding in some gutter, planning to suddenly jump out like the last time. "Be on guard," Raphael said calmly. "This time we don't have backup." "Hey," Wuxia said softly. "When will they start fighting?" Thales watched the two of them talking. His heart was heavy. "We'll find out." Nicholas' gaze returned to Calchon. "What about you? Where's Tolja?" The Star Killer sized up Calchon and estimated the distance between them. He said coldly, "Where's your ambush?" The Red Witch sighed slowly. "Outside." Calchon nodded and bowed slightly. Archers you can't imagine are lying in ambush in the most tricky corners. They're all good snipers and assassins in the secret room. As for Black Sand region, I didn't plan to let them participate in this hunt. Nicholas' pupils shrank slightly. He hated this feeling. It was the feeling of being locked down on the battlefield. His eyes gradually got used to the light. He looked through the hole and saw the scene outside. It was still empty. Nicholas looked back into the Red Witch's eyes. His pale face moved slightly. "Aren't you afraid that I'll hold you hostage again?" Kalshan flashed a friendly smile. "Oh, I'm prepared this time. I'm afraid you won't have it so easy." The uneasiness in Nicholas' heart grew stronger. He fixed his gaze on the old woman and did not speak again. "Then what are you waiting for?" The Star Killer said coldly. "Do it. Or do you think that as long as you block this place, we'll surrender obediently?" But to his surprise, Kalshan shook her head. "Of course not. I do have all the advantages," the Red Witch said flatly. "But that's not what I want. Pointless violence and death won't help. We haven't finished talking either. It's only a conversation between the White Blade Guards and the secret room. It's only between the blade and wing." Nicholas was slightly startled. Chapter 221. Anti-Theft. Do not subscribe. Change back later. If Thales were to make a list of most trusted people in the Constellation Court, Yodel, who never showed his face, would undoubtedly be at the top. From the escape from Red Street Market to the danger he encountered in Vine Manor, to the assassination in front of Renaissance Palace, the masked protector had risked his life to save Thales many times. The most recent time, he almost lost his life for Thales. Not only that, the masked protector was the only person in the Constellation Court who knew his identity as a calamity and still kept a secret. Thales especially cherished this. But now, when he heard Yodel's name in the kingdom of the Great Dragon, Thales realized that he knew very little about this mysterious secret protector of the royal family. He knew nothing about him, whether it was his appearance, age, background, personality, or experience. He could not help but be ashamed to admit that Yodel was more like a familiar stranger to him. Yodel had sacrificed a lot for him, but he had never cared about his condition. "No, there is," Thales thought. "Gilbert told me that Yodel and the 5 war generals of Extet have a deep grudge. For example, he stabbed the Fire Knight of Black Sand region, Tolja, in the back. This was also the reason why he could not come to Extet. And now..." A roar of laughter came from the other side of the hall. It seemed like a dozen Northland nobles were playing some game. Thales then turned his attention back to the kind old woman in front of him. This old woman from Extet claimed that she was Yodel's. Thales sized up the old woman named Kalshan, trying hard to find similarities between the two of them other than the fact that they were mysterious. He hesitated and said, "Mother, please do not doubt me. At my age, I will not joke about my son." Kalshan smiled and shook her head. Thales nodded awkwardly and looked at Putray for help. "What's going on? Who is this old woman?" But Putray still stared at the old woman with a vigilant expression. He shook his head slightly when Thales glanced at him. "I haven't seen him for a long time. I miss him a lot." Kalshan did not seem to care about the exchange between Thales and Putray. Her eyes were filled with nostalgia and love as she spoke. "That child has been a man of few words since he was young. He has a stubborn temper and is clumsy in expressing himself. It is really worrying when he is alone outside. During the days he served the royal family, he must have brought you a lot of trouble." Thales was stunned. Few words. He had a stubborn temper. Poor expression. The silent figure of the masked guard appeared in front of him. What followed was the words Yodel said when he confronted Thales in Mindy's hall and when he mysteriously appeared in the Hall of Stars. "You will be better than him. Please do not worry." Thales pursed his lips as he reminisced. "I believe that he is very well now." Another uproar came from the noisy hall. 2 guests actually started fighting on the table. Thales suddenly realized that he was subconsciously following Kalshan's words and continuing to speak. He quickly shut his mouth and looked at Kalshan warily. However, the other party still smiled in a friendly manner. I'm relieved to know that he's doing well. Please forgive his shortcomings. After all, as a mother, I still understand my child. Kalshan nodded in relief. Then, she sighed and said, Little Yoder has a rare, kind heart. Thales flashed an ugly smile. The scene of Yodel swinging his sword in the dark and taking a person's life appeared before his eyes. Benevolent? He could not help but feel puzzled. Yodel's mother? Why is she in Ekstedt? This old lady… Wait a minute. Old lady? A memory flashed through his mind like lightning. Ah! Thales looked at Kalshan. He shuddered and cried out in surprise. The old woman was still smiling at the second prince of Constellation. Her posture was elegant and her expression was kind. Thales remembered. On the day he left Eternal Star City and set off for Ekstedt, the king and suzerains came to see him off. The last person who came forward to talk to him was a terrifying old man dressed in black and holding a cane. When you reach Ekstedt, please help this old man pass a message to an old woman. You will know when you see her. Don't tell me you are. Thales widened his eyes. Kalshan was still smiling kindly. I'm sorry. But, Senior seemed to have mentioned something related to you. Thales realized that he had lost his composure and said embarrassedly, You know, Senior, the old woman, Kalshan's smile became even brighter. Let me guess. Is it a sinister old man who likes to hide in the dark and wears black all day long? I heard that he has started using a cane in recent years? Thales frowned. Do you know Morat? His vigilance was immediately raised to the highest. A person who can be specially mentioned by the head of the Secret Intelligence Department. Other than dangerous, he really can't think of any other adjective. Hearing the Black Prophet's name, Putre frowned and looked at his prince. I can imagine how you feel, Your Highness. Kalshan smiled. I think knowing him is not something to be happy about, is it? Thales had an answer. Maybe Morat is reminding and warning me. The second prince sighed. He said, If I meet an old woman in Ekstedt who takes the initiative to come up to me, I'm sorry, these are Morat's exact words. It's okay. That old man looks polite, but he doesn't know what manners are. Kalshan shook her head nonchalantly, and the wrinkles on her face smoothed out. Heartbreakers are best at provoking people's hearts. I won't fall for it. Heartbreaker? Thales opened his mouth slightly in surprise, then tried his best to close it. There's a lot of information contained in this sentence. He tilted his head and said awkwardly, In fact, the Black Prophet, Lord Morat Hansen asked me to bring you a message. He actually asked a prince to bring me a message. Kalshan raised her eyebrows. Under her narrowed eyelids, a pair of smiling eyes were revealed. I'm really looking forward to it, Your Highness. Thales only felt that the old woman's kind smile in front of him gave him a lot of pressure, compared to the overbearing, almost tangible pressure he felt when he faced the Black Prophet. This Granny Kalshan revealed information that made him frown with a gentle and friendly attitude. It really made him feel awkward and helpless, and he did not know how to defend himself. He said, Thales laughed dryly, Don't cross the line. As soon as he finished speaking, Thales suddenly realized that the old woman in front of him revealed a strange expression. Don't cross the line. Kalshan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She sighed and lowered her head. Her expression was complicated and indecipherable. She murmured faintly, So what? Before the puzzled Thales could react, Kalshan put away her reminiscence and smiled again. You're in a difficult situation now, Your Highness. You're struggling to survive in the gap between Constellation and the Dragon, and you're also struggling to stay afloat in the maelstrom between the King and the Archduke. Kalshan sized up Thales with a gentle gaze. But please believe me, compared to Morat, these are not worth mentioning. The next moment, under Thales and Putre's puzzled expressions, the old woman nodded gracefully and turned to leave. Thank you for your time. Thales retracted his gaze from the old woman's slowly departing figure. He could not help but notice that all the nobles, servants, and guards on the old woman's path bowed respectfully to her and made way for her. Thales frowned. He could roughly guess the other party's identity. "Oh my God!" Wuxia exclaimed softly behind them. "I just saw the Red Witch?" Thales turned his head and looked at his attendant. "I'm sorry, I thought they all." Wuxia's face was full of surprise. They don't easily appear in front of people. Them? Thales exhaled and helplessly grabbed a piece of buttered bread. "So my guess was right? That Granny Kalshan, she is—" "That's right," Putre replied with a solemn expression, using the bardic poem he was good at. "The stars shine, and the dim places are pitch black. The great dragon soars in the sky, and the shadows under its wings are endless." Thales and Wuxia looked at the Bard Vice diplomat together. That lady is a terrifying figure who is as famous as the Black Prophet of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Putre's eyes were filled with fierceness as he said softly, "She is the person with the highest authority in Extet's secret room. The Red Witch, Kalshan." Thales, who had a huge headache, rolled his eyes. To be able to establish a foothold in Extet's palace as a woman and let people call her the evil witch legend, "Be careful, Your Highness. She's definitely not just here to watch the show. You may not believe me when I say this, but after I saw that lady—" Thales put the bread into his mouth dejectedly and looked at the two Northlanders who were fighting fiercely with their bare fists in the distance. He said listlessly, "I miss Murat so much now. Also, who is Yodel?" Putre looked at Thales doubtfully. "Does he serve the royal family?" "This, a royal secret." Thales picked up an iron fork and stabbed it into the onion in front of him. "The secret protector of the Supreme King of Constellation is actually the son of Extet's head of intelligence." Sigh, another bottomless pit of gossip. In this banquet specially organized for the Prince of Constellation's arrival and the gathering of the 5 archdukes, the Prince of Constellation, as the one being welcomed in name, was undoubtedly neglected. Fortunately, nothing troublesome happened. Some Northland nobles who were here to watch the show would occasionally come up to greet him, and Thales could also return their greetings appropriately under Putre's advice. It was not as if there were no drunkards who came up to provoke him, but Lord Merk could always mobilize his men at the right time and drag away waves of drunkards. Chapter 222. The stern-looking, white-haired Count Leespan was sitting at the long table in the Sword District's disciplinary hall. He raised his head with a stern expression and asked aloud, "Say that again?" In front of him, a lean and strong middle-aged Northland noble bowed slightly with a stern expression. This middle-aged noble was dressed in regular clothes. His every move carried the military style that even the day before the bitter cold winter could not wash away. A soldier discovered it. The person in charge of the disciplinary hall, the chief garrison officer of the capital, Viscount Lysden, narrowed his eyes. The routine report sent back from Heroic Spirit Palace is very strange. The password at the gatehouse is not quite right. His expression turned cold and his eyes shone with a light that was as sharp as a sword's edge. "It seems to have been tampered with, Your Excellency." Count Leespan frowned. As the Prime Minister who had served King Nuvan for many years and the most trusted vassal of Dragon Cloud City, Count Leespan was always the last person to speak at the Imperial Conference. His words were usually the final word. For example, the resolution passed a month ago to allow the troublesome Prince of Constellation to come to Extet. Ever since King Nuvan personally handed him the ring that symbolized the authority of the Prime Minister, Count Leespan had been through countless storms in his political career that spanned decades. He could be said to have seen many things. But at this moment, Leespan felt that everything he had experienced in the past 2 days was almost equivalent to the first half of his life. First, the king summoned all the archdukes to a room. Leespan stood in the Hall of Heroes with a frown as he watched King Nuvan propose a duel that was almost suicidal. Then, he watched King Nuvan kill Pofrit on the spot to avenge his second son and intimidate the other archdukes. As a result, the long-discussed plan to dispatch troops by the king and the Imperial Conference had to be pushed forward. But the calamity and Kilika that came at night woke up almost everyone in Dragon Cloud City from their sweet dreams. Then, the great dragon, which had not been seen for hundreds of years, came again. Then, Leespan encountered the biggest problem in his life. The king was missing. Lisban had seen the bloody battle in the 38th century ground 20 years ago, experienced the most dangerous day before the bitter cold winter 16 years ago, received the bad news of Prince Soria's defeat in the Battle of White Mountain, learned of the dangerous situation of the glacier orcs causing a massive uproar, had a headache over the tense situation of the Archduke of Black Sand region dying in battle, and had faced the dangerous situation of insufficient supplies during the war with Constellation, but none of them could compare to the current situation. The various strange things in Dragon Cloud City made him fearful and extremely anxious. Heroic Spirit Palace? The Gatehouse? The Prime Minister felt that there was one more thing on his mind. But he seemed to have vaguely grasped something. It might be the answer to the question. Lisban turned his head. His Majesty still hasn't been found? No news from the White Blade Guards either? Where's Nicholas? Viscount Lysden's face darkened. No, only a few scattered White Blade Guards. They survived the battle against the calamities with heavy injuries. They know nothing. Lysden shook his head. Also, the rumors in the city are growing. Count Lisban nodded and sighed. Rumors? The Prime Minister muttered. Rumors about the Constellations assassinating His Majesty? Impossible. Lisban furrowed his brows. His Majesty worked with the Prince of Constellation last night to uncover the traitor among the Archdukes. But what about the Prince of Constellation and His Majesty's granddaughter? Prime Minister Lisban raised his head and looked at Lysden. His Majesty was also looking for them, wasn't he? Viscount Lysden still shook his head. His Majesty gave this task to the secret room, but he hasn't seen Madame Calchon for a long time. The veins on the back of Count Lisban's hand tightened. What a bad feeling. He exhaled deeply, his expression solemn. After the great dragon appeared, Dragon Cloud City was actually in chaos. The Prime Minister raised his head. Is there anything else unusual? Yes. Viscount Lysden's eyes shone. The number of patrols. At that moment, the gazes of the two high-ranking officials moved simultaneously. Go on, Count Lisban said flatly. The chaos in the city has not ended, and the martial law around Shield District has not been lifted. But Viscount Lysden said cautiously. 2 disciplinary officers under me reported that they saw at least 2 patrols coming out of Shield District. I have already sent people to investigate, he said solemnly. Lisban did not speak, but the clues were already connected. The password of the gatehouse is not that easy to tamper with. The Prime Minister frowned. Combined with this strange information, my God! His expression did not change, but his tone was filled with unease. Viscount Lysden's expression changed. You mean? Prime Minister Lisban nodded. His expression was solemn. I'm afraid something has happened at the first gatehouse in front of Heroic Spirit Palace. The chief garrison officer clenched his fist. No way? The Viscount exhaled in disbelief. Those are the soldiers of a gatehouse, and behind them are the reinforcements from Heroic Spirit Palace. Speaking of this, Lysden's eyebrows twitched again. There are 4 archdukes in Heroic Spirit Palace. He murmured, Don't tell me they're working together. No, it's too early to say. The Prime Minister waved his hand. A deep suspicion surged in his heart. But there's only one thing I'm sure of. Before there's news from His Majesty, we can't sit here and wait. Lisban raised his head. His gaze was sharp. We have to at least inform the 4 archdukes. Lysden frowned. If they're really behind the scenes, then it'll be time for them to give themselves away. Lisban clenched his fists. His heart was in a mess. I hope His Majesty is safe, but once... He did not continue, but Lysden knew the worry in the Prime Minister's heart. Once something happened in Dragon Cloud City, could they still detain or even kill the 4 archdukes? Then, they would truly become extant sinners. What are you going to do? Viscount Lysden paused for a moment. His expression was worried. Without the king's warrant, we can't directly recruit militia. Or do you want to recruit your own troops? Or can we write a letter ourselves and summon the counts outside the city? Leespan did not speak. In a situation where the king was missing, a count and a viscount would privately lead troops, and even summon the vassals to lead troops into the capital. Both of them knew what this decision entailed. No, this is not conventional and it'll take too much time. Count Leespan stood up and shook his head. I have a feeling that by that time it'll be too late. Give up on the usual means of communication. Release the messenger crow and contact Heroic Spirit Palace. See the Archduke's reaction. His pupils shrank slightly. Also, gather the military forces of the main disciplinary hall and recall the existing patrols. We'll bring our current military forces and rush to the gatehouse. We'll see who's behind this, whether it's the cowards from Constellation or someone else. Prime Minister Leespan thought to himself. Nicholas frowned with a serious expression. Kalshan, on the other hand, flashed a gentle smile again. Thales, on the other hand, looked puzzled. In the next second, the Red Witch leaned forward and whispered something into Nicholas' ear. That's strange. Her voice was too soft. Thales frowned. The Red Witch was speaking in a whisper, and he could not hear her clearly. But this did not stop him from seeing Nicholas' back suddenly tremble. His guarantee, is it? Kalshan's voice was intermittent. Thales felt as if there were countless ants crawling over his heart. This feeling of only listening to half of what she said. It's really annoying. Nicholas froze for a moment. Then the Star Killer sighed and leaned over to the Red Witch's ear. He also whispered something into her ear. He still has blood. Thales sighed. He still did not hear anything. Compared to Thales, who could eavesdrop, the people standing a distance away from the two felt anxious. They watched anxiously, but did not dare to act rashly. Are they going to drink? Cohen raised his eyebrows and mocked. But just as he finished speaking, the masters of the secret room and White Blade ended their conversation. Nicholas turned around and absent-mindedly walked towards the others. The Red Witch raised her head and smiled at the group. Then, she bowed slightly, turned around, and left the cave. Watching the two separate, Thales had inexplicable questions in his heart. What's going on? The White Blade guards in the secret room, what are they? At that moment, Raphael, Miranda, Cohen, Waya, Ralph, and the other White Blade guards all looked at the Star Killer with puzzled expressions. But Nicholas only had a stunned expression on his face. This kind of Star Killer is rare, Thales thought in his heart. What happened? Thales could not help but ask. Are they going to trap us here until we die? Nicholas suddenly snapped out of his daze. Let's go. The Star Killer raised his head and swept his gaze over everyone. We are safe. The secret room has retreated, he said in a flat tone and absent-mindedly. And for some reason, the people from Black Sand region did not appear. Raphael raised his eyebrows and walked forward. Why did she leave? The young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department cautiously observed his surroundings and secretly held the hilt of his sword. Where is Caslin? Nicholas subconsciously let out a cold laugh. She let us go. The Star Killer shook his head. As for Caslin, I don't know. Thales was slightly stunned. Let us go? He stared blankly at the empty cave entrance and blinked, as if he could not believe it. How is this possible? Cohen slapped his head and looked serious. Oh, she let us go. But in the next moment, the police officer's expression changed drastically. What? He opened his mouth wide and his expression became exaggerated. Let us go? Cohen widened his eyes. What did you do? Nicholas raised his head and forced a disdainful smile. I showed her my handsome face. He looked at Cohen and mocked him coldly. Then her heart softened. Cohen blinked his eyes in confusion and looked at Miranda and Raphael for help. Miranda raised her eyebrows. You don't know how to tell jokes, Your Grace. Miranda sighed. You don't have to force yourself. Nicholas' smile disappeared and he snorted coldly. Thales pursed his lips. He looked at Raphael's thoughtful expression and asked, What did you say to her? Nicholas raised his head and looked outside the cave entrance, at the Northland sky. He exhaled with an indecipherable expression. His expression was subtle and complicated. We made a deal, the Star Killer said slowly. We made a deal. I offered a bargaining chip to the secret room in exchange for our freedom, he murmured in a low voice. Thales was shocked. Bargaining chip? What bargaining chip? What did Nicholas say to the Red Witch? What kind of price would make the secret room give up on the heir of Constellation and the heir of the Northern Territory? Give up on the Walton bloodline of Dragon Cloud City? But Nicholas only shook his head. A very big bargaining chip. A bargaining chip that he did not know whether it was good or bad. Nicholas thought in a daze. Chapter 223. When the group of people walked out of the secret tunnel, filled with doubts and uneasiness, Thales had a vague illusion that he had seen the light of day again. But whenever he thought of everything that happened in Dragon Cloud City, his mood seemed to be shrouded in a shadow. The assassination, conspiracy, and betrayal became more and more tainted, and he could not get rid of it. He was sent to put an end to the potential war between the two countries. But Neuvin's head, which had rolled on the ground, and Lampard's rough and cold face appeared before Thales' eyes. He could not help but hold his breath. The second prince raised his head and looked at the gray Northland sky, but only felt even more lost. What's the next step? Miranda was still vigilantly looking around. In a remote and narrow corner of the city, the mottled stone wall was full of traces of time and weather. She turned to the Star Killer and said, "Your plan? To find the vassals who are still loyal to the Walton family?" But Nicholas only stared at his weapon with a serious expression. He turned a deaf ear to her words, as though he was still immersed in the negotiation with the Red Witch. The one who answered her was Raphael. Dragon Cloud City is still very dangerous, even for the Walton family's vassals. The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department frowned. We can't just show up like this. His Highness' safety is our first priority. It concerns the stability of Constellation. Waya interrupted and sighed. Right now, all the Northlanders in Dragon Cloud City are looking for him. In a few days, all of Extet might join in. We are such a large group of people. Thales sighed. Ralph patted his shoulder. The latter shook his head at Waya with a stern gaze. Waya did not continue, but he still glanced at the white blade guards. His face was filled with deep worry. Thales felt many gazes on him, intentionally or unintentionally. He understood what Waya meant. These white blade guards were Northlanders after all. Maybe they had a common enemy, maybe their goals and interests were temporarily the same, but they were not on his side after all. Getting out of trouble and finding a chance to part ways with them, this was the safest thing to do. The common crisis made the Constellations and Northlanders temporarily work together. But after escaping danger, the tension of hostility seemed to have returned. It could be seen from their clear formation. And the reason the white blade guards are here. Thales turned his head and met Little Rascal's gaze. It was a pair of confused and nervous eyes that didn't know what to do. Thales was momentarily stunned. The silent Nicholas seemed to have finally snapped out of his daze. He raised his head, narrowed his eyes, and looked forward. We'll think about these things after we've settled down. The Star Killer exhaled a long breath. The people who will receive us will be here soon. Let's go to the shelter first. Thales frowned. Shelter? From the moment we arrived, this city has had a lot of opinions about the prince. Cohen also revealed a puzzled expression. Not to mention, after such a major incident, who can still protect us in Dragon Cloud City? Raphael shook his head, his expression deep. For some existences, no matter how big the matter is, it's just a dispute between mortals. Thales was instantly stunned. The next moment, a sturdy figure appeared at the corner ahead. The group immediately entered a state of alert. But Nicholas waved his hand and asked them to remove their guard. We're on the same side, the Star Killer said briefly, then glanced at the newcomer with a complicated expression. It was a burly man with a crew cut. Thales couldn't help but narrow his eyes, trying to see who it was. That person seems a little familiar. That's... Thales' heart skipped a beat. Shock and astonishment surged in his heart. Merc? The prince looked at the newcomer and could not help but call out his name in great shock and bewilderment. Lord Merc. The newcomer's expression froze slightly. The former king's administrator of Dragoncloud City, the criminal exiled by King Nuven himself in the Hall of Heroes. Lord Merc walked towards them with a warrior's gait. He looked at the Prince of Constellation, who had witnessed the tragedy in the Hall of Heroes, with a complicated expression. His Majesty has stripped me of my position and title. You might as well change the way you address me. Merc exhaled and said in a low voice, Good day, Prince Thales. Many images surged into Thales' mind. Alex's twitching body and her limp hands. Merc's tearful confession as he knelt on the ground. King Nuven's roar filled with hatred and pain. Merc held his daughter, who was no longer breathing, and staggered out of the hall absent-mindedly. You! Thales felt suffocated. He opened his mouth, but the words were cut off when they reached his lips. He saw Merc's gaze. The former administrator's expression was calm, but his eyes were a lifeless gray. It was as if there was nothing else in the world that could pique his interest. Thales suddenly thought of another pair of eyes. Blacksword's eyes. It was strange, but Thales had this feeling. The former king's administrator looked at Little Rascal behind Thales with a complicated gaze. Little Rascal did not seem to expect to see the former administrator here. She seemed to have remembered something and lowered her head subconsciously. Merc shut his mouth. His expression was gloomy, and he did not say a word. Nothing unexpected happened? Nicholas walked forward and clasped Merc's hand tightly before he released it. Merc shook his head but did not say a word. Please come with me. Merc looked at the group of people with a calm expression, turned around and walked back. Try to be quiet and respectful. Cohen looked at his surroundings, and doubts arose in his mind. There was no one around. The dilapidated walls and floor tiles, the unswept snow and withered branches looked like the backyard of a noble's house that had not been cleaned for many years. Respectful. The police officer exhaled and raised his head to look at a majestic stone house with only a small door. Speaking of which, what is this place? Miranda seemed to have noticed something. She raised her index finger to her lips and gestured for him to keep quiet. Just do as I say. Cohen raised his eyebrows and followed the group forward. Thales turned his head and looked at Nicholas anxiously. Why? The Star Killer's words were stuck in his throat. I know what you're thinking. Nicholas lowered his head. He looked at Merc's back with a subtle expression. Yes, King Nuven exiled him, and... The Star Killer immediately raised his head. His gaze slowly became firm. But Merc, he was, or at least was a White Blade guard. Thales frowned. He's still loyal to Walton? Nicholas shook his head. He's loyal to his creed. The Star Killer sighed. No one knew what he was thinking about. No matter what happens, this has never changed. This is also the reason why we, the White Blade guards, are here. Thales was slightly stunned. He remembered the scene when the 4 White Blade guards hugged each other's arms and surrounded him and Little Rascal under the crossbows of Black Sand region. He sighed softly. Thank you, Lord Nicholas. There was a barely discernible emotion in Thales' tone. And thank you, White Blade guards. Nicholas raised his eyebrows slightly. If you really want to thank me, strange boy, then return the favor. The Star Killer and Thales' gazes met in the air. One day, when you sit on the throne, then return the favor. Thales did not speak. He only smiled faintly and followed the group into the small door of the stone house. Be careful. Thales heard Waya whisper to Ralph from behind him. God knows what this place is, and God knows what's waiting for us in front. Ralph let out a muffled snort that was hard to decipher. It seemed to be a little disdainful. The stone house was very spacious. It seemed to be a large back hall, but the lights in the hall were dim. The lighting was not from the chandelier, but from the layers of portable everlasting lamps hanging on the wall. Thales could not adapt to the sudden darkness for a while. He widened his eyes and tried to see his surroundings clearly. There was a thick smell of lamp oil in the air. Thales thought, with this thick smell of eternal oil, It seems that the owner of this stone house is either rich or of high status. Raphael seemed to be very familiar with this place. He walked into the darkness ahead, and when he came out again, his hands were already covered with bandages and medicine. He casually tossed one of the rolls of bandages to the puzzled Cohen, and carefully handed a bottle of medicine to the stunned Miranda. Treat your wounds and recover as soon as possible. Raphael pointed at the wound on Cohen's body, which was tightened with his power of eradication. His expression was solemn. Our battle is not over yet. This is the sanctuary? What is this place? Waya narrowed his eyes and looked at the stone walls and floor tiles around him. His hand was still firmly on the hilt of his sword. Wait, I think I've seen buildings of this style before. At this moment, two figures appeared in the darkness ahead. Your Highness! A younger figure walked forward quickly. There was a smile on his face, and his voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Thank you, gods, for your safe return. Thales was stunned. You are Willow. It was the new recruit they brought with them at Broken Dragon Fortress. The one who was almost hanged as a deserter. Your Highness, you. The other figure, who was slightly more mature, sighed in relief. I knew it. The veteran Genid stared at Thales with a complicated gaze. I knew it. Thales looked at the two familiar people in the Constellation diplomat group and felt as if a shackle had been lifted from his heart. You! Thales looked at the group and thought of something. Where are the others? As soon as he finished speaking, another familiar voice came from the darkness ahead. Looks like everything went smoothly? Thales' heart trembled. He immediately blurted out, Put Ray. Under everyone's gazes, the experienced and knowledgeable vice diplomat of the Constellation Diplomat Group, Lord Nemain Putray, came before them. The thin man still held his pipe in his hand. He seemed very calm, but even though his pipe was filled with tobacco, it was not lit. Your Highness, Putray flashed a faint smile, but there was a hint of gratification in his tone. I'm very happy to see you return safely. Thales stared at his vice diplomat quietly. A few seconds later, he flashed a smile and exhaled. I'm also very happy to see you safe and sound. The prince let down his guard and said with a smile, Your Excellency. Putray nodded and turned to look at the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department. Were there any accidents in the gatehouse? The vice diplomat asked faintly. There were some accidents. Raphael's expression changed slightly, but it settled. Thales thought of something. Putray and the people from the Secret Intelligence Department. They seem to be very close? That's good. Putray looked at Nicholas and Merc and nodded slowly. Thank you for your hard work. Nicholas snorted coldly and turned to leave. Merc, on the other hand, nodded emotionlessly in response. Thales frowned. He's also very close to the White Blade Guards. Try to rest for a while. Putray did not care about the White Blade Guard's indifference. He forced himself to give the prince a meaningful smile. We still have a long journey ahead of us. Thales gave him a deep look and raised his eyebrows. At that moment, he had a lot of things to say and many questions to ask. The calamities, the dragon, Black Sword, Nuven's death, Lampard's conspiracy, Shadow Shield, the secret room schemes, the strangeness of the Secret Intelligence Department, the secrets of the White Blade Guards. But when these words reached the tip of his tongue, they stopped abruptly and turned into an empty sigh. Thales' expression darkened. Along with nervousness and apprehension, fatigue and drowsiness attacked him again. It's not over yet, right? The prince turned his head with a complicated expression and looked at Little Rascal, who was surrounded by the White Blade Guards. He said dejectedly, This nightmare. Putray looked at him quietly and did not say a word. He could only sigh silently in his heart. It will end, the vice diplomat said flatly. A nightmare is also a dream. At this moment, a young girl dressed in a silver-white robe walked forward slowly. Her expression was solemn and respectful as she bowed slightly to the people of Constellation. Thales was slightly stunned. He saw the pattern on the girl's robe clearly, a crescent moon. "The high priestess wants to see him," the girl said softly. Her voice was hollow and seemingly emotionless. Raphael raised his eyebrows. "Who?" The girl did not speak. She only quietly cast her gaze at the crowd. After a full 3 seconds, Thales realized that she was looking at him. "Why?" Putre frowned. "His Highness, the high priestess request is God's will." The young girl turned to the side and raised her hand behind her in an inviting manner. Thales was immediately stunned. "Huh?" Perplexed, he asked the people around him, "What will it be?" Putre pursed his lips. He wanted to say something, but stopped. He seemed a little worried. But even without his explanation, Thales recognized this place. His eyes had already adapted to the dim light. He could barely see the walls on both sides. They were full of murals and reliefs. The direction the girl was pointing at was a huge stone statue surrounded by everlasting lamps. On the stone statue, there was a woman with an indifferent expression. She held her left shoulder with her right hand and pressed her right hip bone with her left hand. Behind the stone statue was a huge full moon, but there were arcs carved out of the moon's surface. It looked like it was expressing the layers of changes in the moon's phase. Thales was stunned. He recognized the stone statue. Thales knew what kind of place the sanctuary he was in was. In the next second, Thales' gaze was suddenly attracted by a slim figure under the stone statue. In front of the stone statue, a masked female figure stood quietly. She wore a silver robe, and the robe was embroidered with a crescent moon and a full moon. Just like the bright moon goddess statue, Thales also recognized the woman. It was the woman Thales had met once in the Hall of Heroes. The woman who had witnessed the duel between King Nuvan and Pofret. The high priestess of Bright Moon Temple, Jewel Holm. She was quietly looking at Thales with a pair of beautiful, emotionless eyes behind her veil. Chapter 224. Thales did not know much about the gods. Most of it was limited to the 2 great temples in Eternal Star City, Sunset and Dark Night. The former's priests were compassionate but overbearing. Yes, these 2 could appear on the same person at the same time without contradicting each other. While the latter's believers were kind but neurotic. Yes, these 2 did not contradict each other. At least, this was Thales' perception. But this was his first time in Bright Moon's territory. Northland's Bright Moon Temple. Thales approached High Priestess Holm cautiously with a face full of suspicion. The statue behind the High Priestess was quite awe-inspiring when he looked at it up close, just like Raikaru's statue. On the altar, there were a few everlasting lamps surrounding the statue of the deity, slightly illuminating the dim room. The High Priestess' face was still hidden behind a veil. A pair of clear eyes stared at Thales with a strange color. Her emotions were unclear. Thales felt a little uneasy when he was stared at by those clear eyes. He turned his head subconsciously, only to see Putre, Nicholas, Merc, and the rest retreating to other rooms. Little Rascal was dragged into another room by the White Blade guards, occasionally turning her head to look at him. "All right, looks like it's just me and her." Thales turned his head back and took a deep breath, preparing to face the mysterious priestess. But when he looked up, he saw the Bright Moon Goddess statue behind High Priestess Holm. The Bright Moon Goddess' emotionless stone eyes seemed to be staring somewhere else, indifferent to everything around her. It was completely different from the Sunset Goddess statue in Eternal Star City. Thales still remembered the scene when he snuck into Sunset Temple to beg. He once stuck his head out from the steps of the altar to look around, and he was shocked by the statue of the goddess. The eyes of the Sunset Goddess seemed to be vigilant all the time, closely watching every person who saw her statue. Of course, Sunset Temple was much grander than this shabby. Thales observed the decorations around him and could not help but stick out his tongue. Bright Moon Altar. "You are confused." Thales was startled and suddenly realized that High Priestess Holm was talking to him. The High Priestess' tone was almost the same as when she presided over a duel. Her voice was ethereal and emotionless. Holm's eyes were still locked on him. Compared to the High Priestess Lycia of the Sunset Temple, this High Priestess lacked an overbearing aura. Instead, she had a unique aura of quietness and hibernation. Thales opened his mouth slightly. With countless questions in his heart, he answered tentatively, "I am indeed so." High Priestess Holm did not speak. She continued to stand quietly under the bright moon god statue. Her temperament and the atmosphere of the god statue behind her actually matched very well. Thales frowned. His eyes darted around the altar, and he could not help but say, actually, he could not go on. Holm interrupted him coldly. "Have you ever seen a god?" Thales raised an eyebrow. Oh my god. He really wasn't in the mood to discuss this right now. Outside the temple, Lampard, the Walton family, Extet, and Constellation had a whole lot of trouble waiting for him. When he thought of this, Thales sighed. "I'm sorry I'm now." But the High Priestess did not seem to want him to speak. Since an unknown period of history, when all living beings in the mortal world began to compete with each other for their own insignificant lives, the concept of gods has existed in the minds of mortals, Holmes said flatly. Thales was slightly stunned. What? High Priestess Holmes' eyes shone with the color of clear water, and her voice was tranquil and natural. In the history of the mortal world, the first batch of gods were closely related to the images in the hearts of mortals, she said softly. Holy Sun, bright moon, dark night, mountains, sea shepherd, harvest, desert. Thales' eyelids twitched. From the mysterious temple to the legends spoken by the people, he had heard a few of them. These gods do not have their own names. They do not have names that can be called by the mortals, and they do not have names that can be understood by the mortals. The High Priestess said slowly, but her next sentence took a turn. But do these gods really exist? Thales was shocked. What the hell? In the face of the High Priestess' baffling question, he looked at the stone statue and the altar behind the High Priestess, then at the High Priestess veil. He was a little troubled about how to answer and how to quickly escape. If I remember correctly, you are the priestess of the goddess behind me, Thales said awkwardly, grabbing his hair. And for you to ask me this question, it is a little... There is no conflict, Holmes said flatly. Thales raised his eyebrows and revealed a puzzled expression. High Priestess Holm turned her head and glanced at the stone statue behind her. The gods that mortals believe in and the gods themselves are not the same thing. Huh? Thales was stunned again. The gods they believe in are not the same as the real gods. Should this be something a high priestess or even a high priestess, the spokesperson of the gods in the world, should say? Why does it sound so reactionary? High Priestess Holmes said softly, "Have you ever wondered why the bright moon behind me has the image of a human?" Thales' eyebrows twitched slightly. He looked at the stone statue behind Holm. The goddess' expression was still cold and indifferent. "Why?" he asked involuntarily. Holmes' veil trembled slightly. As she spoke, it vibrated. "Do you know the bright god?" The bright god. Thales thought of something. "Wait, I've heard of this name." Holm did not let him continue. "The supreme god of light, Lo Sophia." The head priestess of the Bright Moon Divine Hall said indifferently. She was once the only true god recognized by the entire empire, the creator of the world, the supreme god among gods. It wasn't the earliest recorded god in the mortal world, but it was certainly the most widely spread god among the humans. When the war between the humans and the orcs broke out, its name was sung among the first batch of human believers of the god. For 1,000 years, until the ancient empire disappeared and completely collapsed, the rise and fall of the Bright God Church was interspersed in human history, witnessing the independence, unification, and expansion of humans. Thales listened to Holmes' history lesson in embarrassment. He was a little dazed. Usually, he would be very curious and interested. But now, God. Is there a better way to politely express something like, "I'm hanging up," or "I'm going offline face-to-face"? High Priestess Holm did not seem to care about Thales' embarrassment at all. She only continued to speak. That's why humans look like gods. She did not seem to care about Thales' embarrassment at all. She continued to speak. That's why humans look like gods. She lowered her head and looked at Thales. Do you believe it? Thales was startled again. He shrugged. As he thought of a reason to escape, he answered perfunctorily, I don't know. However, the other party did not seem to want him to answer. The truth is, when the bright God Church fell apart with the fall of the ancient empire, the glory of the supreme bright God gradually dimmed. Holmes' voice gradually became softer, as though she was brewing a wave of emotions. Even humans themselves rarely mentioned the existence of the bright God. The high priestess shook her head slowly. She seemed to be a little mocking and emotional. If gods really exist, if they really are the creator of all things in the world, why would they allow such a thing to happen? Thales frowned slightly. So, gods don't exist? He spread his hands and asked tentatively, all the gods are imagined by the believers? Alright, it's a very interesting point of view. I understand. I still have something to do, so I'll first. But Holmes interrupted his attempt to stop the conversation again. You're not listening to me. Thales shrugged helplessly. Alright, but is it really okay to talk about these things to a child? High Priestess Holmes shook her head and said flatly, you and I both know that you're not a child. This simple sentence suddenly made Thales nervous. The High Priestess continued softly. Do not look down on something just because it is inconspicuous or not related to the current priority. From the moment you embarked on your journey, every inconspicuous detail could be an opportunity to dominate your future. The statue, the dagger, the shawl, the fangs, the brooch, the messenger crow, the statue, the glasses, the bloodline. High Priestess Holmes narrowed her eyes. Every detail. I believe you have a deep feeling about this. Thales frowned. He sensed something unusual from the High Priestess' words. 3 seconds later, Thales sighed helplessly. I really don't have time. We're still running for our lives, aren't we? But, so, he asked weakly, what is a god? Holmes raised her head slowly and stared at the stone statue behind her. The gods that believers believe in are only their own gods. Alright, if I really have to ramble on and on about these things. Thales took a deep breath. The second prince raised his head, braced himself, and said seriously to the High Priestess, so, the real gods are different from the gods in faith? Is this what you want to say? Holmes did not speak. She only stared at Thales quietly. Thales returned her gaze, trying his best not to think about his current predicament and problem. It was very strange. During the process of meeting the High Priestess' gaze, the heavy feeling in his heart slowly dissipated. A few seconds later, Holmes spoke softly. Mortals often use their own limited imagination to understand the gods in their hearts. There seemed to be a kind of magic in the High Priestess' eyes that attracted Thales' gaze. Those are the gods that they look forward to: fear, loathe, revere, love, and worship. At that moment, Thales had the illusion that the High Priestess' eyes were shining. According to what they know, mortals endow the gods in their hearts with all kinds of existences and definitions, from their images to their actions, from their deeds to their personalities, from their birth to their end. They even give them names similar to mortals. Holmes narrowed her eyes slightly. With one hand on her shoulder and the other on her hip, she struck a pose similar to that of the goddess behind her. For example, Errol. Thales frowned slightly. So, he stared at the statue behind the High Priestess. Curiosity welled up in his heart. Does the bright moon goddess have a name? Are there other gods? Sunset? Dark night? Master of mountains? Holmes shook her head slowly. To be given a mortal name by mortals in the hearts of the people, and then be called out by the mouths of the people in unison. This is a connection with extraordinary significance. In the known records and long history, only 2 gods have accepted, or rather, been willing to accept this connection. Holmes continued, they are also the gods who are most deeply involved with the world of mortals. They are even used to name the world of mortals. Thales was stunned again. A mortal name that is called out by the people is an extraordinary connection? For some reason, at that moment, he suddenly remembered Asda's words. When you become a mystic and find your own name of origin. Name of origin. Mortal name. Thales' eyelids twitched. Why do they all emphasize the importance of names? His curiosity was suddenly piqued. Two gods with names, mortal names? The second prince scratched his head. All right, one of them is Errol. I know this, it's the Errol world. Then who is the other one? You are not listening to me, High Priestess Holm repeated coldly. She had no intention of satisfying his curiosity. Thales narrowed his eyes. But this time, in front of the High Priestess, the prince felt as if he was being lectured by a teacher. Why are you so stupid? Before he could react, Holm had already continued to speak. Mortals portray gods in their own image because that is the scope of what mortals know, the High Priestess said flatly. Faith is born amidst countless feelings of love and hate. People who believe in gods gather in groups, connect with each other, resonate with each other, entrust their hearts to each other. Churches, temples, altars, and rituals are built one after another. Holm raised her hand and gestured at the temples around her. Just like that, formless faith becomes a tangible existence. The communication between the gods and mortals completed the first cycle of reincarnation. Thales furrowed his brows and listened to High Priestess Holm. Why does the bright moon goddess have such an appearance? The High Priestess returned to her original topic. It is not because God created humans in her own image, but because the people who believe in her look like this. But perhaps you need to understand. High Priestess Holm's eyes shone with fierceness. Gods are gods and faith is faith. The former is in God, and the latter is in humans. Thales thought of something. Wait a minute, you mean? Thales pondered over the High Priestess' words and said slowly, so, gods exist independently, and the gods in the believers' hearts are imagined by themselves? Holm did not answer him directly. High Priestess Holm's eyes shone with a strange emotion. At the beginning of faith, mortals were used to categorizing things they could not understand into the category of gods. They only needed to understand the existence of gods, and then hand over the things they could not understand to the gods to solve. It is as if by believing in the existence of gods, they can solve those incomprehensible puzzles. This is precisely the biggest problem. Thales raised his eyebrows. He did not quite understand her intentions. High Priestess Holm stared straight into Thales' eyes. Gods are obviously things that mortals cannot understand. But mortals think that they understand gods. From the beginning to the end, they believe in gods with shallow thinking and rely on gods to create gods. This is where the contradiction lies. Thales exhaled and shrugged. Are you trying to say that the existence of gods surpasses the understanding of mortals? High Priestess Holm's veil moved slightly, giving Thales the illusion that she was smiling. Or conversely, the understanding of mortals surpasses the existence of gods. High Priestess Holm sighed softly. She closed her eyes and said slowly, mortals always judge gods with their own poor thinking. Because of their short lifespans, they imagine gods to be eternal and immortal existences. Because of their weak power, they presume gods to be existences with unparalleled power. Because they think of themselves as a member of the multitude of living beings, they imagine gods to be stronger and of a higher level than them. Under Thales' gaze, Holmes suddenly opened her eyes. Her speech gradually sped up. The problem is eternity, power, life, these mortal things. If gods are indeed beyond the understanding of mortals and stand in a different perspective, then do they really care about these things? Do they care about faith? Do they care about believers? Do they care about power and eternity? In fact, do they even care about whether they exist or not? Thales watched Holm finish her words in puzzlement, but he did not want to interrupt her. I'm not a god, am I? Thales scratched his head and sighed. But in the myths, Errol sacrificed himself to save the world, didn't he? He said with a headache. The god of dark night always descends to the mortal world. The master of mountains even asked his believers to help those in the day before the bitter cold winter. Thales did not continue, because he saw Holmes smiling. Despite the veil, Thales could somehow recognize that the high priestess of Bright Moon Temple was smiling faintly. Where did you hear these words? The high priestess asked softly, as if she was afraid of waking up a sleeping child. Of course. Thales exhaled, but he was immediately stunned and his words stopped at the tip of his tongue. He mumbled, "The temple and the rumors." Thales raised his head and asked tentatively, "But this is the understanding of mortals, right? The real gods, perhaps far beyond our imagination, are another kind of existence." Holm inhaled slowly. Her veil trembled slightly. Believers always exist before their gods. Only then can they believe in gods that belong to them alone, she said faintly. Thales frowned again. He thought of something. "High Priestess Holm," he said tentatively. "You are the spokesperson of the bright moon goddess. You have also prayed, communicated with God, and conveyed God's will, right?" Holm did not answer. Thales slowly lifted the corners of his mouth and asked cautiously, "If, as you say, gods are truly those incomprehensible existences, then why did she respond to you?" Holmes slowly raised her eyes. Her clear pupils were like a light source that shone straight into Thales' heart. "Oh!" High Priestess Holmes' thin veil moved slightly, and her clear voice came from behind. It was a rhetorical question. Did she respond? Thales was completely stunned. High Priestess Holmes slowly turned to face the stone statue of the bright moon goddess and the altar. Only then did Thales notice that in the center of the altar, there was a special eternal oil lamp. It shone with silver flames? Thales' heart skipped a beat. There are flames of this color? Thales stared at the priestess back in confusion. The doubts in his heart grew. Why? He could not help but ask, "Why are you saying these things? The existence of gods?" Holmes shook her head slowly. "Last night, you made your first choice." "Choice? Last night's choice? Last night." Thales' breathing slowed down without him realizing it. "But one day," the high priestess of the bright moon goddess said slowly, "you may face an important choice again, perhaps even a choice." "Choice? Face an important choice again. What does all this mean?" High Priestess Holmes' back seemed to contain a mysterious power. Her voice traveled slowly and was extremely clear. "When that time comes, when you stand at an angle and height that no existence can imagine, and think with a mind that transcends mortals, you may recall what I said today." Thales' heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. A mind that transcends mortals. At that moment, Thales recalled the moment when he knocked on the door. That experience, an experience that seemed like a dream. That delusion that he was the world. That languid and contented feeling that everything was not within his attention at this second. As he stared at Holmes' mysterious back, Thales was truly a little afraid. His arms began to tremble. How did she know? What does she know? What does she intend to do? Thales' breathing became faster and more urgent. Finally, he could no longer suppress the fear and doubts in his heart. He blurted out, "Why, High Priestess Holm? What do you mean? What do you want? Whether it's the sanctuary or all these words today, what are they all for? Why me?" He said loudly. In front of the altar, High Priestess Holm slowly turned her head. Under the illumination of the silver light, her veil emitted a brilliant light. He was like a god from the legends. Because Holmes' gaze shone with a different brilliance. "An old friend asked me to take care of you." Thales seemed to have grasped onto a life-saving straw. The impulse in his heart compelled him to get to the bottom of it. "Old friend?" The second prince lost his composure and asked loudly, "Who?" "He believes that you are different." But High Priestess Holm only sighed and did not reveal the answer. "He believes that you will do better. He has sacrificed too much. Don't let him down." Thales froze on the spot. "I'm different? And next time, call me Jewel." High Priestess Jewel Holmes said softly. "In comparison, I prefer this name." "You can go now," High Priestess Holmes said flatly with her back facing him. "Be careful of your choices." In the next second, the High Priestess closed her mouth. No matter how Thales asked, she did not speak again. A few minutes later, Thales finally left the altar absent-mindedly. Only Jewel was left standing quietly in front of the altar and the statue. After a while, Jewel slowly raised her head. "I'm watching him." High Priestess Jewel Holm, who was standing under the bright moon goddess statue, looked up at the bright moon goddess in a silver robe and veil and said calmly, "I warned him, right?" On the altar, the bright moon goddess' expression was still cold. She did not move. Chapter 225. Guard against theft. How do we end this? In the moving carriage, Lampard lowered his head and absent-mindedly fiddled with his saber. His expression was subtle, but he did not answer. King Nuven is dead, but Dragon Cloud City is still powerful. There are still 4 important archdukes in Heroic Spirit Palace. I don't think they're fools. Thales observed the archduke's expression and said cautiously, "And the Prince of Constellation assassinating the common elected king. This outcome will definitely not satisfy everyone, especially when the army of Black Sand region suddenly appeared." Thales stared at Lampard's face and said softly, "How are you going to explain this to them? Or do you want to kill them all and be done with it?" Lampard said nothing. His expression was wooden. Thales clenched his fists slightly. The carriage was still moving forward. He did not know how far away it was from Heroic Spirit Palace. He also did not know how far away he was from the end of his life. "There's no other way. I have to take a drastic measure." Thales took a deep breath and said flatly, "If nothing goes wrong, once the news of Nuven's death spreads, the King Selection Congress will be held soon. Do you think you still have a chance?" As expected, Lampard's gaze moved and he looked at him. Thales suppressed the nervousness in his heart and responded with the calmest expression. "Not to mention that you're Nuven's enemy and have a terrible reputation for killing your brother," Thales said slowly. "The archdukes will not let you become king." Lampard's gaze was fixed on his sword. "King." The archduke raised his voice and uttered the word in a questioning tone. Then he snorted softly and repeated it sarcastically. "King, you were born in the Jadestar royal family, a descendant of the Emperor, the natural, legitimate, and legal ruling family of Constellation," Lampard said faintly. "Of course you don't have such concerns, do you?" Thales' heart skipped a beat. At that moment he seemed to have grasped something. "Concerns?" he asked naturally. Lampard ignored him. His sharp gaze was still fixed on his old sword. Since Nuven's grandfather, they viewed Black Sand region as a thorn in their side. At that time, the Walton family had already begun to monopolize the throne of Dragon Cloud City. Little Rascal blinked. When it came to Nuven's father, the Walton family began to attempt to control Black Sand region, Lampard continued. His gaze was a little dazed. For example, recruiting the youngest son of the Archduke of Black Sand region into the White Blade Guards, or marrying his daughter, the noble Princess of Extet, to her father, the heir of the Archduke of Black Sand region, in the name of the king. Thales furrowed his brows slightly. He seemed to have heard a similar story during the duel between King Nuven and Pofret. "That's how my parents got married." Lampard sighed. Then, a rare smile appeared on the Archduke of Black Sand region's face. Unexpectedly, this marriage, which was purely based on the king's will, turned out to be a good one. According to the old servants, my mother did everything she could to make my father fall in love with her. She gave birth to 2 sons and 3 daughters for him. This love lasted until my father became the Archduke. The carriage entered a narrow alley. It seemed to be taking a shortcut or taking a detour. Lampard continued to speak. "Just like that, my father resisted the corruption of Dragon Cloud City with his own power, even though this corruption originated from the woman he loved the most by his side, his family and power. He hovered in this balance all his life." Thales and Little Rascal listened quietly. Such an Archduke of Black Sand region was rare. Since we were very young, Harold and I were brought back and forth between Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region by our mother. Archduke Lampard exhaled. His eyes were filled with nostalgia. "Until we came of age, until Harold took over the governance of Black Sand region." Harold? Thales' heart skipped a beat. The name seemed a little unfamiliar. "He is..." Lampard paused for a moment. "Harold Lampard." My eldest brother. Gloom and mockery flashed in the Archduke's eyes. A ridiculous fool. There's no one more foolish than him in the world. He said faintly. Little rascal seemed to recall something. She stared at Lampard with a slightly pale face. Thales sensed a different emotion in Lampard's tone. You don't have a brother, do you? Lampard's gaze was still fixed on the sword. A few seconds later, he said desolately, How lucky. Thales raised his eyebrows. He remembered the 2 small stone jars in the Jadestar family tomb. His elder sister and brother in name, Lydia and Luther Jadestar. Lampard gently pulled out his saber. The Archduke's expression was complicated. His fingers gently stroked the sharp blade. Until 12 years ago. Lampard raised his head slightly and looked at Thales. His tone turned cold. Everything changed. His actions sent a chill down the prince's spine. Wait a minute. Thales' brain began to work. 12 years ago. 12 years ago again? That means... An unprecedented civil strife broke out in Constellation. It was extremely chaotic. Lampard's voice rang in the carriage, narrating the history that Thales was all too familiar with. Since the Fourth Peninsular War, Exdet has been waiting for a rare opportunity in 100 years to unify Northland and completely eliminate the threat from Broken Dragon Fortress. Thales stared at the sword in Lampard's hand in a daze. Neuven is ready to send his troops south. He has contacted almost every archduke. As a response, Harold, as the heir of Black Sand region, was sent to attend the meeting of all the archdukes in Dragon Cloud City. Lampard inhaled a mouthful of cold air slowly and continued. An accident happened. Thales' heart skipped a beat. One of Harold's followers suddenly went berserk and assassinated Neuven's eldest son. Lampard's rough voice was deep and dignified, as if there was a hidden power in it. He snorted coldly. Prince Soria, who thought himself infallible, was cruel and bloodthirsty, and was practically carved out of the same mold as his father, died in Harold's group. At that moment, Thales' heart skipped a beat. The second prince remained motionless as he digested Lampard's story. Little Rascal's grip on his hand tightened. He had heard the story before. Last night, the news reached Black Sand region. Harold's follower assassinated the prince. Lampard pressed on the hilt of his sword. His expression was cold. Neuven would not let us go. Because of this, my father was even prepared to go to war with Dragon Cloud City. Unexpectedly, Harold, who was supposed to be responsible for this, was not reprimanded at all, let alone imprisoned or detained. Neuven comforted him with soft words, personally spoke on his behalf, and even allowed him to participate in the meeting. He even sent him back to Black Sand region with great courtesy. Lampard sneered. Even though Neuven lost his most important eldest son, Harold was not put in a difficult position. My father sensed that something was wrong at that time. Lampard stared at his saber, but his gaze began to lose focus, as if he was looking at something else. I still remember the day Harold returned. At the dining table, he reported Neuven's opinion and advised my father to support Dragon Cloud City. He even wanted to allow the king's officials to be stationed there in preparation for war. My father and him had a heated argument. I had no choice but to stand between them so that they would not draw their swords against each other, the Archduke said slowly. It was also on that day that my father suddenly realized that Harold Lampard, the eldest son and heir he had high hopes for, had long become the staunchest supporter and subservient of Dragon Cloud City and the common elected king, just like his youngest brother Caslin. Thales frowned deeply. Just like Beacon Illumination City? Pofrit's despairing expression appeared before his eyes. Lampard turned to him expressionlessly. Thales' heart clenched. Just like Beacon Illumination City, he calmly confirmed Thales' words. My father could not accept this fact. My father felt that if this continued, when Harold inherited Black Sand region, it would only be a matter of time before we became the king's vassals. Lampard's expression was cold and threatening. Even the position of the Archduke of Black Sand region would soon become a vassal matter that Dragon Cloud City could decide with just a word. Through sincere talks, threats, scolding, lecturing, and even having me advise him. My father used every method to change Harold's mind, but it was all in vain. Little rascal shrank behind Thales with a pale face. The terrifying Archduke of Black Sand region lowered his head. His expression was rather gloomy. Finally, my father made up his mind to take back Harold's right of inheritance. Things went haywire at that time. Lampard shook his head slowly. My father briefly mentioned this idea in front of the vassals, and he was immediately met with fierce opposition and admonishment. That's not all. From the day father insisted on stripping Harold of his inheritance rights, the harvest decreased, the finances were in trouble, and the trade routes were blocked. Strangely, the troubles in Black Sand region increased. What happened in Beacon Illumination City is now happening in Black Sand region. Lampard sneered. There was a deep sarcasm in his tone. It was only when the entire Black Sand region was in an uproar that my father realized with a start that in the past 30 years, the Lampard family's bloodline was not the only thing that infiltrated Dragon Cloud City. Neuven did not just rope Harold to his side. Harold refused to yield, my father refused to compromise, and the situation in the territory worsened. The forces supporting Harold, both inside and outside the territory, were beyond my father's control. He became more and more desperate and haggard. Lampard's tone grew deeper, and the emotions in his words grew paler. Black Sand region was no match for Dragon Cloud City. Finally, on the day the king's messenger came again. My exhausted father called me to his room. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. He could not help but think of Chapman Lampard's famous, or rather infamous or even infamous deeds. Lampard raised his head and looked at the streets of Dragon Cloud City outside the window. I still remember my father's eyes. They were filled with determination and gloom. Thales could not help but tighten his grip on little rascal behind him. He talked to me for a very, very long time. The Archduke of Black Sand region's gaze grew colder, and his tone became calmer. I hugged his thigh and cried. I begged him with all the words I could think of. I even pulled up my sleeves and showed him the wound I got when I was hunting when I was 14. Harold dragged me out of the mouth of a snow leopard. The Archduke's words became flatter, but Thales' heart grew tighter. Archduke Lampard narrated as if nothing had happened. Child, we are Lampard of the Rebellion King's bloodline, my father said. Our clan's motto is never yield, whether it's to the outside world or to the inside world. Whether it's to the emperor or to the king. The Archduke exhaled. The darkness in his eyes was incomparably deep. His tone was firm and resolute. We will never yield. Thales listened to Lampard's words in a daze. Little rascal widened her eyes. Lampard snorted. He lowered his head and looked at the weapon in his hand. In the end, he gave me this sword. It was an old weapon with a worn scabbard and a worn hilt. It was as if it was his most important treasure. A week later, I challenged Harold to a duel in front of everyone. My father approved it. Thales held his breath, not daring to even exhale. My mother knelt in front of the study room and cried for the whole night. My father sat in the study room with the light on for the whole night. Lampard slowly turned his saber around and caressed the emblem of an iron fist on the hilt, until my mother fainted and was sent away by the servants. There was a moment of silence in the carriage. For a time, only the sound of the wheels scraping against the ground could be heard. This is... Thales opened his mouth with difficulty, but was interrupted by Lampard. On the day of the duel, Harold had at least 3 chances to take my life and his brother's life, the Archduke said steadily, but his voice was a little hollow and trembling. At least 3 times. Lampard's hand, which was caressing the hilt, stopped moving. His voice became ethereal, as if he was speaking from a very, very far away place. In the end, when I pierced his heart, I saw his face clearly, the Archduke said flatly. He was smiling. Lampard took a deep breath. With his head lowered, his expression was indecipherable. It was the same smile as the day he dragged me out of the snow leopard's mouth. Thales sighed. This is simply... Harold pulled my collar and whispered his last words into my ear. Lampard snorted softly, as though he was telling a story from someone else's dinner. Remember, Chapman? Lampard shook his head, and he looked at Lampard. We will never give in. Lampard chuckled, his emotions indecipherable. Thales raised his head and stared at his sword in a daze. The sword that belonged to the Archduke of Blacksand region, the one that killed his brother. The next day, Lampard's voice traveled into Thales' ears. Mother jumped from the highest lookout post in the castle. Thales and Little Rascal did not move. A wordless sorrow filled the carriage. The story of Lampard's family made him feel all sorts of emotions. Lampard took a deep breath. On the third day, Nuven ordered me to go to Eternal Star City and declare war on all of Constellation. As the carriage drove past a depression, the carriage trembled slightly. A month later at Raymond Pass, when the kingdom's wrath broke through the encirclement with the last of their courage and arrived in front of my father did not evade or raise his sword. He allowed Mu to break his neck. Lampard chuckled softly. Only later did I realize that my father was probably seeking death. Perhaps he could reunite with my mother and Harold under Hell's River. Lampard stopped talking. Thales exhaled slowly. So, everything you did was for revenge? Thales frowned and asked with difficulty. Do you want Nuven to pay the price? Or Dragon Cloud City to be destroyed? Lampard sneered mockingly. He slowly leaned back and revealed his face under the light again. Hatred? That ridiculous thing? Don't compare me to a coward like Pofret. Thales frowned. Then why are you telling me this story? The prince asked in bewilderment. Don't tell me you just want to talk to a dying man. The Archduke of Blacksand Region's gaze slowly darkened. Lampard looked at him condescendingly and shook his head slowly. His voice was low and cold, and his words were chilling. You are indeed very special, child, but your vision is still stuck at the level of those mediocre people. As for what I really want, compared to self-preservation, revenge, the death of a king, and the destruction of a territory, Lampard inhaled slowly and said in a firm tone, I want a little more. Thales stared at Lampard's face seriously, quickly trying to figure out what he was thinking. Of course. Lampard snorted softly. You were born in the Jadestar royal family and lived in the era after the virtuous king. You won't understand this kind of sorrow. The Archduke's words ended there. Lampard closed his saber and said no more. Thales was slightly stunned. The virtuous king. It was not the first time he heard this title from the Northlanders. The last time he heard it was from King Nuven. At that time, Thales did not react. But this time, Thales remembered. He subconsciously touched his chest. The virtuous king, Mindy's Jadestar III. One of the 3 kings of Constellation. A king was not respected by his bloodline, but his bloodline was honored by the king. Why? Why did King Nuven and Archduke Lampard mention this supreme king of Constellation from more than 100 years ago? What did he do? Chapter 226. Little Rascal sat on a wooden crate in a daze, watching the white blade guards around her bustle about, treating, changing, discussing, and making final preparations before departing. Every single one of them was respectful to her. Even during the most hectic times, they did not forget to clear a place for her to rest, and ensured her clean water and food. She was very sleepy. However, the fear and nervousness that constantly invaded her brain were like alarm bells, waking her up from the brink of sleep. It made her feel as if she was living in a half-awake state. But there's nothing wrong with that, is there? Little Rascal lowered her head and asked herself bitterly, isn't everything I've experienced from last night a nightmare? But Little Rascal sniffled and touched her small face, which had been wiped clean. She sat on the wooden crate in solitude, watching people come and go. Although the clothes on her body were warm, she felt that she had never felt so cold before. Lost and lonely, she had nothing to rely on. At this moment, oh, you're here. A low sigh was heard. Little Rascal turned her head and unexpectedly saw Thales walking towards her with a bitter expression on his face. The second prince of Constellation did not stand on ceremony. He sat down on the empty ground beside her. Thales. Little rascal was a little surprised and delighted. Why are you? Thales was in a daze. He picked up a piece of bread from the plate beside Little Rascal, ignoring the angry glare of a white blade guard in the distance. The food prepared for the constellations over there is very bad. The priests are also Northlanders. Thales casually bit into the fluffy bread. The bread offered to the temple was indeed different. He buried half of his face in it, snorted, and said in a muffled voice, I came to rub against you. Little Rascal stared at him in a daze. Thales clenched his teeth with all his might and pulled his face out of the bread. The second prince did not raise his head. He only chewed fiercely and stared at the half-eaten bread in his hand. His gaze was dazed. Little Rascal looked at him and blinked. For a moment, she seemed to have forgotten most of her troubles. You didn't stay with them. Thales swallowed a mouthful of bread without feeling anything. He felt his stomach slowly fill up. He gestured with his chin at Nicholas and Merc, who were discussing something in the distance. Did they not treat you well? Little Rascal raised her head and looked hesitantly at the two people in the distance. No, they respect me very much. The girl shook her head and almost shook her glasses off again. She was so scared that she hurriedly pressed her hand against the bridge of her nose and said with grievance, That's why I'm scared. The disheveled girl bit her lip. You know, they were there before, they all know. It's not important anymore, Thales suddenly said. Little Rascal glanced at the prince in surprise. Thales held the bread in his hand and stared straight ahead, but his eyes were not focused. Only his mouth would occasionally chew. Thales narrowed his eyes and said bitterly, No matter what happened in the Hall of Heroes, does it still matter now? He shook his head indifferently. After we escape from this nightmare, none of this matters anymore. Thales thought absent-mindedly. Only one thing. We can escape from the nightmare, but the nightmare won't let us go. Thales. Little Rascal pressed her hands to her sides and leaned forward worriedly. Are you okay? Thales snapped out of his daze and glanced at her. No. Thales lowered his head and sighed deeply. I'm not okay. Little Rascal smacked her lips timidly. She looked at Thales and blinked, not knowing what to do. Little Rascal. Thales stared at the wooden crate under the girl, then at her tiny feet in the air. Do you know? The prince said absent-mindedly. I came with a mission, even though I didn't want to. Little Rascal stared at him in a daze, not knowing how to react. But I failed, he concluded dryly. His voice was filled with hesitation and pain. Little Rascal only nodded instinctively. Thales suddenly burst out in laughter. And now we have to escape, leave behind a mess. His laughter was desolate and desolate. Little Rascal felt a pang in her heart when she heard it. Then run away with our tails between our legs. Thales listlessly put the bread that he had taken 2 bites of back onto the plate. He leaned back and leaned against the wooden crate Little Rascal was sitting on. He stared at the dark ceiling quietly and vaguely recognized the mural on it. In front of a white ball, 3 blurry figures were born. This place belongs to the gods, right? Thales thought absent-mindedly. According to High Priestess Holm, the bright moon goddess probably doesn't care about the conflicts between these mortals. If only I could be like them, indifferent to everything, that would be great. Thales smiled bitterly, then his expression relaxed again. Little Rascal stared at him quietly, not saying a word. She was like a docile kitten. Do you know? Thales continued to stare at the ceiling. His gaze was unfocused and his voice was faint, as if there was a veil between them. Extet will probably use the excuse of me assassinating the king to send troops south. Not just one archduke. Little Rascal nodded lightly. Aha! Thales' vision became blurry. He seemed to see Araka and Sonia's figures, as well as the Fury Guards falling one by one. Broken Dragon Fortress might be lost, and the Northern Territory might also be lost. We can't stop them. Ah! Many people will die. Thales seemed to have seen many more people die. They died in the abandoned house, in the manor, on the streets, in the birch forest, in front of the fortress, and in Dragon Cloud City. This made him feel even more exhausted. They die in war, they die in famine, they die in chaos, they die in a world without order or reason. Also, because of the diplomat group and the heir's incompetence and failure, the Jade Star royal family will probably face the most severe criticism and attack in history. The nobles are all looking forward to this opportunity. The prince said flatly, as if this was a trivial matter. As for Lampard will get everything he wants, no matter what it is. Thales rested his head on his arm and said in a daze, "He is the final victor, standing on top of our failure. Do you know, I even talked nonsense in his tent, mocking him for being despicable, shameless, cold-blooded, and heartless?" Thales sneered indecipherable. "Little rascal." His voice became deeper and more solemn. "I failed and I can't do anything about it." I always thought I could do it." Thales laughed bitterly, remembering Gilbert's earnest teachings in Mindy's hall. "Although I'm not very smart, I'm not too stupid either. I also had Put-Ray and the others help." Thales suddenly felt a pang in his heart. "But I can't do it," the prince said bitterly, as if his tongue weighed 1,000 pounds. "It's too difficult." Little Rascal jumped down from the wooden crate, leaned against him, and sat down. She nodded slightly. Thales shut his eyes hard and exhaled a long breath. His heart surged with endless gloom and resentment. It's not just Lampard, it's not just King Nuven. The self-righteous kingdom's secret intelligence department, always wanting to control everything in their hands. The so-called arbitrary father, who never cares about other people's wishes and feelings. They always catch me off guard. Thales rubbed the space between his eyebrows, as if he wanted to spit out all the dissatisfaction he had for the past month. "I really want to do something." Of course, they probably even blame me for acting smart and ruining their plans. Thales immediately sneered and said mockingly, "Of course, if it weren't for me, they would probably be celebrating their victory in a corner somewhere." Thales sighed. "And I have neither the right nor the right to criticize them," the prince said desolately. "Just like you, I'm nothing at all." Stop saying All right. It seems like your mind is indeed wandering." Little Rascal raised her head as if she had suddenly woken up. Thales leaned against the wooden crate and tilted his head. There was a helpless smile in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the frightened girl. Little Rascal lowered her head in embarrassment and covered her face with her hands. Thales exhaled through his nose and smiled faintly. "Forget it." He shook his head helplessly. "All right. Thank you for your thoughtful comfort, and thank you for patiently listening to me pour out my grievances." But at this moment, Thales suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. He turned his head in astonishment and saw Little Rascal move closer to him. She spread her tiny arms, one in front of the other, and hugged his neck tightly from the side. Thales stared blankly at Little Rascal, who was right in front of him. He stared at her clean and fair face, but her big eyes behind her thick-rimmed glasses stood out. "What are you doing?" he asked in a daze. Little Rascal's chest was pressed tightly against Thales' shoulder. Her expression was sincere and solemn. "Comforting you." "Comforting?" The puzzled Thales was slightly stunned. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "A long, long time ago, my mother did this." Little Rascal tightened her arms around Thales' neck. Her expression was especially stubborn and serious. "When I was sick or hungry, my mother would hug me. I didn't want her to, so she hugged me from the side, from night till dawn." Thales narrowed his eyes as he was hugged by her. "You remember your mother?" Little Rascal pressed her chin against Thales' shoulder. "Yes, but I don't remember it clearly." Thales looked at her serious expression and asked subconsciously, "What happened after that? What happened to her?" Little Rascal's body trembled slightly. Her expression dimmed. "She sold me," Little Rascal said dejectedly. "She was very poor. She went to work early every day and only returned home late at night with very little food. She couldn't not sell me, or else the little girl said quietly. There was a rare stubbornness on her face. Or else, she wouldn't be able to live. Thales sighed. From afar, Nicholas saw the scene. The two children snuggled up to each other tightly. The Star Killer frowned and strode forward. But a hand clamped down on his shoulder. They're just children. With a cold expression, Merc pressed down on Nicholas' shoulder and shook his head slightly. Nicholas cast a profound glance at his former colleague and did not say anything else. So, this is your way of comforting me? Thales chuckled softly. I have a suggestion. When you grow up, you better get rid of this habit. You can't just comfort people like this. Little Rascal nodded and said innocently, Oh, all right, let me go. Thales patted Little Rascal's hand and said with a smile, before Nicholas rushes over with a knife. Only then did Little Rascal let go of the little prince. That, don't worry about losing. She seemed to be unconvinced by the effect of her comforting words. She continued to mutter, A moment of victory or defeat is but a fleeting moment. 100 years of chess is the foundation of all ages. Thales raised his eyebrows and mulled over this sentence. Who said this? Little Rascal's eyes lit up. She seemed to be extremely excited because she found a topic that interested Thales. Your king. Thales furrowed his brows. Ours? Yes. The virtuous king, from more than 100 years ago. Mindy's Jadestar III. Little Rascal nodded. She seemed to have entered the reading mode where her eyes shone brightly. He ascended the throne after the Red King's nightmarish and bloody rule ended. He governed the country with superb political skills and safely survived the Fourth Peninsular War. Thales thought of something. Mindy's III. I remember now. Mindy's III's reign was obviously later than Midir IV's. Thales seemed to have realized something. But in Constellation's currency, Mindy's portrait is engraved on the silver coins. It's even more valuable than Midir's copper coins. Wait a minute. The virtuous king? This title. Both King Neuven and Chapman Lampard mentioned him at the same time. Their words were laced with emotion. On the way to the Northland, Putre had also mentioned that Mindy's III was the one who led the alliance between the sea and the Clear Night continent, thus changing the form of the Continental War in one fell swoop. The 100-year-old chess game is the foundation of all ages? Thales mumbled. Thales turned his head abruptly. Tell me about Mindy's III. The young prince's serious expression seemed to have frightened Little Rascal. What exactly did he do? Only then can one be called a virtuous king? After Archduke Shalon, the number of books in the library increased by a lot, but, Little Rascal said timidly, although Constellation calls him the virtuous king, but, among the famous 3 kings of Constellation, the Northlanders admire the Oathkeeper Midir IV the most, who came to the north alone to provide reinforcements. The second most admired was the King of Renaissance, who opened up new territories. They, on the other hand, did not think much of the virtuous king, who did not have many achievements in battle. In fact, the Northlanders' brief political affairs of years 500 to 600 of the calendar of eradication even said that he was a weak king who compromised with the commoners. Thales' heart trembled slightly. Weak king? He came back to his senses, and his gaze sharpened. Chapter 227. Raphael spread out a map and carefully studied the route on it. The insides of his right arm were still aching. As the Black Prophet had said, he had used that power too often. That insatiable, bloodthirsty monster. Raphael frowned slightly, but he immediately cast the matter aside. He had too many things to worry about. For example, the mess in Northland. Another example was the little boy behind him. Raphael sighed and rolled up the map from Dragon Cloud City to the City of Faraway Prayers. Then, he looked at the second prince standing beside him. But the moment he turned around, he acutely noticed that Thales' expression was not quite right. Thales frowned and stared at Raphael with a complicated gaze. You should rest. Our journey will not be peaceful. Raphael felt a little uncomfortable under his stare. He could not help but say, You'd better be energetic? But Thales only stared at him. His gaze slowly shifted to Raphael's hands. Just as the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department started to get impatient, the second prince spoke softly. The person who crippled your hands was the Duke of the Northern Territory, Vagabond. I guess. Raphael's breath froze for a moment. His face twitched a little, but it immediately turned into a relaxed smile. Just a wild guess, isn't? Thales interrupted him. I recognize the letters on the brand on your hands. Thales said quietly. That's the letter of the ancient empire engraved. A. The Arund family that represents the White Falcon. Raphael's words were stuck in his mouth. His face stiffened. A few seconds later, the man from the Secret Intelligence Department exhaled softly and remained silent. After a long while, Raphael shifted his gaze. Looks like the cunning fox taught you well, he said flatly, as if he did not care. Although it's only been a short month. Thales, who received a tacit answer, took a deep breath and recalled what little rascal had just told him. I once heard from Val Arund that his cooperation with Lampard and seizing the throne was just the first step. Thales stared straight into Raphael's eyes with a sharp gaze. More importantly, we must forge a northern region without the flames of war. The second prince said softly, for example, his daughter will be married to Lampard's son, and the two kings who have been enemies for 1,000 years will take the first step towards reconciliation. Constellation and the dragon will slowly merge into one, and the northern territory will enjoy eternal peace. Raphael did not move. He just listened to the prince in silence. Thales stared at his expression and suddenly revealed a complicated smile. I'm guessing that when he found out that his daughter already had a lover of low status, he must have been very distressed. Thales sighed. His gaze never left Raphael's face as he said softly, and it was a barren bone man. Raphael, who had always been expressionless, finally frowned when he heard this. So, Duke Arund crippled your sword-wielding hands as a punishment and a warning. Thales stared at Raphael's hands and shook his head slowly. He took away the most important thing in you, and destroyed a swordsman's pride and reliance, right? Raphael lowered his head. At that moment, his hands seemed to be burning in pain. It was the unforgettable burning pain that came from the depths of his bone marrow, the moment the hot soldering iron penetrated deep into his muscles, bones, and flesh. It seemed like it happened yesterday. Not just that, and the days after that, in the endless dark abyss, in the boundless bloody hell. Raphael's gaze froze in midair. Took away the most important thing? From a promising seed of the Tower of Eradication to a cripple? Or crawl out of the most terrible torture? No. Raphael's unfocused gaze refocused. You should put your intelligence to good use. The young man from the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department said flatly, his expression returning to normal. But Thales still did not let it go. Why did he spare your life? He had no reason to spare you. Isn't it good for a Raphael who has disappeared forever? Raphael closed his eyes. A long time ago, I saved his daughter's life, and he was very grateful to me. The man from the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department replied slowly. But Val is a stubborn and unyielding man. Not taking my life was already the greatest mercy he could muster. Thales exhaled. That explains it, he murmured. Raphael's gaze shifted. What? The second prince slowly leaned against the wall. His expression was dejected and lonely. His Majesty knew a long time ago, didn't he? Thales said with a sigh. His voice was so soft that it did not seem like it came from his mouth. Raphael frowned. Knew what? Thales let out a slow sigh and slowly spoke of what he had just figured out. Duke Arund. His conspiracy and his rebellion, his attempt to usurp the throne, and even the plans of the New Star nobles. Thales said absent-mindedly, King Kessel. I mean, father, he knew a long time ago, didn't he? Raphael frowned and looked at Thales solemnly. This boy. Do not speculate about your king, even if you are a prince. The young man from the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department warned. This is a warning from the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department. Thales snorted softly, as if he did not care at all. The prince took a step forward. His expression was complicated as he looked at Raphael. His gaze gradually became clear. So he did know. From the beginning, he knew about Arun's rebellious intentions and his attempt to usurp the throne. Thales sighed. And the reason why His Majesty did not take any action and even allowed things to take their own course was because he was waiting for the other party to truly rebel. Raphael's frown deepened. Waiting. The man from the Secret Intelligence Department snorted in disdain, as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. You think too much. If His Majesty knew about this from the beginning, why did he allow the situation to worsen and allow the Duke of the Northern Territory to truly embark on the path of rebellion, putting the Northern Territory in danger? Raphael shook his head. I said, do not speculate. Thales clenched his fists. He suddenly raised his voice, as if he wanted to roar out all the resentment and grievances he had accumulated over the past few days. Because he needed this opportunity. Damn it! Raphael's words stopped at the tip of his tongue. He looked at the prince, whose chest was heaving up and down. He was slightly surprised. Miranda told me that His Majesty had already sent officials to stabilize the situation in the Northern Territory. Thales panted and could not stop his chest from trembling. It's very reassuring, isn't it? But this is the key. Thales raised his head and gritted his teeth. Kessel's determined face appeared before his eyes. Tell me, Raphael. The prince stared at Raphael and stared into his red eyes. Thales could not help but think of the Nanchester family's one-eyed dragon, Koster, and the words he said before he left. You underestimate your father, underestimate the Iron Hand King, and underestimate the fear he instilled in the whole of Constellation. If Prince Moriah had not been assassinated, if Exdet had not been pressured by war, if Arund had not taken a risk out of desperation and ended up in prison, and if the Northern Territory had not become leaderless and lost. The prince opened and closed his mouth as he fiercely said, then His Majesty could still. Thales paused for a moment. Raphael's gaze dimmed slightly. Thales clenched his teeth and forced himself to finish the rest of his words. Then, he could still defend the enemy in the name of war without any hindrance. Send his direct officials and nobles to Cold Castle. As a matter of course, increase the standing military strength in the fortress, and then take over the important territorial affairs such as taxation, adjudication, land, and so on, until the Jadestar royal family completely replaced the Duke of the Northern Territory in prison, so that the Northern Territory, which has been ruled by the Arund family for generations, would be completely taken into the royal power. Thales, who had forcefully said these words, only felt a pain in his head. He could not help but sway. He supported himself against the wall with one hand and pressed his other hand hard against his forehead, rubbing it continuously. Val Arund, Kessel Jadestar. The shocking change in the Exdet diplomat group, everything in the Hall of Stars, his appearance, and what he thought was his ingenious way of breaking through the situation. Now, from the looks of it, all of it, Thales felt his forehead hurting more and more. There, a piece of memory fragment surged out uncontrollably and returned to the vast sea of memories. It was a fragment formed by a few words, but it made people's hearts turn cold. Uncle Zheng Bok, Duan Yuan. As His Majesty's greatest and most important spy and conspirator, the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Tell me, is this true? Thales opened his eyes and tried his best to control his voice. But even so, he still made half the people in the room turn their heads repeatedly. Raphael did not speak for a long time, but the prince seemed to be very patient. He stared at the person from the Secret Intelligence Department without moving. His eyes surged with extremely complicated emotions. Finally, Raphael let out a long sigh. His expression was filled with the same complicated and subtle endless emotions. He spat out a few powerless and helpless words. No comment. This was an answer that did not seem like an answer. But the prince had already obtained the information he wanted to know. At that moment, Thales slowly relaxed like a balloon that had its air released. He subconsciously leaned against the wall, his expression stiff. Why? Raphael looked at Thales indifferently. There was a hint of solemnity in his words. Why would you think so? Thales subconsciously snorted softly. Even though you've told me many times not to believe the Red Witch's words. The prince's voice was very tired, as if he was speaking to another person. You have to know that lies that are strong enough to sway people's hearts are built on certain facts. Raphael's expression changed slightly. Calcian's words to Miranda. Thales closed his eyes and exhaled fiercely. If you don't want this land to be taken away by despicable means, Northland only belongs to Northlanders. Now I understand. The Red Witch does not speak without thinking. He laughed bitterly. His laughter was desolate. Extet and Lampard are not the only ones who want to seize the Northern Territory from Arund. I didn't think that much at first until I heard about the history of virtuous King Mindes III from a long time ago, Thales said absent-mindedly. It instantly solved many of my doubts. Raphael frowned slightly. Virtuous king? His Majesty, The corners of Thales' mouth twitched slightly. He tried to recall the Iron Hand King's appearance, but what appeared in his mind was always his cold and solemn voice, and his short but powerful movements. Isn't he afraid that the Extensions will really invade the south in large numbers? Not afraid that they will seize the Northern Territory? Thales clenched his fists and clenched the scars on his palms. Raphael sighed slightly. Forgive me for being blunt, Your Highness, Raphael said softly. The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department shook his head slowly. If it wasn't for your unexpected actions, including giving the doctor a chance to contact the secret room, as well as your inexplicable appearance outside Heroic Spirit Palace, Extet would have become a mess according to our expectations. For some reason, Thales laughed. His chest trembled slightly. His laughter was endless, and the meaning behind it was unclear. Has he always been this risky? The prince said weakly. Or has he only been like this since the bloody year? Raphael did not speak, but he did not understand what was so funny about it. Thales chuckled softly in the end. He lowered his gaze to the ground, and his expression was unclear. About the ownership of the Northern Territory. Does Miranda know? He stopped smiling and said softly, Does she know that you are also in it? This time, Raphael froze on the spot. Miranda, that girl. Nothing to say. Raphael still said the same thing, but this time, there was quite a bit of pause and trembling in his words. Raphael's red eyes trembled slightly, and his breathing quickened. Miranda, a girl with such meticulous thoughts and keen senses. How could she? Raphael closed his eyes. How could he not know? If this is what you are here for. Panting heavily, the man from the Secret Intelligence Department tried to end the conversation. But he was interrupted by Thales once again. Help me. 2 words were spoken softly, short, forceful, but not dejected or dejected. Raphael was slightly startled. What? The man from the Secret Intelligence Department opened his eyes slightly and looked at the prince in puzzlement. In front of him, Thales also slowly raised his head. I'll say, the hesitation and weakness from before had completely disappeared from the prince's voice. It became resolute, firm, and unquestionable. The prince cast a rare gaze from his gray eyes and stared straight into Raphael's eyes. I need your support, Raphael Lindbergh. Help me convince them. Help me. Raphael stared blankly at him. What are you going to do? The man from the Secret Intelligence Department asked subconsciously. He even forgot to address Raphael respectfully. Thales chuckled. His hand had long since left the wall. He stood firmly on the ground and looked straight at Raphael. His face was full of optimism and relief. Raphael suddenly realized, to his surprise, that Thales was different now. His eyes were filled with an unprecedented vigor. It was as if they were burning with a raging flame. It would never be extinguished. Whether it's you or me, whether it's the Secret Intelligence Department or the kingdom, Thales said slowly. His face was as cold as ice, and his tone was like steel, filled with a rare determination. Whether it's an accident, a failure, my mistake, or your negligence. But after we've worked so hard for so long, put in so much effort, and experienced so much, You're willing to lose all your chips in Lampard's hands. Push the kingdom into the abyss of war? You're willing to accept this tragic situation and tacitly accept this terrible ending? Things have already come to this, Raphael frowned. Looking at the prince like this, he only felt lost. What else do you want to do? What else can I do? Thales flashed a mysterious smile at him. At that moment, Raphael felt like it was the first time he got to know the Prince of Constellation, who had returned from an accident and brought about countless accidents. He was not the helpless little boy who was pushed along by the waves in Mindy's hall. He was also not the desperate prince who gritted his teeth and fought hard in the Hall of Stars. He was also not a marionette who struggled in the Game of Thrones. He was Prince Thales, the one and only Thales Jadestar. What do you want to do? The Prince of Constellation asked faintly, as if what he was facing was just a small problem. Of course it's... Chapman Lampard's figure suddenly appeared in front of Thales, along with his determined and patient face. The prince's eyes lit up. Chapter 228. Just as Thales and the others fled the gatehouse, a tense confrontation that was rarely seen since the founding of Extet took place in front of the Hall of Heroes in Heroic Spirit Palace. Under the flickering flames, the guards of the 4 archdukes and the attendants of a few special nobles, the other nobles were not allowed to bring their attendants into the banquet, stood together with the White Blade Guards and the Palace Guards. With the tacit understanding unique to Northlanders, they formed a battle formation. Bows were nocked, swords were unsheathed, and they stood in front of the Hall of Heroes with unpleasant expressions, protecting the nobles in the oval stone hall. Opposite them were unfamiliar soldiers with unknown identities, who had the advantage in numbers. They guarded the corners and corridors. They were all dressed in the uniform and equipment of the patrol team. They were so densely packed that they almost filled every doorway outside the hall. These soldiers stepped on the tiles that had a long history. Many of them could not help but size up the decorations around them with strange and reverent gazes. It seemed that it was their first time here, and they were not used to this palace, which was of great significance to Northland. What was even stranger was that the leader of this group of uninvited guests was a short-haired swordswoman. Her gaze was indifferent and fearless, and the fingers of her right hand kept flicking on the hilt of her sword. Under the illumination of the brazier, Archduke Rockney of the City of Faraway Prayers walked out of the Dark Hall of Heroes with a cold and sullen expression. The guards and attendants on both sides made way for him, but they never let down their guard. The long-haired Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers waved away an attendant who was about to put a cloak on him. He stared coldly at the uninvited guests in front of him, and his gaze lingered on their swords. "Show yourself. There's no need to hide anymore." Archduke Kulgan Rockney retracted his fierce gaze and said coldly, "We are separated by 3 stone steps, but we can still smell the disgusting scent unique to your territory. Although we are all from Northland, your soldiers are different." The first row of patrol soldiers exchanged a few glances, but they seemed to be well-trained and still did not say a word. They just stared coldly at the guards and guards guarding the Hall of Heroes. "Where is the Fire Knight?" Archduke Rockney snorted coldly without looking at the female leader. "No matter what you want to do, whether it's besieging Heroic Spirit Palace or murdering the Archduke, you don't have to let a weak woman lead the troops, do you?" The short-haired swordswoman's face turned cold. Her right hand no longer moved. Instead, she gripped the hilt of her sword tightly and took a provocative step forward. "Be careful, Your Grace," she said in an unfriendly tone, her eyes filled with contempt and disdain. "Your life is in the hands of this weak woman. Little girl." Archduke Rockney shook his head in disdain. "Go home and weave. The long sword is very heavy." Clang! The swordswoman suddenly unsheathed her weapon. Like a flock of birds startled by a bowstring, the guards beside the Archduke, be it the White Blade Guards, the Palace Guards, or the attendants from the City of Faraway Prayers, all surged forward nervously, but they stopped abruptly. Archduke Rockney raised his right palm and firmly stopped them by his side. The swordswoman looked at the Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers with a frosty expression. The tip of her sword stopped right in front of Archduke Rocknee's throat. The Grand Duke did not move from his eyes to his body. He stared at her without flinching, as if it was not a sword that was pressed against his throat. "It's fine," Rocknee said coldly. "Let's see if our little cutie really has the ability to hold a sword." A cold glare flashed in his eyes. "And the courage to kill an archduke." The swordswoman's gaze turned cold. The tip of her sword moved forward without hesitation and touched his skin. Rocknee's pupils shrank. He felt a chill on his neck, and blood flowed down. Behind the Grand Duke, the attendant's inhales could be heard clearly, but there was still no expression on Rocknee's resolute face. At this moment, a deep and sonorous male voice came from the patrol team. "Be more polite, Croche." A middle-aged nobleman in armor with a weathered face and steady footsteps slowly walked out of the crowd. "We are not here to fight." Behind him were two noblemen. One of them was dressed in plate armor and had an old-fashioned face, while the other was tall and thin with a sharp gaze. The swordswoman, Croche, snorted softly. Then, she stepped back and sheathed her sword. Rocknee slowly lowered his head and extended his hand to wipe his neck. He stared at the blood on his hand with a subtle expression. The soldiers in the patrol team made way for the newcomers. "There's no need to be so nervous, everyone." The tall and thin young noble smiled slightly and bowed politely at the guards. "We are not enemies. We should not point our swords at each other." Rocknee lowered his hand. His gaze swept over the three newcomers and he snorted softly without showing them any respect. As expected, surprises are never late. Archduke Rocknee's expression grew colder. He fixed his gaze on the middle-aged noble. "Chapman Lampard." His attendants frowned in unison. Archduke Lampard nodded imperceptibly. The two archdukes' gazes met in the air. One was as cold as ice, while the other was calm. In the next second, Rocknee's gaze shifted back to the swordswoman. "Hey, Croche, is it?" Archduke Rocknee's tone changed. He raised his eyebrows in interest and a different expression appeared in his eyes. "Your sword is very steady." He stared at Croche's long sword, felt the pain on his neck, and nodded in approval. "You have guts." But Croche only stared at him coldly and did not speak. Archduke Rocknee's gaze flickered. "My wife passed away a year ago. The Rocknee family and the City of Faraway Prayers both lack an archduchess." Archduke Rocknee's gaze was unrestrained as he sized up Croche from head to toe. He then said sternly, "Are you interested?" Lampard watched their interaction and frowned slightly. Croche also narrowed her eyes. "Go find an obedient female worker who only knows how to weave, Your Grace." She sheathed her long sword. Her words were cold and fierce. "So that on our wedding night I won't—" Croche openly glanced at the Archduke's crotch. "Cut off your two balls." Archduke Rocknee laughed boldly, but his gaze on Croche became more and more subtle. Beside him, Archduke Lampard said flatly, "I'm afraid it's not appropriate to openly poach my subordinates, right?" Archduke Rocknee turned to Lampard. The smile on his resolute face was now devoid of warmth. "You won't get hurt even if you ask." Lampard raised his eyebrows. The tall noble next to him, Viscount Kentvita, whispered a few words in the Archduke's ear. Archduke Rocknee pulled his long hair to the back of his neck and said coldly, "Why? If I don't take this stab, will you never appear again?" "Of course not." Lampard's expression did not change. "I just want to wait for everyone to arrive." At this moment, another voice cut into the conversation. "Don't worry." A smooth and experienced voice cleverly appeared in the gap between the two men's conversation. "We're all waiting for your arrival." A man with a bowl cut walked out from behind Archduke Rocknee. He was the Archduke of Reformation Tower, Porphyus Trentida of the Trentida family. He had a playful smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with wariness and coldness. "When was the last time we met, Chapman?" Trentida said with a grin. 12 years ago. Lampard stared at his neighbor of Reformation Tower, who was also in the south of Extet and adjacent to Black Sand region. There was wariness and contemplation in his eyes. 5 years ago, he said flatly, when Constellation was at war with the Orcs, the 3 southern archdukes held an emergency meeting. Oh, is that so? Trent Ida patted his bowl-cut head and said in sudden realization, that's right. You wouldn't appear without benefits. That's you. He snickered. The Archduke of Black Sand region. The one who ignored the king's invitation, but only brought 1,000 men to force their way into Heroic Spirit Palace when the king disappeared and Dragoncloud City was in chaos? Archduke Trentida's protruding chin moved slightly. He stared at the soldiers beside Lampard and asked meaningfully, "This is why I'm here to look for all of you." Archduke Lampard said slowly, "We are facing an unusual situation that concerns everyone's vital interests." Archduke Rockney tilted his head and sneered disdainfully. An unusual situation? Another deep voice entered the conversation between the 3 men. What do you mean? The boorish Rabian Alcius, who was dressed in classic attire, also appeared at the entrance of the Hall of Heroes. The Archduke of Prestige Orchid's full beard was extremely eye-catching and memorable. At this moment he stared coldly at Lampard. His eyes were filled with suspicion and wariness. Lampard's gaze swept across the 3 archdukes. "The king passed away last night," Chapman Lampard said flatly, as though he was talking about a trivial matter. "We need to talk about Extet's future." The moment he said that, there was quite a commotion on both Black Sand regions and Heroic Spirit Palace's side. Viscount Kentvita and Croche suppressed their subordinates in dissatisfaction. However, Lampard's eyebrows were furrowed tightly, because he clearly saw that the 3 archdukes before him were still as calm and composed as ever. It was as though they already knew everything. Looks like it's going to be more difficult than I thought, Lampard thought to himself. But so what? It's just another hurdle I have to cross. But the other Newvin. Oh! Finally, an aged voice rang out from behind the 3 archdukes. It was the most senior archduke of Defense City, the bald Rogers Lecco. He coughed as he slowly walked out. "That's unfortunate." The old archduke sighed and said, "I think, regarding the king's death, you, Chapman, who suddenly appeared here, have some important news to tell us?" "As you said, Rogers," the Archduke of Black Sand region said solemnly, "I'm here to tell you something." Archduke Lecco laughed. Staring at the floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace, he said thoughtfully, "Then why don't we talk about it in the Hall of Heroes?" He raised his eyebrows slightly, turned sideways, and revealed the flickering light from the brazier. "It's just the 5 of us. That's enough. We don't need so many pawns." The moment he said that, the 3 archdukes from Heroic Spirit Palace looked at Lampard in unison. Their gazes were different, but all of them were filled with deep suspicion and wariness. "This is Extet." Lampard sighed softly in his heart, then snorted softly. "My Extet." His gaze gradually focused. Under the gazes of the 4 archdukes of Extet, who held high positions of power and were on equal footing with him, Chapman Lampard calmly extended his hand and stopped Count Levon and Viscount Kentvita behind him, who were about to speak. "Of course." His gaze became solemn. He swept his gaze over his 4 colleagues, as well as the White Blade Guards and Palace Guards who were standing in a semicircle formation and firmly guarding the entrance of the Hall of Heroes. He nodded and said, "These words and this matter can only be spread among the 5 of us." Croche cast Lampard a questioning look, but Archduke Lampard only extended his palm and made a downward gesture. In the next second, Chapman Lampard strode forward without hesitation. Under countless gazes, he left the encirclement of the Black Sand region soldiers alone. He walked past the countless shining blades and walked towards the stone door of the Hall of Heroes. He walked into the impenetrable formation of the Heroic Spirit Palace soldiers, leaving them staring at each other in dismay. He walked past Rockney, who was at the forefront, and received a surprised and admiring gaze from the latter. He walked past Archduke Alcius. The bearded Archduke furrowed his brows, his thoughts unclear. He walked past Trent Ida and let go. The two of them exchanged glances, revealing worry and apprehension. He walked past Trent Ida and let go. The iron fist pattern that represented the Lampard family could be vaguely seen on the Archduke of Black Sand Region's cloak. The four archdukes only snapped out of their daze when he walked completely into the darkness of the Hall of Heroes. They exchanged glances. Kent Vida and Count Levon glared at them fiercely. Croce even tapped the hilt of her sword in her hand. Her threat was self-evident. "What do you say?" Trentida's eyes darted around. Alcius and Letko furrowed their brows and did not speak. "No." Rockne looked at the dark hall and said coldly, "Let's see what he has to say." Chapman Lampard stood quietly in the Hall of Heroes. He stood beside the long, brownish-black table. The braziers on the 6 metal racks illuminated his face, causing it to flicker between light and darkness. His imposing manner was unstable. He knew that the young Archduke Concret Poffert's neck was broken by King Neuven just 2 steps away from him last night. However, at this moment, Lampard only stared ahead quietly at the seat of honor at the innermost part of the long table. He remembered that his father and mother had brought him and Harold here countless times during the first half of his life to bow before the seat of honor. Neuven Walton VII sat there, at the seat of honor, giving orders to the extension citizens, from the archdukes to the officials, from the nobles to the commoners. The common-elected king sat there and controlled the entire Northland, no, more than half of Northland. After all, Constellation's northern territory was not yet in Extet's hands. His gaze swept around the stone hall and paused briefly on the Cloud Dragon spear flag that could be seen everywhere. On the innermost shelf, the Soul Slayer pike should have been placed there, but it was now empty. Just like the Walton family, who was once like the sun in the sky, and the Cloud Dragon spear that intimidated Northland. Cloud Dragon spear. At that moment, Lampard actually wanted to laugh. "All right." Archduke Alcius' voice came from behind him in a rude manner. "We will not invite you to sit down. Speak," the bearded man said coldly. Lampard closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he slowly opened his eyes. "Constellation." Chapman Lampard slowly turned around and faced the 4 archdukes. His gaze was sharp. That Prince of Constellation and their secret intelligence department plotted a conspiracy against Extet. Archduke Rockne frowned slightly. "They even used the calamities," Lampard said flatly. "Unfortunately, King Neuven died in the conspiracy." Letko and Trent Ida looked at each other, their gazes seemingly meaningful. Lampard took a step forward and clenched his fists. "The kingdom of the Great Dragon is facing an unprecedented crisis," the Archduke of Black Sand Region said coldly. There was an unquestionable tone in his voice. "It is time for us to unite." Lampard's voice faded away. The 4 archdukes looked at each other. No one made a sound. No one moved. No one reacted. After a few seconds, the 4 archdukes chuckled at the same time. The chuckles turned into laughter. The laughter turned into sneers. And the sneers lasted for almost a minute. Archduke Lampard looked at the Archduke's sneers and could not help but frown. There was a deep chill in Alcius' smile. Trentida's smile had a profound meaning that was worth pondering. Letko's smile was very forced. Perhaps he did not want to laugh at all. Only Archduke Rockne's laughter was the loudest, longest, and coldest. The family emblem of the Canon of Knights from the City of Faraway Prayers shone brightly on his shoulder. Lampard's expression also turned cold. Finally, the Archduke stopped laughing. In the next second, Archduke Rockne took a step forward and met Lampard's gaze without flinching. Kulgan Rockne said coldly and rudely in his unique bold voice, "That's right. Go home and *CK yourself, Chapman Lampard." He spat harshly. His eyes were filled with disdain and contempt, as if they contained 10,000-year-old ice. Chapter 229. Dragon Cloud City, Bright Moon Temple, in a secluded room. Putray looked at the busy Constellatiate soldiers not far away and could not help but let out a long sigh. In the first half of his life, he had experienced failures. In fact, the failures he had seen were more terrifying, and the price they paid was heavier. For example, 12 years ago. But now, Putray suddenly felt that the pipe in his hand was very heavy, and he lost the desire to take a puff. This was very rare for someone like him who valued smoking as much as his life. King Kessel used his bloodline as a hostage to try to eliminate the scourge of war. It should have been a generous and sincere act that the whole country would praise. But now it had turned into a disaster. The prince was involved in the death of the king of Exdet, bringing about the worst situation that should have been avoided. Worse still, the Jadestar royal family would once again suffer a huge blow to their reputation. After that child returns to Constellation, what he has to face. Putray recalled Thales's dejected look, and his mood became gloomy. He silently reached out and knocked the burning tobacco out of the pipe. "I'm sorry, Gilbert. Other than bringing him out of danger, there is nothing I can do. Just like how I watched His Highness pass away. I've disappointed you, old friend. Again." While Putray was lost in his memories, the new soldier, Willow, interrupted his thoughts. "My lord, what is it?" Putray raised his eyebrows. "Please go to the back hall, the hall we entered from." Willow seemed a little confused, but he still carried out the order. "This is Prince Thales's order." Putray's expression changed. Cohen packed his things and checked his weapons for the last time. "Are you not going to ask Raphael anymore?" The police officer looked at Putray, who was talking to the Constellation soldiers in the distance. He sighed and turned to Miranda beside him. About the disaster swords, the secret intelligence department, his hands. At this point, he remembered that his good friend, a swordsman, had both his hands crippled. He did not know when his hands had turned into such monsters. Cohen could not help but grit his teeth. What did that guy go through? Miranda, who was leaning against the wooden crate, slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was calm, and her expression was natural. However, his voice was slightly hoarse. "There's no need. He has already made his decision," the swordswoman said softly. "There are some things that will only be futile to ask." Cohen looked at Miranda's expressionless face and wanted to say something, but in the end, he just shrugged and lowered his head to adjust his sword belt. A few seconds later, the police officer said in a low voice, "Then how do we report to Tower? I met 3 disaster swordsmen in Dragon Cloud City, and one of them has an unknown identity." Miranda's eyes flickered. "What about you?" she asked lightly. Cohen was slightly taken aback. "In my opinion," the police officer exhaled deeply, and his gaze became firm. He seemed to have made up his mind. "To hell with the Tower of Eradication. I've been out for so long." Cohen shook his head and snorted softly. "I've never seen any disaster sword. It's all Caslin's scheme. End of report." Miranda smiled faintly. If Master Jedi knew the truth, he would go crazy. "So this is for his own good." Cohen raised his eyebrows. "His most outstanding student is worried about his mood, and is determined to make him worry less." Miranda raised her eyebrows and closed her eyes again to rest. After a while, Cohen spoke again. His voice was downcast. "Miranda, it's only been 3 years," the police officer said dejectedly. "How can a person change so much?" Miranda opened her eyes again. This time, there was a complicated look in her eyes. "I'm not just talking about Raphael." Cohen sheathed his long sword with a worried expression. "There's also Croche. I still remember the days when I was punished to bite a sword and squat down with her. That tomboy's favorite thing to do was to scold me," he said in annoyance. Miranda curled up the corner of her mouth. "That's because she likes you, but doesn't dare to say it out loud." Miranda rolled her eyes, then her heart dimmed. "It's not just you, Cohen. It's not just you. I used to study with her, sleep in the same room, practice swordsmanship with her under the rain and wind, and read books under the lamp at night. The girl who used to be cheerful and stubborn. Croche. Maybe they haven't changed." Miranda furrowed her brows slightly. Her voice was ethereal and seemed to carry a profound meaning. "It's just that we unwittingly discovered another side of them." Cohen snorted softly. What kind of other side, he said helplessly, would lead to betrayal and lies? Miranda crossed her arms and hugged her sword again. I don't know, she said absent-mindedly. But it shouldn't be something easy. She remembered the brand on Raphael's hand. Croche, what did you go through? Cohen let out a long sigh. He leaned back and imitated Miranda, leaning against the wooden crate. So, is this the end? Cohen asked, intentionally or otherwise. Miranda's expression changed slightly. She snapped out of her daze. What's the end? Cohen paused for a second. His brows twitched as if he was thinking. Dragon Cloud City, he said quietly. We were tricked into coming here. We became someone else's pawn, the scapegoat for a conspiracy, the mastermind of the king's assassination. We became the cause of the war. Miranda fell silent. She knew Cohen's character. She knew what he was going to say. But, so we're making up for it. Miranda's gaze became solemn as she said with certainty. Leave this place as soon as possible. Escape from the enemy's control. Refuse to be used by them. Lady Arun spoke faster and stressed her words. Pretend that we've never been to Extet or Dragon Cloud City. It was as if there was no room for doubt. Cohen did not answer immediately. He was silent for a few seconds. His gaze focused on the dark sky. But, Miranda, Cohen finally said softly. He seemed to be hesitant and uneasy. The truth is, we've been here. Miranda said nothing. Cohen slapped the wooden crate and nimbly sat up. He rested his hands on his knees. His expression was stern and unpleasant. Not only have we been here, but we've also participated in so many things and witnessed so much. He sighed slowly. The Secret Intelligence Department, calamities, dragons, princes, assassinations, conspiracies. People came, people left, people died, people were injured, and in the end they left behind a mess, Cohen said absent-mindedly. Waiting for others to clean up and bear the consequences. And you know what we left behind. You heard what Uncle Putre said. Cohen's gaze shifted to the vice diplomat in the distance. He watched as he spoke to the soldier with the dual pistols. Even if we escape safely, the Northern Territory will still face. He also said, Miranda frowned, that there is nothing we can do. Cohen's expression darkened. He looked like he was struggling. Is it powerless? Cohen snorted softly and clenched his fists subconsciously. Or is it that we can't do anything? Miranda did not answer. That's your Northern Territory, Miranda. It's the territory your family has protected for generations. The police officer took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. You've also witnessed the devastation of that land when it was ravaged by the flames of war. Haven't you? Back then, you and Raphael were there. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Miranda's scabbard fiercely stabbed into a wooden crate that was used to store miscellaneous items. Enough. The swordswoman's gaze became sharp and terrifying. Her tone was frosty. That's enough. But Cohen smiled. You know, the young disaster swordsman we met earlier was about your age. The police officer lowered his head and raised his unique silver saber. He asked me for the name of this sword. Miranda's gaze froze. Bearer. She looked at her classmate's saber and remembered the fights she had with it over the past few years. She said flatly, the Caribbean family's treasured sword. Cohen nodded. His arm muscles tightened as he steadily raised his weapon. Bearer. It's too heavy, Cohen said absent-mindedly. He thought of the gloomy old castle in his family, and the scene when his old man took it out from inside. The day before we went to the Tower of Eradication, my father gave it to me. I couldn't even lift it with both hands. I could only tie a rope around it and drag it along. Cohen nodded. His gaze slowly focused as he recalled the past. But the old man said, there are some things we have to bear. His gaze became clearer and firmer. There are some things we can't stop here. At this moment, a voice that both of them were extremely familiar with rang out. Asking for trouble for the sake of pointless persistence. Raphael's relaxed and bright voice rang out behind them. Nothing good usually comes out of it. Miranda turned her head abruptly. Cohen turned around in surprise. Everyone, go to the back hall. The young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department said flatly. His red eyes flickered in the dim light. It's not time yet. Miranda frowned. Why are we going to the back hall? Raphael let out a sigh as if he was helpless. He also seemed to be hesitating. But he only paused for a second before he raised his eyes and looked at the two of them. I told you. Raphael snorted coldly. Chapter 230. In the back hall of Bright Moon Temple. In the not-so-wide hall, the Prince of Constellation stood calmly in the center. Under the illumination of the everlasting lamp, Thales stared at the bright moon goddess statue in the darkness from afar. He quietly observed the bright moon goddess in different expression. Behind him, Little Rascal propped up her glasses and looked around nervously. She said timidly, If we just sneak out like this, Nicholas and the others will. Ah, Thales said flatly. I know, they're probably on their way to find you. Little Rascal's face paled. Then Thales interrupted her softly. Little Rascal. The Prince of Constellation stared at the bright moon goddess in a daze. I want to do something, but I need your help. Little Rascal was slightly stunned. What is it? She asked curiously. Thales did not speak. He only clenched his fists lightly. You've read a lot of books, but do you know what we went through last night? Little Rascal's expression froze slightly. She lowered her head and recalled everything in Heroic Spirit Palace and Shield District. She subconsciously clenched her teeth. Alex's limp hand, the king's ring, the Calamity's presumptuous laughter, the civilians running around, wailing, and dying in despair. A second later, Little Rascal blinked her bloodshot eyes and nodded silently. Thales turned his head and looked at Little Rascal. He flashed a gentle smile. The soldier just now, Willow Ken, do you know his story? Little Rascal looked puzzled and shook her head. He was originally a civilian in the Northern Territory. Although he wasn't rich, he had a cute younger sister and healthy parents. Thales recalled the story in the snow and said absent-mindedly, But in the winter 12 years ago, he suddenly learned to fish, learned to use a spear, learned to survive with difficulty, and learned to bear the loss of his family. Little Rascal was slightly stunned. It's not just them. Thales sighed. That veteran by the name of Gened was probably a commoner when he was young, but it was 12 years ago that he became what he is today. Thales narrowed his eyes and recalled the veteran who struggled to follow him. He felt a little sentimental. To him, he is still living in the years of war. He can't wake up and he doesn't want to wake up. That big sister called Miranda. 12 years ago, her family was wiped out, and she spent her childhood in the Tower of Eradication. Thales lifted his head and stared straight at Little Rascal, who was at a loss for words. It's not just Constellation either. The second prince uttered a name flatly. Burn Merc. Little Rascal remembered something, and her face instantly turned pale. Don't be afraid. Thales walked forward and held her small hand. Feeling the coldness and trembling in his palm, he said sincerely, I'm here. No one can hurt you. Little Rascal's breathing gradually calmed down. But you heard it with your own ears. 12 years ago, he lost his vow to protect and the love of his life. Since then, he has fallen into the boundless hell, struggling to catch his last breath. Thales stared at her quietly. And Chapman Lampard. Thales' eyes dimmed. 12 years ago, his hands were stained with his elder brother's blood. In the whirlpool of his father's generation and power, he transformed into the current Archduke of Black Sand region. With a solemn expression, Thales let go of the girl's hand, but held her shoulders. Little Rascal could only stare at him blankly. Look, so many people's fates have been decided just like that. Thales' voice was a little intermittent, sometimes soft, sometimes heavy. It's all because of that incident 12 years ago. Little rascal inhaled and stared back into the prince's gray eyes. The bloody year? Thales stared at her seriously and nodded. The bloody year. Little rascal's gaze was conflicted. She nodded slightly as if she understood. Thales first closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Then he opened his eyes, with a solemn expression that he had never shown since he arrived in this world. He said with a straight face, "Little rascal, everything we've seen and heard tonight is not just a family drama between a few people, but a major event that concerns the future of millions of people in 2 countries. Thales stared at the girl's blank eyes behind her glasses with a solemn expression. He clenched his teeth. In that second, the Potemkin village that he saw after leaving the capital appeared in front of his eyes. The majestic star-shaped fortress, Broken Dragon Fortress, the Northland villagers in the Mountain Pass village, and the black stone at the Raymond Pass, the place where Horus died. There might be tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people whose fates will change because of this, Thales said with difficulty. No, in Dragon Cloud City, the fates of countless people have already changed. Many of them have even reached the end. Thales lowered his eyelids and said dejectedly, like Alex, and the Shield district that we passed through, like ourselves. Little rascal was stunned for a second. If we just walk away like this and leave everything behind, Thales sighed. He felt that his chest was heavy. That kind of burden will make me feel like I can't breathe. Little rascal bit her lower lip, causing thousands of people to suffer and lose their homes. Thales tried his best to put on an ugly smile. That's too unbearable. His hands, which were clasped around Little Rascal's shoulders, trembled slightly. We can't go, we can't escape. Little Rascal sniffled lightly and interrupted him. I understand. The girl opened her mouth with difficulty. Her platinum hair was particularly eye-catching. You want me to? With a sorrowful expression, she did not continue. She seemed to be hesitating. Thales gulped and nodded. I want to make up for everything, avoid the worst consequences, and mend the wounds we left behind, whether it's our responsibility or not. Little Rascal seemed to have figured something out. Her face was pale. I understand. What you need is not Little Rascal. She trembled and stared at Thales in disbelief. What you need is Saroma Walton. You want me to become her, to become His Majesty's granddaughter. In that instant, Little Rascal's eyes turned red. Thales froze for a moment. For a moment he could not continue. He lowered his head and remembered their conversation in the butcher's shop. Choose who you want to be. But now Thales gritted his teeth. He felt as if his tongue weighed 1,000 pounds. No. A second later, he raised his head abruptly and stared straight into Little Rascal's eyes. What I need is still Little Rascal, not Saroma. Little Rascal widened her eyes in shock. That Little Rascal who accompanied me through all the disasters, who never left me. Thales said seriously, enunciating each word. That silly little girl. The little girl who did not know how to hide when she was in danger. I need her to accompany me for one more time. Thales stared at her quietly, his gaze gentle, although this request might be too much. Little Rascal stared at him blankly, as if she had forgotten to think. I know you're afraid. Thales' hand on Little Rascal's shoulder unknowingly clenched into a fist. I know you want to escape from all this. But... Thales' face contorted, but after a few seconds, he raised his eyes again and stared straight into Little Rascal's eyes. Raise your head and face it just like how you faced the great dragon. Little Rascal did not answer. She only stared at Thales with tears welling up in her eyes. A few seconds later, tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. There's nothing like this in the books? Little Rascal said fearfully, tears streaming down her cheeks. I don't know. She bit her lips, tears flowing down her cheeks. Thales sighed in his heart. Maybe there is, Thales said softly. It's just that we don't know. Little Rascal sniffled. If there really isn't. Thales sighed and moved his hands to her head. That would be even better. Thales stretched out his fingers and gently wiped away her tears. Then, He held her black-rimmed glasses and gently straightened the crooked and damaged glasses. He stared at Little Rascal with a solemn expression and a stern tone. After reading so many books and reading so many other people's stories, it's time for you to write your own story. Little Rascal subconsciously let out a sob. The girl stared at Thales with a dazed expression and a blank gaze. It was as if she was flipping through a random book instead of staring at a determined boy. A few seconds later, Little Rascal pursed her lips and slowly opened them. She said softly, "Will you always be by my side?" "Yes." He nodded. Her eyes brightened. "Will you face all of this with me?" "Yes." He flashed a smile. Her expression changed and she gritted her teeth. "You will protect me." He sighed, raised his head and touched her forehead. Through the glasses, their eyes met. The boy spoke softly, his tone was resolute. "I will." At this moment, Thales heard footsteps behind him. He gently let go of the dazed Little Rascal and turned to the person. "You better have a good explanation, little prince." The Star Killer's pale and cold face appeared before him. His expression was unfriendly and his tone harsh. "About abducting the Walton bloodline." Sorry. Nicholas cast a glance at Little Rascal, who was deep in thought. "Come back with us. You shouldn't have too much contact with this dangerous prince, my lady." Little Rascal pursed her lips and hid behind Thales. Nicholas furrowed his brows. Thales took a deep breath and raised his head to look at Nicholas. And Merc, who was behind him. Thales ignored the Star Killer and said softly to Merc, "Lord Merc, I'm sorry. I'm still used to calling you Lord." The listless Merc was a little startled. Nicholas, on the other hand, was slightly startled. "Why did you come back to help the Walton family?" Thales looked at Merc calmly. "You're no longer an administrator. I remember that King Nuven has exiled you forever." Merc's expression became sorrowful and desperate. His muscles tensed up without him realizing it. "In King Nuven's eyes, you're the sinner who killed his son, aren't you?" The prince said flatly. "He took your child away because of this. He treated you like this, so you should treat him fairly." Merc shuddered violently. Nicholas stared at his former colleague, and his expression changed. "Hey, you little prince," the Star Killer said decisively. "If you—" Someone interrupted him, but it was not Thales. "Yes." Merc trembled and raised his head. His eyes burned with a strange and complicated emotion. "But that's his opinion," he said painfully. "But I will always belong to the White Blade Guards. My duty is to be loyal to the king." The former administrator clenched his teeth. "No matter how he treats me." Thales' eyes brightened. Merc's hands were trembling. He seemed to be remembering many things in the past. "This has never changed. I fulfill my duty. That's all." Finally, the former administrator clenched his teeth and looked back at Thales with determination. Nicholas stared at his comrade in a daze. Thales smiled faintly. "Not only that," the prince said softly. "It's also because of Prince Soria, right? You've always felt guilty towards him." Merc swayed a little. Thales observed his expression, lowered his head, and sighed slowly. "You did your best to do one thing, but fate played a joke on you. You made a huge mistake and committed a great crime." Thales observed Thales' expression and sighed slowly. "But you can't undo it." Merc tilted his head and closed his eyes. He looked like he was struggling. "So you want to make up for it?" Thales said regretfully. "You want to atone for it." Nicholas took a step forward impatiently. "Enough. I don't know why you're saying these meaningless things. But..." At this moment, Thales raised his head abruptly. His gaze was sharp. "Because this is what we're facing now." Thales almost interrupted Nicholas with a roar. The Star Killer was stunned. He stared at the Prince of Constellation with a shocked and bewildered expression. Thales panted slightly to calm his aching throat. "Look around us." He clenched his teeth. King Nuven's skull and blood are spilled on his own land. Lampard walks openly in Dragon Cloud City. His palms cover the sky of Northland. Calshon, Shiles, and Caslin greet us with smiles in the dark. Nicholas listened to Thales's words quietly, but his eyes were gradually burning with anger. War and disaster are coming. Countless people are about to be killed and destroyed. Thales exhaled laboriously, and we're like stray dogs, running for our lives and fleeing in panic. Hiding in a corner and comforting ourselves with, "This is the only thing we can do." Then we sleep with a clear conscience, as if nothing happened in our dreams. Merc heaved a sigh and looked panicked. Nicholas clenched his fists tightly. "Humph," he snorted coldly. "It's all thanks to your secret intelligence department." Thales ignored him and only shook his head. His gaze was sharp. "But, is this all?" Nicholas furrowed his brows. "Is this the end?" The prince raised his hands and waved them forcefully in the air. "Are you satisfied just like that? Nicholas, the Star Killer?" He brazenly called Nicholas by his nickname. Nicholas' expression was sullen. His nails dug into his palms, and he finally exhaled through his nose. "Then what the F***ck do you want?" The Star Killer gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "Poor little prince." Thales raised his head. His expression was solemn and stern. "I want to change. I want to redeem myself," he said sternly. "I want to do something. I want to fight back." Nicholas' gaze froze. He lowered his head and met the prince's gaze in silence. A few seconds later, "Ha!" Nicholas laughed out loud. His tone was full of mockery. Very humorous. Thales narrowed his eyes. "Laugh all you want," the prince said softly. "But this is my decision," Thales said in a firm and unquestionable tone. "And what I'm going to do next, I'm just informing you. Do you want to come together? Northlanders." Hearing this, Merc's expression changed. Nicholas' expression froze. "If you ask me, this is indeed not a good idea." A steady and mature male voice traveled into their ears. "If this is the reason why you summoned us, Your Highness." Together with Ralph, Wuxia, Willow, Jenid, and the others, Putray appeared in their line of sight. The vice diplomat nodded slightly at the prince. His eyes were filled with worry. Thales turned to his entourage of the diplomat group. "Putray." Thales heaved a sigh of relief. His expression softened a little. "You have followed me all the way here and witnessed so many things. I am very grateful. Without your strategies and suggestions, I would not have been able to come this far." Putray frowned. He wanted to take out his pipe, but he only raised his hand halfway before he put it down. He stared at Thales with an extremely complicated gaze. "Do you understand what you are saying?" The vice diplomat said hesitantly, but there was a profound meaning in his words. "I know that you are very unwilling, but I have the duty to advise you to give up on this unwise decision." Thales forced himself to laugh. "Thank you." But no matter how hard he tried, his laughter still sounded very forced and desolate. "But I do not want to disappoint them." Putray looked up slightly. "Who?" "A lot of people." Thales seemed to be a little absent-minded. He subconsciously said, "Do you remember, Putray, Wuxia, Ralph? Do you remember that most of the Jadestar family's private soldiers died in the birch tree forest, under the claws of the Blood Clan and the conspiracy of the nobles? Do you remember that Baron Murch carried me on his back and charged into the enemy's formation? Do you remember that the kingdom's wrath guards sacrificed countless lives in front of the fortress?" Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. Countless figures flashed before his eyes. All to send me into Extet's territory. To eliminate the scourge of war. To stop those scumbags who cheered for war but were indifferent to life. For a stable constellation. Putray lowered his head and let out a long sigh. "I also remember the White Blade Guards, the many people I did not know, but they gave up their lives for me." Thales snapped out of his daze. "And Dragon Cloud City, the people in the Northern Territory who will be implicated by our failure, and the people who will be destroyed again because of the war in the future. We can't even protect ourselves." Putray unconsciously pinched 3 fingers on his right hand, as if he was pinching a pipe. Any impulsive action may cause us to once again fall into the dangerous situation we escaped from with great difficulty and make the situation worse. Thales looked at his instructor quietly and remembered the first time they met next to the carriage. Oh no, it was the second time they met. The first time they met was at the western city gate. The child beggars took away Putre's grand library pass. Thales smiled. But we can't get any worse, can we? He said softly, "Don't forget, I am the murderer who killed King Nuvan." Putre's expression froze. "We have already ruined the kingdom's hard-won peace and pushed it into the abyss of war." The second prince shrugged and laughed mockingly. "Just as you said, when I return to the capital, the Northlanders will be marching southwards in large numbers. The fortress will be burned, the land will be trampled, and human lives will be mercilessly harvested like straws. Millions and millions of people will curse all of our names." Willow, the new soldier, trembled slightly when he heard this. Thales shook his head slightly. "And once we lose the northern territory and our greatest barrier, very soon, I will have to face a weak kingdom that is in danger, full of grief, covered in wounds, and in danger for the rest of my life. I will become a mediocre and muddle-headed king, guarding a weak kingdom, and wait for the day when the name of Constellation ends in my hands." Thales concluded dejectedly. "As the king of a fallen kingdom." Chapter 231. Putre did not speak. He only lowered his head quietly. The veteran Genid sighed. The way he looked at Thales slowly changed. As for Northland and Extet, they will live under Lampard's lies and will. One day, they will even worship this Kingslayer as their king. Thales turned his head. Nicholas snorted. The Walton family will never recover from this setback. The prince glanced at Nicholas and Merk and sneered softly. "This feels terrible, doesn't it?" Putre exhaled. His eyebrows furrowed. "As for escaping," Thales continued. His voice was a little hollow. "Leaving behind such a mess, where else can we escape to?" The prince turned his head and swept his gaze over everyone. "In the future, we will die in the war-torn Eternal Star City," Thales said firmly. "Or now, we will die in Dragon Cloud City, which is filled with conspiracies. Is there a difference?" He asked loudly. No one spoke. Then, a sonorous and powerful male voice broke the silence. "Of course there is." Everyone turned their heads in surprise. The young police officer, Cohen Caribbean, walked to the back hall with heavy steps. Miranda and Raphael followed behind him with subtle expressions on their faces. The tall and strong police officer said loudly, "If we choose the latter, at least all of us can die like men." Miranda glanced at Cohen coldly. Raphael covered his mouth and coughed at the right time. The agitated Cohen's expression froze. He quickly added weakly, "And women." Before everyone could ponder the amazing meaning of this sentence, Thales smiled slightly. "Thank you for your support." The second prince nodded and said in a friendly manner, "Sir Caribbean." When Cohen heard the prince's acknowledgement, his eyes immediately curved into crescents. "Just call me Cohen, Your Highness." Miranda snorted. "That's right." Thales turned his head. "Horace Jadestar once said that. Since we can't retreat, why don't we move forward with all our might?" He looked around and swept his gaze over everyone. Putre clasped his hands. His gaze was worried. Cohen looked agitated and eager to try. Raphael's expression was indifferent. His gaze was focused, and he kept rubbing his fingers. But Thales' gaze had already shifted to the Northlanders. "What do you say, Nicholas?" he asked steadily. Nicholas frowned and fixed his gaze on the prince. "This is impossible." The Star Killer shook his head in denial. "You? The current you and us are nothing compared to Lampard." But Thales interrupted him again. "Remember your White Blade Guards, Commander Nicholas?" The second prince stared at him with a firm gaze. Nicholas' expression was unpleasant, and his gaze froze. "You may not remember." Thales snorted softly. His gaze was incredibly solemn. "But I remember." Nicholas clenched his fists. Merc grabbed his shoulder and shook his head slightly. Thales heaved a long sigh and gritted his teeth. As he recalled, he said hatefully, "I remember those warriors. I remember they used their flesh and blood to block the flying locust blade. I remember they held hands and blocked the deadly crossbow bolts for us. I remember that with their last breath, they raised their blades and charged at the enemy." Nicholas' expression turned colder. Almost everyone furrowed their brows. Those were the dragon's imperial guards. They were the last silhouettes of many of them. Thales raised his head abruptly and asked in a drawl, "Do you remember, Commander?" Thud. Nicholas punched the wall beside him fiercely. "I trained them myself. I remember each and every one of their names, faces, and skills." The Star Killer gritted his teeth. His gaze was like fire as he said furiously, "Don't you King lecture me here, you little Jade Star brat. I am King lecturing you." Thales seemed to be angry as well. He did not back down. He took a step forward and roared at Nicholas, "Lord sorry Nicholas, and the King coward Star Killer. Damn it, this title is so unpleasant to the ears." Nicholas' eyes were spitting fire. His face was red. He clenched his fists and was about to step forward. Wuxia and Ralph instinctively protected the prince. Cohen and Miranda placed their hands on the hilts of their swords. But Merc, who was beside the Star Killer, stretched out his arms in time. His muscles bulged, and he held the furious Nicholas down. "Let him finish." Thales panted a few times as he spoke in a foul language that he was not used to. He gritted his teeth and said, "And you listen carefully. I won't run away. I will go back to the place where we were utterly defeated by Lampard and tried to survive in a panic." The prince looked at everyone in front of him, from Putre to Wuxia, from Miranda to Raphael, from Merc to Little Rascal. He looked at their expressions and said in a low voice, "We are going to avenge the White Blade Guards. We are going to seek justice and truth for them. We are going to prove that their sacrifice, that their efforts were not in vain. We are going to destroy Lampard's schemes and plans, no matter what they are. We are going to save this city that has bled too much." After Thales finished speaking, he patted his chest. Nicholas gritted his teeth and sneered, "This is suicide. It's just a better way to die." Thales raised his head again. "That's right. We Constellations are going to commit suicide," he said coldly. "Northlanders." The second prince pushed Wuxia away and walked towards Nicholas. He stared at the Star Killer with eyes as sharp as swords. "Are you coming or not?" The air seemed to have frozen. Nicholas glared at the second prince of Constellation. The faces of the White Blade Guards appeared before his eyes. "And that guy, Caslin, and him." Nicholas' body began to tremble uncontrollably. A surge of power surged in his body. Merc's expression changed. He tightened his grip on Nicholas' shoulders. Everyone watched this scene nervously. After a while, Nicholas swung his arm and broke free from Merc's grip. CK. He looked like he was struggling and spat. The Star Killer looked behind Thales, at the nervous little rascal. Thales narrowed his eyes. "The Walton family's orphan is here." Nicholas turned his head around. His eyebrows were furrowed and his face was extremely distorted. He looked at Merc as if he was trying to explain something. I can't risk her getting hurt." He gritted his teeth, trying to convince himself amidst his struggle. He was angry and indignant. "But I want to help him." A small female voice rang in everyone's ears. Nicholas froze. "What?" He lowered his head in disbelief and looked at the little girl. Little Rascal seemed a little afraid, but she suppressed her fear and moved closer to Thales. The prince gave her an encouraging and grateful look. "Thank you." "I'm sorry." Little Rascal trembled slightly. She gulped. "I said, I want to help Thales." The girl stuttered and lacked confidence. I don't want to run anymore." Under everyone's strange gazes, she said firmly, We are Northlanders, aren't we?" Nicholas and Merc were both stunned. The descendants of the Walton family have never run away from battle. The girl closed her eyes as if that would regain some courage. Her glasses slid down the bridge of her nose. Before the entire army was wiped out, the King of Wrath, Shalon Walton, fought for an entire day and night with an axe. In the end, he widened his eyes in anger and watched the Night Wing King twist his head off. Even if he failed, he wanted to witness his own death. Little Rascal opened her eyes shakily and forced herself to look at Nicholas, whose gaze was as sharp as a knife. She said, "We can't run. I don't want to run either." Hearing this, Merc suddenly chuckled softly. "You are a real Walton." The former administrator of the king's eyes were sorrowful. No one knew what he was thinking about. This young lady. Little Rascal thought of Alex. She shivered and retreated behind Thales, not daring to meet Merc's gaze. His Majesty made the right choice. Merc laughed bleakly. "What do you say, old friend?" Nicholas' face gradually relaxed. He exhaled. A few seconds later, the Star Killer laughed as well. His laughter was relieved and desolate. "Son of AB*TCH. Nicholas glared at Thales fiercely and said to Merc, "Isn't it written all over your face?" Merc nodded and looked dejected. "I'll get the boys to prepare now." Thales breathed a sigh of relief. "So, what's your plan?" Nicholas said fiercely, "I'll say this in advance. I refuse to let a brainless wild boar charge forward, Your Highness of Constellation." Thales narrowed his eyes. "You'll be satisfied. Maybe. We're probably all crazy." The Star Killer snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "To actually listen to two children and go to their deaths." Putre sighed deeply, then took a step forward. His steady voice rang. "What did Lord Hanson say?" Putre looked at Raphael, who had been quiet all this while. Did the Secret Intelligence Department agree as well? This is not a simple decision. It concerns the future of the kingdom. It's best to have the Secret Intelligence Department support and plan. Raphael instantly attracted everyone's attention. Or rather, Thales thought in his heart. It's the Black Prophet who attracted everyone's attention. The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department frowned slightly. "I can't communicate with the Lord for the time being," Raphael said flatly. He did not care about the various gazes cast on him. "So, at this moment, this place," his gaze focused. "I am the will of the Secret Intelligence Department." Putre reached into his bosom and took out his favorite pipe. He absent-mindedly filled it with tobacco. "So, what do you mean?" Raphael glanced at Miranda. The latter only held her saber tightly and pursed her lips. She did not say a word. This reminded him of the little girl 12 years ago. At that time, she also pursed her lips and shivered as she curled up in a corner. Curled up in a pile of dead people. Raphael chuckled in his heart. The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department turned his head. His gaze was resolute and firm. He still looked cynical and relaxed, but his words were very formal. "Since it's the prince's decision, the Secret Intelligence Department will, of course, fully support and provide all assistance." Thales nodded at Raphael. Moreover, he's not completely unsure. Raphael glanced at Thales. "Forget it." Putre lowered his head and lit his pipe. His eyes were tired as he said, "After all, he's a Jade Star." Thales sighed. "Lord Putre Nemain. Go ahead." When Putre raised his head again, his expression was much calmer. He exhaled a mouthful of smoke. "If this is your will." Chapter 232. Everyone's gaze returned to Thales again. Thales exhaled and smiled. "What about the others?" Thales looked at the remaining people and narrowed his eyes. "What we are about to do is very dangerous. We might lose our lives." The remaining people exchanged a few glances. Waya revealed a helpless but determined smile. "Your Highness, I have already said this when we first met. For the rest of my life, this body of mine will be yours to command." Thales shrugged. The veteran Genid raised his eyebrows slightly. "If you ask me, Your style is indeed different from Duke John's, but why not? Don't look at me, Willow said nervously. I will go wherever everyone else goes. Ralph saw Thale's gaze shift to him and could not help but frown. He extended his hands and made 2 gestures in the air. Don't ask. Just do it. Thales smiled knowingly. This tone. Does he think he's still in Blood Bottle Gang? Very well, then we have reached a consensus. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and looked at everyone, but his expression immediately darkened. Even though this decision might kill us. No. Thales sighed in his heart. In this plan, there had to be someone who was going to die. But since the decision has been made, Thales' gaze froze. But what are you going to do? A discordant voice interrupted. Everyone turned their heads. We only have a group of defeated soldiers who are on the run. All of them are injured and hiding. Including the White Blade Guards, there are only about a dozen of us. Behind Cohen, Miranda Arund looked at the prince with a cold expression. You are just a 7 or 8-year-old brat. What can you rely on to overthrow Lampard and protect the Northern Territory? Lady Arund's gaze was incredibly sharp, and her question was extremely sharp. Even to save the kingdom? The same question. Nicholas mocked bluntly. Do you really want us to die and move the people of Dragoncloud City? Thales lowered his head and was silent for a few seconds. What do you think? The Prince of Constellation asked calmly. Everyone looked at each other. Putre raised his eyebrows. I say, said the vice diplomat in a low voice with a puff of smoke, that we are no match for Lampard in any respect. Cohen crossed his arms and gave Raphael a questioning look, but the latter ignored him. Lampard has nearly 2,000 men. They are the standing army of Black Sand region, and they are disguised as patrols. They are also firmly occupying the first gatehouse and even control Heroic Spirit Palace. Putre calmly recounted the events. Nicholas raised his head and his eyes shone with a cold glare. Dragoncloud City has enough troops to suppress him. Gather the patrols and the Walton family's recruits. The White Blade Guards will be the vanguard, and I will personally lead the attack. Whether it is the Gatehouse or Heroic Spirit Palace, I guarantee that they will not last more than 15 minutes. If, as a mere lord, you could recruit these troops in a suitable name, which might take a whole day, and make them run amok in Dragoncloud City without hesitation, follow you to attack the Gatehouse and rush into Heroic Spirit Palace, Putre retorted without batting an eyelid. That's right. Nicholas did not speak. He forcefully swallowed the words "this was my original plan" back into his throat. Merc patted him on the back of his shoulder. Putre sighed and continued. He has multiple Supreme-class elites under him. Regardless of whether it's Caslin or the Fire Knight, if they ambush us when we are caught off guard, they can defeat us in a short amount of time. There's even an existence like the super-class swordsman Croche. Hearing this, Merc's expression clearly froze. He has allies like the Red Witch, Shiles, and Vlad. Everyone listened quietly to Putre's analysis. Their expressions became increasingly unpleasant. Intelligence is everywhere, and his connections are everywhere. I am willing to bet that once we get close to Heroic Spirit Palace or the first gatehouse, we will be discovered within 5 minutes. Don't forget about Shadow Shield. Thales sighed, and maybe Charlton. Hearing this, Putre's gaze darkened. Yes, and Shadow Shield and Charlton. We are also at an absolute disadvantage in terms of the situation. The vice diplomat took another puff of his pipe. There was a worried look on his face. Your Highness, as well as Constellation, have been rumored to be the masterminds behind the scenes. Other than a few White Blade Guards and this neutral temple, we are isolated and helpless. It is difficult for us to even show our faces. Everyone's expression became solemn. It was as if the excitement and passion from earlier had been swept away. Unless Lampard surrenders directly. Putre put down his pipe and sighed softly. Otherwise, I don't see any chance of winning until now. Thales did not speak. He only quietly observed everyone's expressions. Might as well let Raphael find another calamity to help us. Cohen shrugged in annoyance. It will be faster this way. Many people raised their eyebrows. Nicholas and Merc looked at the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department with unfriendly expressions. Yes. Raphael snorted coldly and glanced at Cohen. Maybe we can even get a great dragon to help us. Then we will definitely win. The others shook their heads. Little Rascal's expression changed. She subconsciously touched her glasses. Ralph grunted and gestured at the bright moon goddess with his chin. I understand what the mute meant this time. Waya looked at the phantom wind follower and sighed. He said that we should directly pray to the bright moon goddess. This is more reliable. Under everyone's gaze, the prince's attendant spread his hands at the statue. At least you will still be able to see her. Putray clutched his forehead and sighed. Are you done? The second prince suddenly interrupted Putray. Thales raised his head and looked at everyone with a piercing gaze. He flashed a sly and confident smile as he recalled the unforgettable battle and the swordsman who left a deep impression on him. Before the big battle starts, Thales raised his right hand and gently tapped his forehead. We have to change our minds first. Everyone was stunned. Change our minds? Miranda asked doubtfully. Among the puzzled people, Raphael rolled his eyes and seemed to be deep in thought. Thales exhaled and operated his brain, which had been thinking for a few hours. Black Sand region seems to have the upper hand in every aspect, seizing the initiative. The scenes from last night appeared before his eyes. He extracted information one by one. They have the entire situation under control, and we have no power to fight back. Thinking of this, Thales smiled faintly. How could a flying dragon lose when it rides on his face? But he felt a little gloomy. No one in this world understands this joke. At this thought, Thales raised his head and forced himself to be alert. Smack. But the second prince's gaze was calm as he punched his other palm. Really? Do you have another opinion? Putray's eyes shone brightly. Your Highness? No. Unexpectedly, Thales shook his head. Your analysis is correct. But even if they are as strong as the calamities, the prince raised his head and his gaze was firm. They can't change people's hearts and turn the situation around. Even if they are strong enough to destroy Extet's capital, kill all the Extetian nobles, and even threaten every Northlander with death, they can't change Northland's traditions, can't change Extet's spirit, can't force people to change their minds, and can't destroy the truly precious things in this land. Cohen ran his fingers through his hair. His expression did not change, but his gaze when he looked at Waya was filled with one word. What? Waya shrugged at him. I don't understand. They were not the only ones. Nicholas also frowned in puzzlement. What are you trying to say? Thales' pupils shrank. What I want to say is, the second prince said faintly, don't limit your vision to a simple comparison of strength. The battle we are about to face is not a gambling fight between two people using their strength to arm wrestle. Nor is it a game of counting on a chess board, much less a fair duel between ancient knights. An army of 1,000 or 2,000 people is nothing. They can't change the minds of the nobles in Dragon Cloud City, and the warriors of Dragon Cloud City can crush them in one blow, Thales said calmly. At the same time, he kept thinking about the doubtful points he had grasped before. Caslin and Tolja can kill any pawn at will, but even if you tie the two of them together and multiply them by 10, they can't make the archdukes willingly support Lampard as king. They can't turn the truth that has already happened into an illusion. The Red Witch seems to be very powerful, but without the support of the power she is attached to, the secret room spies and the secrets they hold are nothing. Shadow Shield and Charlton sound terrifying, but they can only carry out assassinations and spies in the dark. What truly supports their survival is power, as well as the conflicts and contradictions that arise from power. Without power, they are like fish out of water. They have no value at all. They are just Lampard's chess pieces. The intelligent Kent Vita, the brave Tolja, the well-respected Caslin, the all-pervasive Red Witch, the well-connected Marquis Shiles, and the obedient Black Sand Region army. When he said this, Thales shook his head. But we can't be fooled by these chips and chess pieces. Raphael flashed a faint smile. Interesting. What a familiar argument. Miranda lowered her head, seemingly in deep thought. Cohen widened his eyes and blinked 3 times in puzzlement. How is it interesting? Thales took a deep breath. The expression in his eyes was extremely serious and solemn. You must know that all these chess pieces cannot compare to the strongest, most terrifying, most powerful, and most unique chess piece on their chessboard. The prince's voice rang faintly. Only that person is the greatest threat. That truly powerful person, the strongest chess piece in their camp. No one spoke. Everyone seemed to be thinking, even Cohen. Raphael rubbed his fingers. Miranda stroked the hilt of her sword. Nicholas' gaze was still as cold as ice, and Merk looked at Little Rascal with a profound gaze. Putray seemed to have forgotten to smoke, letting the pipe burn in his hand. He said tentatively, "You mean?" Thales raised his gaze and pictured that terrifying opponent in his mind. "Yes," he said absent-mindedly. "An ambitious and ruthless person with extraordinary courage." Thales nodded nonchalantly, but his eyes were filled with wariness and solemnity. "Their strongest chess piece." He said the name softly. Chapman Lampard. At that moment, everyone was stunned. "We cannot be fooled by the appearances of the other chess pieces," the prince said softly. "As long as we attack the weak point, everything else will be solved." Thales quietly watched the other people's gazes and expressions, not saying a word. Then Nicholas raised his head in confusion. "You mean," the Star Killer said in disbelief, "to behead him?" "I get it." Before Thales could react, Cohen slapped his forehead and his eyes lit up. "We're going to do everything we can to assassinate Lampard?" When he heard their words, Thales almost vomited blood. He rolled his eyes and suddenly remembered High Priestess Holmes' words just now. "So," the prince tried his best to look calm and snorted. "You're not listening to me." Cohen was instantly stunned and widened his eyes. On the other hand, Nicholas looked as if he had just eaten **tea. Thales exhaled deeply. "Oh my God! No wonder." "So, when I say this, and then look at the other person's ignorant face, it's so pleasant." After savoring the feeling for a while, Thales raised his eyebrows. "I understand." Finally, Miranda caught on to Thales' words. "You are not thinking of going head-on against his armor. Instead, you are thinking of going around the edges and directly attacking Lampard's fundamental goal? Thwarting his intentions?" Putray narrowed his eyes. "Yes, the root of everything is Lampard." The second prince smiled in relief. He said with a smile, "We're going to determine his intentions and then find his weakness." Everyone looked at each other. "You make it sound so easy," Nicholas said in dissatisfaction. "What's Lampard's weakness? What's his goal? How are you going to thwart him?" Thales blinked. "I have a conjecture about this. It needs to be verified. As for thwarting him, since we are going to deal with their strongest chess piece." Thales took a deep breath, and his eyes shone like fire. "Naturally, we have to bring out our strongest chess piece on the battlefield where both sides are the most unfamiliar, the most disadvantaged, and the most isolated." Thales said resolutely, "We'll decide the winner in 1 round." Miranda furrowed her brows. "Wait, did you just say our strongest chess piece?" the swordswoman asked doubtfully. "What did you mean?" Cohen glanced at the silent Raphael, then at Nicholas. "The Secret Intelligence Department?" the police officer asked tentatively. "Or the legendary anti-mystic equipment?" Thales raised his eyebrows. "You mean?" Putray glanced at Little Rascal suspiciously, causing the latter to panic a little. "The Walton family's orphan? The legitimate heir of Dragon Cloud City? But her gender, the strongest chess piece." Nicholas put down his arms and looked around. Puzzled, he said, "Me as a supreme class?" Thales ignored the 3 of them. He exhaled through his nose and suppressed the displeasure in his heart. "All of you are right." He ignored the other's words. His eyes burned with the flames of pre-battle. Just like when he faced the blood mystic in the past, he said eagerly, "The strongest chess piece in our camp." The second prince smiled and extended his right hand. He tapped his chest and shouted a name. Chapter 233. For 3 seconds, no one said a word. Until, "Cut the nonsense." Nicholas tilted his head to reveal the hilt behind his back. There was a fierce glint in his eyes, and his words were as cold as frost. "Or do you like to joke?" Cohen narrowed his eyes. Even Little Rascal shook her head. Thales raised his eyebrows and smiled awkwardly. "But I am serious." He looked at everyone's hostile and doubtful gazes, and his heart skipped a beat. The prince could only shake his head in the end. "All right, let's get to the main point. Ever since King Nuven was assassinated, I have collected a lot of information while on the run." Thales sighed. "There are many details about Lampard's plan this time." Putray and Raphael glanced at each other, inwardly surprised. Miranda frowned slightly. "Collecting information while on the run?" Thales shrugged. "I can't just run for my life in a panic." Nicholas focused his gaze. For example, Lampard's true objective." Thales' breathing slowed down. Whether it was the army that he did not need to bring or his personal appearance, it has far exceeded the scope of self-preservation by counterattacking Nuven. "We talked about this in the prison cell," Miranda said keenly. "Do you have an answer?" Under everyone's gaze, Thales lowered his head slightly. He recalled the oppressive conversation in the carriage. "After King Nuven died and I fell into Lampard's hands, he said something to me." The second prince said absent-mindedly, replaying the scene in his mind. "That sentence has been bothering me, until just now." Raphael subconsciously leaned forward a little and narrowed his eyes. "Chapman Lampard's original words were," Thales said in a hoarse voice, imitating the ambitious and ruthless man's tone. "What's next?" Double quotes. "To save this country." Aside from Little Rascal, everyone was stunned. There were a few seconds of silence again. "What?" Putray was bewildered. Raphael and Miranda lowered their heads and pondered. "Humph." Nicholas shook his head and exchanged glances with Merc. The self-justification of the shameless, the cunning words of the Kingslayer. Thales shook his head solemnly. "No, I can feel it." The prince exhaled. His gaze was solemn. "He is serious. Lampard really believes that what he is doing is saving Extet." The Star Killer's expression slowly froze. Cohen scratched his head. "Maybe we should stop this guessing game and get straight to the point. Say something that I can understand." "There's something wrong with this sentence." Putray took a puff of his cigarette, and an undercurrent surged in his eyes. "What does this country have to be saved?" Could he be referring to the overthrow of King Nuven? Miranda crossed her arms and thought carefully. "As far as I know, Nuven VII's 30 years of rule made the archdukes respect and fear him. To Lampard, Nuven's death is the rebirth of the country. They can finally break free from the oppression of the Walton family and Dragoncloud City." Merc sighed, but the prince still shook his head. Thales inhaled and said quietly, "The biggest reason Lampard wants to overthrow King Nuven is because he is afraid of King Nuven's revenge on Black Sand region. It is to protect himself. But this problem has been solved." Thales raised his head and organized every element in his mind. "King Nuven is dead. He will not crawl out of Hell's River to look for him." Raphael did not say a word, but he suddenly smiled. The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department had a scrutinizing gaze. "According to Lampard's original words, he is about to go to save this country, but King Nuven is already dead. Judging from the chronological order, it is not right." Thales nodded absent-mindedly. "Unless Lampard has never taken grammar lessons and can't even distinguish between the present and future tense," Thales said flatly. "Otherwise, what he said about saving the country." Thales raised his head. His gaze was extremely solemn. "It is definitely not just to overthrow King Nuven. It is not just to get rid of Dragoncloud City's oppression. It is not just to change the king. He wants more." He wants an unprecedented change. He wants to save this country in the most thorough way possible. Everyone fell silent. I bet. Thales exhaled. His tone was solemn and serious. This is why Lampard brought his army to Dragon Cloud City. This is why he is heading to Heroic Spirit Palace right now. It is also the key to our counterattack. He can save the country by bringing his army to Heroic Spirit Palace? Cohen asked doubtfully. What does he want to do? Kill all the nobles in Dragon Cloud City, from the archdukes to the counts? Put-Ray sneered. In the first few decades of my life, I've learned one thing. The vice envoy exhaled a puff of smoke and said faintly, violence is the shortest, simplest, and least effective way to solve a problem. It's best to use it as a last resort. Thales sighed. All the clues became clearer in his mind. During that memorable journey, I heard another detail. Everyone's gaze was once again drawn to the prince. Shadow Shield told Lampard. Thales said quietly, when Charlton assassinated King Nuvan, he spent a long time searching for the king's traces. Put-Ray raised his head abruptly, as if he had thought of something. Raphael also opened his mouth in surprise. Thales lowered his head. Thank you, Caslin. Thank you for giving me Gu's hiding place. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have seen the meeting between Lampard and Shadow Shield. He thought silently. Waya raised his eyebrows. Is there something wrong? Very wrong. Putray's eyebrows were tightly furrowed. His tone was tense. Arranging an assassination, but not being able to determine the target's location and time. The thin man's gaze became solemn. For an assassination that requires prior planning and thorough preparation, this is one of the most fatal and unforgivable mistakes. This means that Shadow Shield and Charlton's assassination had an accident that they did not expect. Oh! Beside him, Cohen slapped his head in realization. He then gave a thumbs up and said sincerely, it seems like you are very experienced, uncle. At that moment, Putray's gaze darkened. Thales took a deep breath and raised his head. Flying Locust Blade jumped down from the cliff of the sky to assassinate the king, the prince said solemnly. He had been hiding on the cliff of the sky. Even Asda and Black Sword did not notice him. Thales clenched his fists, thinking and organizing his thoughts. How did he get up there? Nicholas said suspiciously. Even at night, Charlton could not have climbed the cliff of the sky without being noticed. Thales shook his head. This is not important. The second prince's pupils shrank slightly. What's important is that the cliff of the sky is connected to only one place. The eyes of Lord Merk, who had been the king's administrator for many years, trembled. He answered, Heroic Spirit Palace. No one said anything. Everyone knew what this meant. Thales nodded slightly. In other words, Bennett Charlton originally planned to enter Heroic Spirit Palace from the cliff of the sky to assassinate King Nuvan. Heroic Spirit Palace was the place where King Nuvan would die in their original plan. Raphael flashed a strange smile and looked at the prince quietly. Everything makes sense now. Thales was lost in thought. After Nuvan was assassinated, Lampard appeared with his army in an illogical manner. He even wanted to silence us. But he should not have done such an unwise thing that would arouse suspicion. Asterisk smack. Asterisk Thales punched his palm, and his eyes shone. Now I understand. Lampard and his army appeared there. He exhaled. There was an accident in the assassination plan. King Nuvan should not have died in Shield District. He should have died in Heroic Spirit Palace, just like the accident in Project Dragon's Blood. Raphael sneered silently. Charlton could not find the king in Heroic Spirit Palace, so Lampard had no choice but to send his army into Shield District to search for Nuvan's traces. Thales clenched his fists, and after confirming that Charlton's assassination was a success, the first thing he thought of was to silence the witnesses. On the other hand, Nicholas' face turned green. There was pain in his eyes. King Nuvan, the Star Killer said bitterly. He should have stayed safely in Heroic Spirit Palace during the crusade against the Calamity. But he chose to set off with the White Blade Guards and came outside the palace. He said he believed that the place where the White Blade Guards were was the safest place in the world. Merc lowered his head. His voice was hoarse. We all failed to live up to our duties. Thal's eyes dimmed. Although choosing to leave the palace would inevitably lead to the tragedy of being assassinated, it was perhaps the wisest decision the old king made before he died. He left us a chance of survival. The police officer raised his hand. What does this mean? Cohen waved his hand and thought hard. Lampard did not want the people outside the palace to know that Neuven was dead? Miranda raised her head. Her eyes were cold. If King Neuven had followed Lampard's original plan and died mysteriously in Heroic Spirit Palace, what would have happened? The swordswoman asked coldly. Putre shook his head. It's not about what would have happened. Thales hummed in acknowledgement. A few high-ranking figures appeared in his mind. He muttered to himself and continued the vice diplomat's words. It's about 4 friendly and amiable old friends who were also in Heroic Spirit Palace at that time. It's about what would have happened to them. Thales raised his eyes abruptly and looked at everyone. Let's go, he said resolutely. Where? Nicholas narrowed his eyes. Thales smiled. To verify my final guess, the prince said softly. To find Lampard's weakness. At the same time, the conversation between the 5 archdukes in the Hall of Heroes in Heroic Spirit Palace was getting more and more intense. Regarding His Majesty's misfortune, Chapman Lampard looked at the 4 archdukes in front of him coldly. It seems that you have something to say? Rockne of the City of Faraway Prayers snorted coldly. Don't treat your peers as fools. Archduke Rockne said coldly. We are not the noble background characters in night novels who only know how to serve as foils for the protagonist and let him *CK their daughters for free. Lampard narrowed his eyes. As His Majesty's greatest enemy, Chapman. The bearded Alcius raised his chin and crossed his arms. His expression was solemn. But you found out about his death so much earlier than us. That's not easy. The Archduke of Black Sand Region snorted softly. And you appeared not too early nor too late. You appeared not long after His Majesty was assassinated? Archduke Trentida hid half of his face in the shadows where the brazier's light could not reach. He stroked his beard and said sarcastically, It seems that the horses of Black Sand Region are really fast. They're almost as fast as great dragons. How about selling some to me? The corners of Archduke Lampard's lips curled up slightly. I thought. The experienced and prudent Archduke Letko shook his head, making his bald head even more conspicuous. His eyes occasionally sparkled. If you're just here to talk to us, don't you think you brought too many attendants outside the door? Chapman Lampard raised his head and glanced at the stone carving of the Cloud Dragon's spear above his head. He placed his hand on the old saber at his waist. In the next second, he nodded slowly. But on Lampard's unsmiling face, his gaze became colder and colder. I didn't know that all of you started learning how to act in stage plays. The Archduke of Black Sand Region lowered his head and snorted softly. He looked around at the 4 of them. 1 line for each of us? Bang. Archduke Rockne slammed his fist on the rectangular table. His gaze was cold. Cut the crap. The Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers said fiercely. What on earth are you thinking in that big head of yours that has been blown by the wind and sand in the south for 40 years? Killing the king and destroying the greatest rule and tacit understanding between us for more than 600 years? Do you think you can escape? The Archduke stared at Lampard coldly and did not reply. Lampard also furrowed his brows in the face of Rockne's questioning. A few seconds later, I thought all of you would be very happy, Lampard said softly. His voice was a little hoarse. After all, he's dead. All of you can finally get rid of that tyrant. Get rid of his officials. Get rid of his unreasonable demands. Get rid of his increasingly greedy desires. Get rid of his growing power. Get rid of his unreasonable interference in the affairs of your territories. Chapman Lampard swept his gaze over the Archduke's coldly. Isn't that so? At that moment, Different emotions flashed in the four archduke's eyes. The hall was silent for a moment. The Archduke of Prestige Orchid, Rabian Alcius, walked forward. The corners of the bearded archduke's lips curled up. His tone was cold as he said, "But this is not how the game is played. You can't overturn the chessboard just because you're temporarily at a disadvantage." He narrowed his eyes. "You're acting like a gambler who throws caution to the wind. This makes us very nervous." Lampard snorted coldly, as if he was disdainful. "Nervous?" He extended his palm and patted his chest. He said in a deep voice, "Ask yourselves, my fellow archdukes, in the past 30 years, 60 years, 90 years. Lampard's expression was as cold as ice, and his words were as sharp as a sword. "Was it me, or the Waltons, who pressured you to the point of suffocation with all sorts of tricks and aggressive actions, who made you more nervous?" The archdukes did not speak. Years of experience had long since made them used to not show their emotions on their faces. Not everyone was as young as Pofrit. Lampard strode towards the direction of the long table. "Of course, Neuven and the Waltons are very good at this game. He keeps his chessboard in good order," Lampard said coldly. "Look at that throne. It has been placed in Dragon Cloud City for almost 100 years. The Archduke of Black Sand Region waved his hand and pointed at King Neuven's seat. His gaze was cold. "Don't you find it strange?" Archduke Alcius spat angrily. "This has nothing to do with us." The Archduke of Prestige Orchid walked in front of him and confronted Lampard without flinching. "But you did break the joint ruling pledge." "His Majesty is still your common elected king." Asterisk thud. Asterisk Lampard took a sudden step forward. His forehead was almost touching Alcius' forehead. But Alcius did not flinch. His gaze was fierce. The atmosphere between the two archdukes became increasingly tense. "Then all of you should know that if he is still alive, my head will be placed in a box for all of you to see in 2 months." Archduke Lampard narrowed his eyes. He enunciated each word, and it sounded extremely terrifying. "If he is still alive, my head will be placed in a box for all of you to see in 2 months. How do you know that the next head in the box will not be one of you? Stop talking nonsense." The oldest Archduke Lecco raised his head, which was a rare sight. His gaze was very solemn. "Trying to make us believe that the Prince of Constellation killed the king is not a good idea to divert the focus. The Northlanders have their own way of doing things." Archduke Rockney continued his sentence and said in a deep voice, "We just have to follow it." Archduke Lampard narrowed his eyes, seemingly dissatisfied. Archduke Trent Ida clapped his hands. "I don't think he wants to follow the way of Northland." The Archduke of the Reconstruction Tower, who was famous for his cunning, tilted his head. "Look at the bunch of stupid soldiers outside the door." Archduke Rockney snorted coldly. "Why, do you still plan to exterminate all of us here?" Archduke Lampard stared at the four archdukes. His expression grew colder. He clenched his fists. But the four archdukes before him did not have the slightest intention of backing down. They either sat or stood, staring coldly at Lampard, uncompromising. After a long while, Lampard relaxed his fists, lowered his chest, and slowly exhaled. "I'm not here to threaten all of you," the Archduke of Black Sand Region said solemnly. "And I'm not here to harm all of you." Archduke Lecco narrowed his eyes, as if he was deep in thought. Lampard raised his head abruptly. "I'm here today for Ekstedt." Archduke Alcius and Archduke Rockney exchanged glances and sneered at the same time. "Come on." Rockney shook his head. "The King's Slayer wants to negotiate terms?" "For Ekstedt's future," Lampard said solemnly, "I have an important proposal to make to all of you." The Archduke of Black Sand Region raised his head. His expression was cold, but his eyes seemed to be burning with flames. "Flames in ice. Dragon Cloud City no longer has a direct heir," he said flatly. "I believe that whether it's the selfish Walton family, or this archduchy that has been a burden to Ekstedt for more than 600 years, should not continue to exist." Trent Ida revealed a puzzled expression. Archduke Lecco's expression changed. Alcius pursed his lips. There was a hint of shock in his eyes. Rockne's smile froze on his face. But Lampard continued to speak. The western part of Dragoncloud City can belong to the City of Faraway Prayers, he said flatly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter of the winter hunt last year. We can let Defense City manage the northern part. As for the rest, Lampard narrowed his eyes and stared at Alcius and Trent Ida. Let Prestige Orchid Region and Reformation Tower, respectively. The Archduke shut his mouth and waited quietly for a response. No one spoke. It was as if the air had frozen. Then Archduke Lekko's incredulous and trembling voice rose. What did you say? Lampard turned to him. Did you hear what I said? Lampard's eyes widened slightly. He said in a low voice, we will jointly manage this piece of land, Dragoncloud City. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.